Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining the ZBA hearing. We will start in approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
be advised this meeting is being recorded. Your participation in this meeting indicates your consent to be recorded. The video will be posted on the ZBA website approximately 1 week following the meeting. The meeting is being held in person with remote capabilities, meaning that individuals can participate either in person at the hearing room in One Parkway building or remotely over Zoom. When you're recognized to speak by the board, please state and spell your name for the court reporter and then wait to be sworn in. If you're in the hearing room, you must speak into a microphone so that everyone in attendance, including the court reporter, can hear you. If you're participating remotely, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself when you are recognized to speak. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying, whether you are in person or remote, so the court reporter knows who is speaking. Please mute yourself or turn off the microphone when you are not speaking. If you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. If you're participating by phone, please call 267-270-5548 to register your appearance by the close of the business day after the hearing. You must provide an email address and the address of the property you are interested in. All others can enter their appearance through the Zoom registration. For individuals participating in person, a QR code is available to register for your appearance. For assistance, please see a staff member at the back of the hearing room. If you have any questions about how to enter your appearance, please contact rcozba@phil.gov. If you're in the hearing room, please refrain from talking or engaging in conversation while the hearings are proceeding. Please note that eating or drinking in the hearing room is prohibited. In addition, verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. If you're participating remotely, remember the Q&A on the Zoom platform is not for testimony or comments. Any concerns related to the hearing operation should be directed ZBA Executive Director at phil.gov. Before we begin, our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty, has an important safety announcement.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the ZBA hearing room. The safety of the meeting attendees is our top priority. If there happens to be an emergency, please pay attention to the announcements on the loudspeaker. If you don't hear any announcements over the loudspeaker, then follow the directions of the ZBA staff or security staff. The main exit's through the double doors at the rear of the room. If we do have to evacuate this room, the stairs are to the left outside of the double doors. If we have to evacuate from the building, we will have a rally point at Love Park to make sure everyone is accounted for. Please make sure you follow the group to Love Park directly across Arch Street from the public entrance to the building. Restrooms are located just across from the elevators where you came up, and the water fountain is just outside the double doors to the right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's look at our schedule for today. Number 2, MI 2024-000820, 1212 South 51st Street. This case is continued to 8/27/25 at 9:30. Number 4, MI 2024-004-244, 5300-202 Haverford Avenue. Case is continued to 8/27/25.
Is that also at 9:30, Mr. Chair?
Yes, 9:30.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Number 9, MI 2024-006-219, 5911 Spruce Street. This case is continued to 8/27/25 at 9:30. Number 10, MI 2024-006-222, 1542 to 46 North Marston Street. This case is continued to 8/27/25 at 9:30. Number 12, MI 2024-006-238, 4805 Walnut Street. Avery Kirk is the listed attorney. There's no exhibits. This is the first listing. There's a continuance request from Councilmember Gauthier's office. Avery Kirk or Wilhelm Donlow.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. I do not see any hands raised for this matter, and I do not see the individuals named in the virtual audience this morning.
Thank you very much. So MI 2024-006-238-4805 Walnut Street. This case is continued to 8/27/25. Mark must be heard. Right? 8/27/25 at 9:30. Number 14. MI 2024-006-254, 2349 North 20th Street. This case is continued to 8/27/25 at 9:30. And number 19. 15, I'm sorry. MI 2024-006-262, 460 Earlham Street. This case is continued to 8/27/25 at 9:30. And number 19. MI 2024-006-487, 3401 West Girard Avenue. This case is continued to Wednesday, May 28th at 9:30 a.m. on 5/28/25. Thank you. Are there any other requests for continuance?
Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from an Arthur Casumbos. I've allowed them to speak.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
My name is Arthur George Casombos, Kousombos, first name Arthur. I just want to make sure you can hear me because I don't see myself on the screen.
We can hear you, but we do not see your video.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. How do I do
Oh.
that?
We're going to call you, sir. We'll call you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Are there any other requests for continuance?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have Devin Ukta with their hand raised. I've allowed them to speak as well.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Devin. Could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Devin, Devin, Ukta, Uqdah.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
What case, sir?
5523 Baton Street.
Number
I see
5.
that's number 5, and I understand we do not have exhibits for that case.
Yes. Mr. Chair, and the council is also aware. We've been having trouble getting the RCO to reach out. I think the RCO may have retired. So I'm asking for another date to see if I can possibly get another RCO to take over or just to present to the board at my next hearing.
All right, thank you. So number 5, MI 2024-004-284. This case is continued to 8/27/25 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you for calling in. Any other requests?
I do not see any further hands at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Number 11, MI 2024-006-224, 1439 South Dover Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney. We have no exhibits. This is the first listing. Mr. Clinton.
They'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton. I believe we sent a letter in withdrawing that case in its entirety. And
All
if
right,
not,
hold on 1 minute. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, yes, sir. So this case has been withdrawn,
Correct, Mr.
and you
Chairman.
will make sure that there's a letter sent to us?
Right, I believe one was, but we'll
We have it?
resend it.
All right, good. Thank you. So number 11, MI 2024-006-224, 1439 South Dover Street. This case has been withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And number 12. 12 I did already. Okay, good. Okay. Let's start with our, pardon me, I did that, great. 16. Okay, hold on 1 minute, one more, 16. MI 2024-006-278, 1430 Shunk Street. Angelita and Armin Carchilio, listed owners, no exhibits, first listing.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Once again, I do not see any hands raised for that matter,
Hillary,
and I
this
do not
case,
see
we
any,
believe this case has been continued already?
This is number 16, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Ma'am,
So it's listed as a first listing
Okay.
right now, so it may have been previously rescheduled, but this is the first time it's been called.
all right, thank you. So
Yes.
MI 2024-006-278, 1430 Shunk Street, cases continue to 8/27/25 at 9:30 a.m. must be heard. We're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2024-000-929, 2450 North 30th Street. The vote in this matter will occur once the board receives revised plans and proviso forms that reflect what was presented at the February 26th hearing. The record has been reopened for the receipt of these documents only. The applicant has submitted proof of posting as requested by the board. Number 2, MI 2024-004-313, 2649 South 18th Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Diane Wood, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Number 3, MI 2024-005-996, 2506 North 16th Street. I vote yes. Proviso, maximum 2 dwelling units, no household living in the basement.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes, with provisos.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Diane Wood, my vote is yes with provisos.
Number 4, MI 2024-006-034, 1428 West Allegheny Avenue. I vote yes.
Is that right? Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Diane Wood, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Number 5, MI 2024-004-765, 1624 North 26th Street. At the request of the applicant, the vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, April 30th at 9:30 a.m. Number 6, MI 2024-005-928, 2353 to 59 East Haggard Street. I vote appeal granted, administrative adjustment approved.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes. With same administrative,
You
Adjustment
can
approved.
say appeal granted with proviso.
appeal granted with proviso. Thank you.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes for appeal granted with proviso.
Diane Wood, my vote is yes for appeal granted with proviso.
Number 7, MI 2024-000-898, 5153 Wyalusing Avenue. I vote yes with proviso, maximum 2 dwelling units. Cheryl L. Gaston will certify when she votes.
I, Cheryl L. Gaston, certify that I watched the July 10th, 2024 video recording of the hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes with provisos.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Wood, my vote is yes with provisos.
Okay, we're going to go to our regular list. MI 2024-000-763, 2601 North 31st Street. Arthur Casabos is the listed owner. Bria Kennedy is, okay, Mr. Casabos.
They should be rejoining us panelists shortly, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can, sir.
Sorry about that,
That's-
sir.
Sure, just state your name one more time, please. Did I swear
Sure,
you in
it's
the last
Art-
time you were on?
I'm sorry?
All right, state your name.
Arthur
spell it.
Kasombas, ARTHUR KOUSOMBOS.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we have a letter of unanimous non-opposition and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young. And our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Have you emailed in all the required documents and exhibits that's needed to proceed with this case?
Yes.
5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed and share your screen.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last part.
Please proceed and share your screen.
Please
You have to
proceed. what?
show your documents.
Oh, so Bria Kennedy Bria is my, adjudicator. She was helping me expedite everything. She has all the documents.
Well, we're going to bring Bria on, but she cannot testify, okay? She will just show documents.
Okay, sounds fine.
Bria?
All right, they will be rejoining as a panelist as well shortly, Mr. Chair.
Are you able to see my screen?
We see your name. We do not see your documents yet.
Okay, I'm sharing.
Your documents are up.
Okay.
All right. Arthur, why don't you start your presentation?
Okay, so this is my purchase contract, and my deed from when I bought the property. Hey, Bria, what do you want me to do? Just scroll down?
Okay. She'll scroll down for you.
Okay. I believe that this was the proposal submitted by the engineer architect. The property in question originally had 2 units in it. It had some work done on it. The staircases and stuff like that were in place at the time of purchase. All these corner properties were multi-unit for years.
Okay, do you have plans for what you did to the building? Okay, thank you.
Yes, here's all the plans.
So
Each
why don't you
apart-
tell us what we're looking at?
Sure. You have the first floor door. You go into the entryway. To the right is the first floor apartment. It is 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bathrooms, kitchen, laundry area, all self-contained, electric. To the left is the second floor apartment door with the staircase. Upstairs is the same layout, 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bathrooms. There's a little bit of difference because the kitchen, because the staircase is in the way. The powder room is further to the front of the building, and the laundry room is adjacent to that. So basically, what I'm looking is to legalize the conditions of the building as a 2-unit as I purchased it, as it was back in time. You know, I helped approve the zoning across the street for the 3-unit. And then the property adjacent to me is also 2 units of catty corner. And that's
Arthur, could
basically
you
it.
show us-
No
do you have-
living space.
Arthur, do you have photos of the inside of the property?
Yeah, yes.
So why don't you tell us what this is?
Okay, so, I think she's scrolling backwards. So basically you have the kitchen, that's the exterior. The building's been painted since then. You have the kitchen. The exterior of the building, you have 2-story front. This is the first floor, 2-story. It's almost a story and a half, about 16-foot ceiling there. Okay, all separate, up to code. Electric hot water heaters. That's the hallway. This is the second floor front. The door that's there is the powder room. The door next to it is the laundry room. Split systems for heating and air condition. If you want to scroll down, there you go. All separate, upgraded. I had an electrician finish their electrical work. That's the utility, that's the laundry room. That's the powder room. Basically, each floor is a mirror of the other floor, where the rooms are located. This is the living room. That's the kitchen. No appliances in as of yet.
Okay. All right. Questions from the board?
Yes, can you let me know, how do you access the basement? And does the first floor unit or both units have access to that space?
No one has access to the basement. It's a keyed entry, and per the suggestion of the nice lady from Strawberry Mansion, I'm gonna put a sign that says no tenant access on the basement. Everything that the tenants need is basically upstairs, unless you have a catastrophe of you know, frozen pipe or something, which I have everything insulated. I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
So for the keyed entrance, is it from the exterior of the building or is it from inside that common hall?
It's inside the common hall.
Okay.
And I have a quick question. Did you close off entrance, on the side, the side entrance closed off?
Yes.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from Pastor Tyrone Williams. I have allowed them to speak.
Good morning.
Reverend. Good morning, Reverend. Could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Sure. Tyrone, Tyrone, Williams, Williams.
Right. Do you swear?
I
or
just have a
affirm-
few questions,
Hold
if I
on,
may.
hold on one minute.
Go
Do you
ahead.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Sure.
Please
Sure.
proceed, Reverend.
First, I wanted to know what was the original application for this property? The original application.
I see here it's the applications for use of 2-family household living in the existing structure.
Right. And so we have 4 bedrooms, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is anyone currently living in the building? I see it lights up beautifully at night, and I see it's Louise Arms or something of another. It got a name already. So is anyone currently living in there?
No, sir, there's no appliances in there or anything. I leave
Okay.
the lights on.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, have there been a public meeting? I seen this, but I don't remember a meeting. I heard you mention Strawberry Mansion. I'm imagining or assuming Strawberry Mansion Community Concern. Have you been in contact with them, and what was the results of that?
Yes, they approved me. The public meeting was last week. And there was only one other person that showed up. It was a neighbor, and she was very happy with the improvements. And I let the Strawberry Mansion. There was two young ladies that showed up, and they from the association, and they wanted to go inside, and they gave me some, pointers. And Miss Cummings was her name. And she, from what I understand, I guess we all received an email that they're not fighting the zoning.
Thank you for that. That's the
Yes,
end of
sir.
my questions.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Anyone else in the virtual audience?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have Strawberry Mansion Community Concerns. Allow them to speak as well.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can, most certainly.
Oh,
Please
great.
just
Good
state your
morning.
name and spell for the stenographer.
My name is Bonita Cummings, Bonita, Cummings, Cummings.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I just wanted to make sure that the provisos that we're concerned with, particularly around trash, that location 2601 is between Stanley Street and 31st off of Huntington, and we're not experiencing too much corner dumping debris. The second floor unit could be an imposition to that, so we just wanted to make sure that the provisos that we listed be a part of the.
I have your provisos. Thank you.
Right.
Thank
Okay,
you very
thank
much.
you.
Okay.
Mhm.
Anyone else in the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands at this
Planning
time, Mr. Chair.
Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMYBOYD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Um, 1 second, I lost my place. Okay. In 2014, the zoning map was amended to RSA 5 at this location in accordance with recommendations from the comprehensive plan. The proposal is to legalize ground floor dwelling unit, which has a documented history of use as commercial. The residential dwelling is more in the spirit of the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for two-family.
Thank you. MI 2024-000763, 2601 North 31st Street. I vote yes with proviso. Interior trash storage, no household living in the basement, must obtain a certificate of occupancy.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ishmael Shahid, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. You have your vote, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great day.
All right, thank you. Number
Thank you.
3, MI 2024-004047, 2717 Federal Street. John McCrillo is the listed owner. There's a letter of support from Grace Ferry Community Council.
Mr. Chair, Joseph Console will be rejoining as a panelist shortly.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Counsel. I didn't see your name on this one. Please state your name and spell for the court stenographer.
Yeah, I just entered my appearance like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Joseph Console, Joseph, last name Console, Console.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Do you agree to, good morning, counsel. Do you agree to waive the
Morning.
reading of the refusal or stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Have you emailed in all the required documents and exhibits that's needed to proceed with this case 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you, counsel. Please proceed.
Okay. Did that work? All right.
You're up.
So,
You're up, sir.
all right, cool. All right. So Joe Console here, 2717 Federal Street. Here's the refusal. The property is zoned I2. This block is full of residential properties. There are some non-residential properties on this block, but the majority of the block is zoned. Is multifamily or single family residential properties. I had a shot of the block. Give me 1 second. 7 Federal, just to give you all an idea. So the property that we're here for is this vacant lot here, 2 doors down to the left, and I'll bring up is 2721. I'll bring up the approval. The board approved in 2019, and in 2020 that was built as a 3-unit. So we're trying to mimic that exact build. Like I said, this side of the block is all residential, either single family or multifamily. Farther down, there's more multifamily. Across the street, we have some lots. On the corner, there's all multifamily. At the end there, but directly across the street, there's these sort of garages. And further down on both sides of the street, there's multifamily approvals. So he's seeking to build a 3-unit building. It's approximately 1,200 square feet as a footprint. So were it zoned appropriately, it would support the number of units my client is seeking. My client is John McCrillo. He has had that lot since 2012. He's only now developing it. Proof of tax clearance. Our letter of support from the Grays Ferry Community Council. That's our lot. Photo of the poster. The building's going to, as I said, go between those 2 other buildings. The building itself will be equal height. The pilot house will go a little bit higher. It's going to mimic this property that you can see on your screen now, which was approved for 3 dwelling units in 2019. Let's see what else I got, if anything. We have the layout. Now, the original layout submitted for zoning has living space in the basement. We do not want that to be approved. It's going to be 3 2-bedroom apartments, and we'd like a proviso for no living space in the basement. It's just going to be for storage and mechanicals. Otherwise, there's the layout: 2 bedrooms, 1 bath on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor. And yeah, that's it. Is there any questions from the board or anything before I call my client?
Why don't you bring your client on and have your testimony adopted?
Okay. Mr. McCrillo, are you in the audience? If so, you got to raise your virtual hand. It should be a button on your Zoom.
Do we see him?
Mr. Chair, Counsel, I'm sorry, but I don't seem to see that individual in the virtual audience this morning.
I'm sorry, I was texting with him.
All right. So, Mr. Counsel, you're an officer of the
But
court.
I heard a hand raised.
Wait, and Anthony C has their hand raised. I can let them.
Yeah,
speak briefly, Mr. Chair.
he might be with the contractor.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe, he was just on the phone with me. He's having a little trouble getting on. So we're trying to get him on now.
Hold on.
It's on the phone call.
All right, well, we can wait or
Okay.
I can,
Mr. Consul, you're an officer of the court. We'll accept your testimony.
Okay.
Questions from the board?
Can you tell me a little bit about the trash plan?
yeah, actually, I have the contractor who could speak about it if you'd like. I don't have the information off the top of my head.
Joe, the trash will be put in the back,
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Who's speaking?
the contractor.
Okay, could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Anthony Consul, Casatal.
Right, do you swear
Contractor.
or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now, he's not the owner, Joe, he's the contractor?
Correct.
Okay, Mr.
He's not related to me.
Anthony,
Yes.
please, proceed. Tell us where the
Okay.
trash is.
In the rear of each one, there's going to be a little Juliet railing, and he's going to put the trash in the rear until it's trash day. It's a little storage in the rear of the decks in the back. Like a little catwalk kind of setup they have.
All right, other questions from the board?
Is there a
Yes,
plan that shows the deck?
No, we don't have that yet. We're waiting to get past zoning, and then the modifications will go in for the basement not being used and showing each little Juliet railing in the back. It's just for storage only.
Okay.
Other
Question.
questions?
yes, question. What are we doing about utilities? Where are they uh, in the building? If we're not using the basement, correct?
We're going to use the basement now as storage and a mechanical room since it was taken out. We have plenty of room, and that will be designed from our MEP guy, mechanical, plumbing, and electric, but suitable.
So you're not going to have self-contained utilities? Are there washer and dryer in the units?
Stackables. Yes, we were going to figure out where we're going to put them also.
Okay.
Stackable washer, yeah.
And trash is going to be just regular pickup, or are
Well,
you
we're-
going to have commercial trash pickup?
Well, that's more in the midst of seeing now, because usually they want a commercial pickup for 3 or more, and you get billed for that. So if it's commercial pickup, we would have our own little thing built where they could come, and it's not going to bother anybody on the block.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Yeah, I do have one more question. Is the third floor unit the only unit that has access to the roof deck?
Yes. Yes, it's feasible to do that rather than put more stairs and accessibility and common area.
And then the first floor is the only unit that has access to the rear yard, and it's through the bedroom?
Correct. Side door it'll be.
I just want to state for the record, while it has nothing to do with zoning, these living rooms are pretty minimal, and that I question why 3 units instead of 2, but
Well, we're only mimicking what's in the area for small. And again, this will be all reconfigured in since once you get past zoning, this is just a basic drawing of what our concept is.
The square footage and stuff is exactly the same as the property that was approved 2 doors down.
I'm not talking about square footage, but yes.
I understand.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the audience here?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands raised for the matter.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current medium industrial I2. However, the proposal for residential household living is consistent with the majority of the properties on this block face. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for multifamily household living.
Thank you. MI 2024-004047, 2717 Federal Street. I vote yes with proviso. No living space in basement.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
ION, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ishmael Shaheed, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Have a nice day.
All right. Number 6, MI 2024 004-292, 122 South Peach Street. Doris Jones is the owner. There's a letter of non-opposition from the West Philadelphia Economic Development Council. Doris Jones.
They're joining us panelists now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm the architect. Yeah.
I'm looking for the owner.
Okay, this is Doris Jones.
Hi, Doris, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
My name is Doris Jones, D-O-R-I-S, Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please turn your video on?
Excuse me, turn the video on. Yeah, hello.
All right, thank you. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning, Ms. Jones. Have you emailed in all the required documents and exhibits that's needed to proceed with this case 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, my counsel have all them paperwork.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed and you may share your screen.
I'm sorry, I got asthma really bad.
Yeah, I'm the architect. I'm helping her with the application. I can share my screen with the documents.
Yeah, and she has to do the testimony, okay? Unless there's a technical question we go back to you with, but please share your screen so that she can testify off your screen. Okay, why don't you start your testimony, ma'am? And tell us what you want to do.
Well, it's not what I want to do, it's what I did. In the back of my house, I had a little awning in the back of the house. But the tree that was in the back of the house fell and knocked my awning down. So I just redid it. And that's why we're here today. The awning right there. It was already one there when I bought the house.
So a tree hit a tree hit your wooden awning, we'll call it, right?
Do you see that little cover in the back of the house?
Right, yeah, that's what I know. That's what I'm saying.
the
So a
tree
tree
that's
knocked that down and you build a new
Yes.
one.
Yes.
And you build a
and I
new
put
one.
up- Yeah.
Okay, all right. Questions from the board?
Yeah, so there are pictures of the
Oh,
new
God.
awning?
So do you have any other pictures of that back or porch there?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
So
Ugh.
that's the drawing of the back porch, right?
Yes, that's the drawing that was submitted to zoning.
Okay.
Ugh.
Do you have anything else? Do you have any other photos or just the one photo?
Just the one photo.
Ms. Jones need to be speaking, sir.
Ms. Jones, do you have any other photos?
No, I'm here right now. I mean, no, just that one photo.
Okay, all right. Other questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Oh my God.
Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from Kyle Sampson. I've allowed him to speak.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Kyle Sampson, please unmute.
Yeah, Kyle Sampson, from the West
Go on,
Philadelphia Economic. Good morning.
Great. Hi. Could you spell your name for the court stenographer?
KYLESAMPS.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Mr. Sampson, you're from the RCO, am I correct?
Yes, the coordinating.
Please proceed.
I just want to let you know that with regards to the certificate of mailing, the only thing we received was a copy.
What's that again, sir?
Postal. With regards to mailing, the only thing we received was a copy of the receipt from the post office. That's acceptable to you.
Say that one more time. We're having a hard time figuring out, you're breaking up.
The only thing that we received was a receipt from the post office.
Okay. All right, but you did have a meeting, am I correct?
We did, and there was no opposition.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else in the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Wood with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing residential multifamily zoning at this location. The appellant has demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for max yard area, rear yard area, and rear yard setback.
Thank you. MI 2024-004-292, 122 South Peach Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Hi, Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Ishmael Shahid, my vote is yes.
Thank you. You have your votes. And number 17, MI 2024-006-307, 141 Roosevelt Boulevard. Rakan Alaharani is the owner.
Mr. Chair, they will be coming back in as a pen short.
Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, is the owner.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
RAKAN LHOOURANI.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you please turn your video on?
Yes.
Vice Chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good
How you
morning,
doing?
sir. Have you emailed in all the required documents and exhibits as needed and required to proceed with this case 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed and share your screen.
Why don't you start your testimony, sir?
That's the purpose. We make
Tell us what you're trying to do.
we're trying to make a restaurant in the property. We have a restaurant next door. and we're trying to make a restaurant, or we're trying to move to this restaurant. We're trying to make it nice and good. Can my brother speak with me, guys?
You are the owner, we need your testimony.
Okay,
Just take your time. I mean, just tell us what you want to do with it.
we're trying
You
to
have any
do,
other photos with it that are a little bit better than that, so we can figure out what's there?
sure.
Right, so you already have a restaurant next door?
Yes, we do have a
And
restaurant.
you want this to be this restaurant's going to be a takeout restaurant? You have a restaurant next door, you want this to be a takeout restaurant?
Yes.
Okay.
This the takeout area, and
Right.
there is gonna be the kitchen and the all the cooking stuff, and right here in the back is gonna be a fridge and the freezer in the back of it. Right here is gonna be the restaurant, the back area, the prep.
And you're saying you already have a restaurant there?
Yes.
Could you show me a photo of what the two restaurants will look like together?
The other restaurant, it's a different, okay, right here.
You went to the RCO and they gave you a letter of support, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the
So is that your current restaurant?
yes,
And you want to make that a takeout restaurant? Is that what you're saying?
yes. The
What-
other restaurant is gonna be in Russell Boulevard right there.
Oh, so say that. So hold on. No, go back. Go back to the original restaurant. So you have it'll be a restaurant down the street and then you're going to put a takeout on the corner. Am I correct?
Yes.
You got to show us that, please.
I'm sorry, guys.
Right. So that's Brothers Pizza is your current restaurant. Am I right?
Yes.
And then you're going to go past this driveway here. Keep going, slow. Keep going. And then on the corner, not Wade and Short, or is it Wade, this one on the corner?
Yeah, that's the
Right
wedding.
there?
Yes.
So Wade Insurance is, oh, the one over there. You got to show us where the second restaurant is. I don't.
That's the second restaurant.
Okay. All right. And that's right on the boulevard.
We're just trying to move from there to over here.
You're going to close the other restaurant.
Yes, I'm gonna close
Okay.
that.
So you're moving that restaurant to this place here.
Yes.
Okay.
We have enough space right here in the back, and we got better space to go out and in.
All right. Questions from the board?
Yes, do you currently own the property that you're moving the restaurant to?
Yes.
And do
Yes.
you reside there as well?
Yes.
What's currently occurring on that first floor?
It's gonna be a restaurant. That's the.
No,
thing.
no.
What is
what's
it
there
right
now?
now?
It's empty. It's nothing in there.
There's nothing, so you all are residing in, is it a separate apartment?
Yes.
And then what floor is the apartment on?
Second floor. It's gonna
Second
be
floor.
right here.
And the restaurant is only going to be on the first floor?
Yes.
Where are you intending to put the takeout?
It's gonna be inside right here, and when you go right there.
Why don't you go back to the drawings? Don't you have drawings? We showed us a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, you showed us drawings. Why don't you go back to the drawings?
And then how many other residential units are in the building?
One.
Just one residential unit. And then are you going to allow your customers to utilize your residential driveway?
No.
No.
While you did that, where would your trash be stored? Do you plan on having a dumpster back there or just you have a
Yeah,
storage area for trash in the rear?
it's gonna be a dumpster back, all the way in the back.
Okay. And that roll-up door there, is that gonna be a takeout window or how
No,
are you gonna
They're gonna,
use
they're
that?
gonna, they're gonna go inside. There is a door inside.
Okay,
There, right?
so what are you doing with that roll-up window there? On the side?
Which one? This one, the one in the front?
Yes.
They're gonna be. It's gonna be a door. It's gonna be a
It's
door.
on there was one on the side, I thought,
Oh,
that
the
you
one.
showed in the pictures. So what are you doing with that?
I think that was one of the other buildings. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's that one?
That one there, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Right on the-
door. That's the door to go inside. The entrance.
Ah,
Oh, so they're gonna go inside from here.
okay. And do you have any interior pictures
Yes.
of the space? Can we see those, please?
Yeah, sure.
This is the first floor?
Yes, this is the first door. That's in the back.
Okay,
That's the sides. This the store inside. This is the door, the one Miss Shirley she asked for it. They gonna go inside from here. This is the
Okay.
basement. That's the only pictures I have.
And you're living there now, you're saying?
No, I'm not living there. No, nobody lived there now.
No, on the second floor. Who's living on the second floor? Nobody?
It's empty, nothing, nobody in there.
But you're gonna move to the second floor? Is that what you said?
No,
I
It's
think you
gonna be
said
rent.
that.
no, I'm not gonna move there. It's gonna be a rent area in the second kitchen, in the second floor.
Say that again?
It's gonna be a rent for rent.
Is she gonna run it? Okay, all right.
So who's living on the third floor?
It's only 2 floors.
There's only 2 floors of that building?
There's a little pop-up on the third floor.
Got it. Can you go back to the floor plans for a second?
Sure.
And when you get to the floor plans, can you point out how does your residential tenant get into their unit on this plan?
Okay.
Definitely says.
You will see the pop-up on the top of the third floor. Yeah, right, yeah.
That's the lot. That's the lot. They're gonna go inside. They're gonna go
Yes.
inside from here in the back.
Where?
In,
Where it says storage?
it's right here. There's a steps. There is a steps right here, so they
There's
can go.
steps to the, yeah, and okay, so they get it, yeah, but, oh,
Right.
they're going in the egress corridor. Okay, I understand.
So they can go up and down.
Okay. And then I just want you to know that your plan states that this is a 3-story building, which is why I asked what's happening on the 3rd story of the building.
Well, there is a third floor pop-up there, Mike, right? It looks like 2 small rooms on the third floor.
Yes, it's all type in the roof.
So that's one combined unit,
Mm-hmm.
2nd and 3rd floor. Okay.
Yes.
And are you doing any construction up there as well?
No, nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Okay.
Questions from, any other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
I just want to note, so the refusal only references the restaurant, but I think it might be helpful if the board approves to clarify that the restaurant is on the first floor with single-family household living above.
Right. Okay. Right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any further hands for this matter.
Planning.
Amy Boyd with the City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from existing commercial mixed use CMX1. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for takeout restaurant.
I'm going to hold the vote on this. We're going to vote on this next Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. Okay, so you'll hear the results at 9:30 a.m. next week. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go back. Number 7, MI 2024-004-304, 2001 Kinsey Street. Lewis Stevens is the attorney. There is a letter of support from the Frankfurt Neighborhood Advisory Committee and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada.
Mr. Chair, they're coming back in as a panelist now.
What was that? Sounds like a game or something.
That's another, yes.
It's a game.
Like that's not true.
It's a game.
And the cognitive dissonance, I hear that all day.
Counsel?
Good morning.
Good morning, Counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Louis Stevens, Louis Stevens.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, thank you. Counsel, before we start, do you have a proof of posting and a receipt of a paper printed to post it?
I do.
Right, Hillary? We're looking at that. Am I right?
Yes, we don't have proof of posting. We also don't have a deed for the property.
That was not sent in?
No.
Okay. I'm trying to share my screen here. Can you see my screen?
We just see a listing for BKS zoning, BKB zoning. Mr. Stevens, why don't we do this? Why don't I come back to you and see if you can find what we were talking about, okay? I'll be back to you in probably 20 minutes, all right?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Number 8, MI 2024-006-060, 1542 North 42nd Street. Sharon Harvey is the attorney. There's a letter of opposition from HMC Squared RCO. Applicant provided a petition of support for a duplex with 13 signatures.
They're coming back in as a panelist, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Oh, there you go. Good morning, council. Could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer? Probably have to turn that on too, I think. See there, the button. Yep,
Yes, thank you.
very good.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the panel. My name is Sharon Harvey, Sharon, Harvey, Harvey.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
My client is Barbara Clark Pittman, and she's the owner of the property.
All right, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning, council. Do you agree to waive the reading of the refusal or stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, yes.
Have you,
Your Honor.
have you emailed in all the required documents and exhibits that's needed and required to proceed with this case 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I get this shit.
Email me all the stuff.
Having trouble sharing my screen.
Council, Mr. Stevens, could you please go out? We'll call you. We'll call you back,
Okay.
Mr. Stevens.
Sharing.
Leave the webinar or you go out?
I'm sorry. It's not sharing. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It's a touch screen too, so it's very sensitive. May I proceed?
I can. So why don't you proceed?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can I change positions with my client? I'm left-handed, and this is not working for me.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Okay.
Why don't you turn that mic on too?
Chair, we're here,
You got to keep that mic close to you. Yeah, it's not you, it's our problem.
all right. Mr. Chair, we're here to, there's two. Okay.
That's good. There you go. There you go.
All right.
There's no more chairs, so that one's got to work.
Yes, for a variance, which we already had since 1948. But there was a denial when my client applied to do some work in the property. So let me go down. So as you see, the first picture is the posting, and the property was properly posted on January 30th, 2025. The property already consists of a 2-story property, and the building is used as a duplex since 1948. My client acquired the property in 2023, but it was an owner-occupied property prior to that time. So up until her aunt acquired the property in 1966 and lived in the property. Upon her death, her aunt, the house was transferred to Ms. Pittman's father, Mr. Clark, and he had a cousin tenant living in the property. from 2009 until right before his death. He transferred it to his daughter, Miss Pittman, in 2023. He died in November of 2023. And then we were required to request a variance for the property, but it already had a variance on the property.
Why don't you show some photos of the property? And are the utilities separated?
Yes. Let me see, let me get this bigger. Okay. So this is a floor plan of the property. There's no structural or changes being proposed to this property. The basement is used as a utility room. The first floor apartment and there's a second floor apartment. They're both one bedroom.
Does that basement have a kitchen in it?
No, no.
Go back to the drawing. Did that look like a kitchen? No? Bathroom? There's a bathroom in the basement?
Yes. It's not a full bath here.
Okay.
This is the first floor entrance. So this is the first floor entrance to the first floor apartment. It has a separate door. This is the entrance to the building itself. It shows where there's an entrance up to the second floor directly, and then to the right, to the left of the stairwell are the apartment entrance to the first floor. The interior pictures, the first floor is what is being rehabbed right now. The first floor kitchen and the living room. And then, trying to make it larger so you can see, the interior of the first floor bathroom, and again, a picture of the kitchen. I enlarge it, I can't move it.
Do you have pictures of the second floor?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair. Killing me. Okay. This again is a picture of the first floor bedroom. Second floor is the living room in the second floor, and then the second floor bedroom. So they're already rehabbed, and someone has been living there up until June of 2024. That's when the cousin moved out. This is the second floor bathroom. And it's just the bathroom and the bathtub. Same. Okay, this is the interior of the basement. It's the unfinished space. There's no living quarters in the basement. And there are, however, two new hot water tanks and heating units in the basement. And the basement is not to be used for any type of living space storage. Again, this is the exterior of the property. There are no proposed changes to the exterior of the property. And this is a picture from the second floor bedroom down to the backyard, where Ms. Pittman plans to put a fire ladder in that window, so that if there's ever a fire, they do have egress either from the front or the back of the property. This is the exterior of the property. The view to the sidewalk is from the rear of the property, looking towards the front of the property, where the trash bins are closer to the front, and there will be a bin container built for the trash bins. And that's just simply a picture of the backyard. This is a view from, I guess, This is
East.
62nd Street looking towards Lansdowne Avenue. It's all residential area. And then there's parking on the street. The lighting, she has a motion sensor on the exterior of the property so that it can comes on only when there's somebody or in either the front or the back. This is from the Atlas, stating that this property was a residential apartment of 5+ units, which is where some of the constellation of the neighborhood objections were, that it would be a 5-unit apartment, but there's absolutely no way that this building could be a 5-unit apartment. It's always has been a two apartments, 1 bedroom each. And so I don't know why that's at the Atlas part. This was the zoning refusal and the zoning notice that was posted. Ms. Pittman has always paid the commercial trash bill and it continues to pay the commercial trash bill. She's charged commercial trash since she acquired the building. And this is the bill from July 2024 to December 2024. This was the summary. There were 177 letters sent to the community. There are 5 oppositions, and there was only 7 people who attended. 2 abstained. Ms. Pittman went around and talked to the neighbors, asked them to sign the petition. We have 13 people saying they had no objection to the planned use of the property, since it had always been, at least since 1948, a 2 apartments. Okay, this is just the letters required to send out with the notice. There's the deed. It shows it went from Arnold Clark to his daughter, Barbara Clark Pittman. We have the city's tax cert. City tax cert showing that it is legal. And then we have 28 pages of postage that we sent out to the community, the 177 letters, and verifying that we did send out. I did then also submit the supplemental, which shows this is the variance that was received in 1948. The other, there's only 2 pictures on that particular item. The other one is the second posting, because this hearing was continued because of technical difficulties the first time we were here.
Okay.
You did not have any internet, so we reposted as required.
Why don't you have your testimony adopted by your client?
Ms. Pittman, did you hear what I stated?
Hold on. Ms.
Oh.
Pittman, please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Barbara Clark Pittman, Barbara Clark, CLARK.
Do you swear or
Pittman?
affirm? Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, PITTMAN.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I did.
Please proceed, counsel.
Ms. Pittman, did you hear my testimony as to what we want to do with the properties today?
I did.
And do you affirm or agree with that testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
So counsel, just a real quick question. So the building's always been in her family,
Yes.
always been a duplex. She wanted to do work on it, went down to L&I. She got turned down because it wasn't zoned.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, can you expand on the work that you would like to do to the property?
I want to continue using it as a duplex, multifamily dwelling upstairs, 1st floor and 2nd floor. My great aunt God rest her soul, she was in the process of doing work on the property. She had already completed it. There was a young lady that used to live upstairs, but and it was, oh my goodness, I think she was there like 30 years, but she died. She had dementia. My cousin lived on the first floor up until June 26th of 24. And I just want to bring it up to code, not only up to code, but I also want to modernize it.
Okay. And then could you expand a little bit about some of the commentary that you got at the RCO meeting?
There was someone there, a gentleman there that told the neighbors that I was bringing drugs, that I was turning it into an Airbnb, that it was going to be used for short-term units of 30 days or less. I don't know where he got that information. That is totally false, all of it. I've never intended to do anything with that building other than continue what my dad and my aunt had done. I just don't know where he got the information.
Is that on the zoning permit? Because I see that we have a use refusal for short-term accommodations.
I never applied for short-term.
Okay.
And the explanation is, maybe in my office's fault. When we applied for the appeal, you have to put duplex and or short-term accommodations. You have to put either or, and they may have hit the wrong button. And that's why there was a lot of consternation as to what we intended to do. Our intent, and I did write a letter saying our intent was never to have an Airbnb. It was just always to have 2 one-bedroom apartments, and that was it.
And then have you talked to the neighbors on either side?
Yes, I've been going door to door, and some of the neighbors I knew from my great aunt and my dad, but I talked to as many neighbors that were home that day because I've been working on the property literally by myself, day by day.
Are
Not
the-
just by myself, I'm sorry, I have contractors to put in, they installed the heaters.
Okay.
They also installed 2 new gas hot water tanks. And the upstairs is completely finished. Matter of fact, I have a tenant lined up for the 15th of this month.
And then the tenants at 15, 43, and 47, do they support? Because I didn't see their signatures on the petition that you showed of neighbors on the block.
Yes, matter of fact, they are on there.
They are, okay.
The ones
might have
on,
just
I
scrolled
think
too fast.
Daryl, I think the husband's name is Daryl, and the one on the opposite side, I don't know the exact, trying to think that would be 51, I'm not sure.
Okay.
45, 57, maybe?
47, should be
47.
47.
He was
yeah.
the one that gave the information to the RCO that was incorrect.
Okay,
So that's why his signature is not there.
understood. I have no other questions.
Any other questions?
Yes, are there any other 2-family dwellings on the block
Not
that you
that I
know of?
know of.
No, they're
that I
not.
know of.
No, they're not.
And, but the paperwork that you showed from the archives,
Yes,
that I couldn't see the whole thing. So, but that said that this was approved as a 2-family
yes.
Yes, in 1948.
back in 1948. I
June
can't,
26th, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I'm
Duplex
not able to
apartment.
see.
A duplex, it says single dwell, sorry. It says single-family residence duplex apartment.
Okay, all right,
I'm sorry, it's on the screen now.
Thank you.
okay,
Questions or comments from our attorney?
thank you.
Just briefly, we did note that the refusal had the 2 uses. I did see your letter requesting to amend, which I think we approved, but I don't know if that amended refusal was done, which is fine. We can just amend via proviso and indicate if the board does approve that this is for 2-family household living only. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands raised for this matter, Mr. Chair.
Hi, Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing single-family residential RSA 5. However, the property has a documented history of 2-family. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 2-family household living.
Thank you. MI 2024-006-060, 1545 North 62nd Street. I vote yes with proviso. Approved use is 2-family household living only.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tywin, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ishmael Shahid, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you
coming
all
down,
so much.
council.
Thank you.
Sorry we kept you so long.
No problem.
May we be excused?
Thank
We certainly can.
Have a great day, everyone.
All right.
Thank
Number
you.
13, MI 2024-006-242, 3533 North 16th Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney. There is unanimous support for the Nicetown Tioga. Vote was 7 in support. Mr. Clinton.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel, I believe we've already sworn you. Just for the record, state your name.
Sure, Henry, Henry, Clinton, Clinton.
And could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Sure, my client is Dennis Jizzy, Gjuzi. He's the owner of the A&P Construction Company. He's also the developer and he's also the builder. So he'll be here to answer all questions.
Sure. Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good morning, council. Do you agree to waive the reading of the refusal or stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Have you emailed in all the required documents and exhibits as needed and required to proceed with this case 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We did, except this morning, the architect figured out a way to access the basement living units with a set of stairs, and they were added to the plans.
The additional pictures or photos?
Yes,
Thank you. Please proceed and share your screen.
thank you. Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is, sir.
All right, good. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Henry Clinton here on behalf of A&P Construction LLC. This request is for the demolition of an existing structure. I will show you photos inside and outside. And new construction of a building with 8 units, which basically mirrors another building on the block. And it's on a block that has other multifamily household living. And I'll show you zoning records as well as aerial photographs to substantiate that. This is the table of contents, exhibits A1 through A10, as well as zoning records from the block. Refusal, it's a straight refusal of use because this is an RSA 5 zoning district. Although, as I indicated, there's many multifamily on the block, and we are requesting a multifamily building on this application. As the chairman mentioned, this is Nicetown Tioga's improvement team's unanimous letter of support. They're interested in having more housing in the neighborhood, as is consistent with that block. Photographs. So this is the property right here, and we're basically, the proposal is basically to mirror the same layout and construction of the house next door, the building next door, including front bays. Our bays are a little bit different, but again, the general context of that building will be replicated with our proposed project. Some photographs, again, that's a closer photograph of the building next door. This is the subject building where my cursor is. This is looking down the block. South at the very corner, there's an apartment building with 14 units. Some interior photographs and exterior photographs of the property.
Henry, the building's rehabbed. It's not coming down, is it?
No, it's demolition of an existing building, Mr. Chairman.
But the whole demolition of the whole thing?
Correct.
Okay.
And in 2020, there were a number of violations, unsafe violations against the property. The client pulled the make safe permit just to stabilize it, but the building will have to come down. These are postings. This is a proviso plan. If the board looks kindly upon the application, the plans would have to be stamped. So here are the current plans, and I'll also show you the prior plan. So this U-shaped structure, again, mirrors what is next door. It's going to be 3 stories, no rooftop deck. There will be basement. And the issue why Plans were submitted late, actually this morning, is because there was an addition. The architect figured out how to get access to the basement living areas via replacing the previous window wells on the front of the building with a set of interior steps that you can enter from the front on both sides of the building, because the building is split in two, even though it's built as one. And then there's also going to be interior stairs with access from the rear yard, so that in the basement level, you'll be able to exit the building in the front as well as in the rear. The front elevation is going to be brick with siding on the bay, and the back will have siding. This is a rendering of what the inside U will look like. It will have siding with windows, 5 windows on either side. The smaller windows are for the bathrooms. On the left side of the building, where my cursor is right now, that's going to butt up against the existing building, and that we have no rendering of that. And then on this side, where my cursor is on the right side, that will be siding similar to what we have displayed on the rear and the interior of the building. There will be no windows on the side to the right or on the side to the left, because the building takes up the entire footprint, again, like the building to its north. So this is the layout. I'll start in the basement. So as I said, the building is split in the sense that there's a unit on the north side and a unit on the south side. You would enter through the front for the first floor. The first floor first floor has units 3 and 4. The basement has units 1 and 2. You would access the basement units by going into the front of the building and then going down the steps. Actually, you could I think based on this redesign, I stand corrected. You're going to be able to enter the unit 1 through the front steps and unit 2 through the front steps. And then there's a corridor or hallway to get out the back, again, with the set of steps on both units in the basement, which has in effect replaced the window wells that were there. The 3rd and 4th unit are on the first floor, 5th and 6th on the 2nd, 7th and 8th on the 3rd. So you basically have a 4-unit building adjacent to a 4-unit building, which yields you at eight apartments. We do have trash storage for the upper floors. On the 2nd floor, toward the front, there's going to be a ventilated trash room for unit 5 and unit 6. And then that floor plan, as well as the trash storage, is duplicated on the 3rd floor for 7 and 8. And obviously on the 1st floor in the basement, you're going to be able to access the rear yard directly for trash. My client, as I said, is the owner, the developer, and the builder. He will self-manage this building. He also will collect the trash with his team on a weekly basis. And we will have trash containers self-contained in the rear yard. They're not shown here, but they're going to be basically fenced in, and also one cart for each unit. These are the original plans. So as you can see, the window wells are in the front. They're no longer going to be there. They're going to be stairs. The stairs are moved slightly to the left and to the right, but it basically duplicates what is there. Likewise with the rear, there will be no window wells. There'll be walkout steps to get to the rear. And this is the same footprint. We're not changing the footprint. We're not changing the height. We're not changing the open space or rear yard. In fact, we don't have any refusals for any of that. But just so the board knows that the footprint is not changing from what was originally intended. This was the original intent of the project with bedrooms in the basement with window wells. But now again, we have rear access with the steps. The application for appeal. Our tax certificate, good till the end of March. Zoning map, you can see that this is one of the larger lots on the block. It's 36 wide by 118 deep. And the aerial photograph I showed you of the house next door, or the building next door, they actually combined the 2 lots into one to make it a larger building, and then have multifamily in that building. the deed indicating ownership of AMP Construction, our notice letter to all the neighbors. We also enclose a flyer from Nicetown Tioga. Certificate of mailing indicating 121 pieces of mail were mailed out. So then here is the zoning records. 3535 is next door. But I have the history of this because at one time it was a 3-family dwelling. Then it became unidentified as multifamily, but it was then combined into 6 units. And it's a 6-family building next door, and I'll show you that plan when I walk through it. This is the apartment building at the end of the street that I showed south of the property. And then 3539 is an 8-family approved project. I looked at the zoning records. They just got an extension. That developer got an extension of that permit, which was issued in 2021 until sometime this year. I don't know whether they're going to move forward with the building or not, but at least that's what the records indicate. So this is 35 next door. Again, this is a vacant lot. And they were going to subdivide one lot into 2 lots. That was the original intent with 3 dwelling units on both sides. Then a permit was issued 2016 for multifamily for 3-family dwelling for this property. And then eventually the building next door was combined, and this is the U-shaped building that I showed you from an aerial photograph. This is our project or existing house right next door. This is 3537. It's listed as 14 apartments, but it's not 14 apartments. I mean, when you drive by and you look at the block, and this is from 1974. So I don't know if that building was demolished, but there's certainly not 14 apartments there. It's down further south. This is the building permit I referenced, zoning permit I referenced for 3539. It was issued in 2021 for an 8-family dwelling. And it has since expired, and that's why I saw on the OPA records this morning that permit was extended, and I don't really know if they're going to build it or not. These are the plans for that particular project. So this is now 3527. It's an update from the one that indicated it was 14 apartments. It's 4 apartments, not 14. I don't know if that was a typo. This is an older record from 1952 for 3527. Again, I'm just doing this just to indicate it. It has been historically multiple family use on the block.
I think, Henry, we understand.
Okay, all right. Don't mean to overdo
Henry,
it.
the building that was right down the street, the large one, how many units in there? The one that's
6.
shaped similar to this one?
6.
6 units. Thank you.
Correct.
You want to bring your client on?
Sure. Davis, can you unmute yourself for the board?
They've been allowed to speak.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Davis, Devis, last name Juzzi, Gjuzi.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Davis, were you on the Zoom call when I presented your project?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you have to address the structural issues temporarily with this project back in 2020 with a Make Safe permit?
Yes.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And by the way, do you self-manage any properties that you own in the city of Philadelphia?
Yes, I do.
And do you collect trash on other properties on a regular basis, at least weekly, of other properties that you own in the city of Philadelphia?
Yes, I do.
And do you intend to build a trash enclosure in the rear yard to contain the trash receptacles for each tenant in the property?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Henry, did you attend the RCO meeting? Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, I did attend the RCO meeting. The Nicetown Tioga Improvement Team, they were interested in, again, I'm paraphrasing, bringing more units to the building, to the neighborhood, since this block already was or has multifamily on it. And they were very concerned about pricing. And that's why you see in one of the provisos that my client has represented to that board, and we'll put in writing that he's going to keep the apartments at $1,500 a month or less. I don't think it's going to be less than that. They also were concerned that they wanted my client's contact information, which we already gave it to them. There was a request for a hire locally. My client committed to interview anyone that's licensed and bonded to work on the project. And they want him to be part of the community and attend meetings on a regular basis. So my client agreed to all those things, as well as not having any co-living or common living arrangements, and prioritize local residents.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah, how many feet below grade is the basement?
Davis, can you answer that question while I pull the plans up?
Yeah. It's the 3 feet.
And how are we getting light and air into these basement apartments? You said you were
There
taking
is
out
a
the
front-
window well and putting in stairs
Right.
instead, so
Correct.
how?
That's, Ms. Gaston, I'll answer
Yes.
that one. These windows that are here now on the revised plans were not on the prior plan. So windows were put into the front to bring light into the living and dining area. And then the door at the bottom will be a door with maybe a light at the top, not a physical light, but a window pane, and or it will be full glass.
Okay, so then what about the bedrooms? What kind of light in here are we
So the
having
same
there?
thing, this is the view of what's internal. There's going to be 1, 2, 5 windows there.
On both sides?
Yes,
Yeah,
on
on both
both sides. Yes, that's Mr. Chairman, my mistake.
Okay, so where are these windows going to be?
They're going to be in this U-shaped area. There's going to be 5 windows on one side and five windows. They're probably going to be awning windows or hopper windows that open in or out.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions
Ms.
from the
Gaston.
board?
Oh, yes,
Oh,
there is my other question. So, why do we need to do 8 units in here? Why couldn't we cut out the household living in the basement and just have 6 units as opposed to 8 units?
Well, there's no reason really. I mean, there's no reason that you could have, a single family home. It's just that with the size of the property, the depth of the lot, and the desire to have as many housing units as possible, 8 seemed to be acceptable to the community group, and it was something my client was willing to commit to.
All right, and so we're getting into the whole least minimum variance sort of argument here.
Understood.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board?
So all of the units are gonna have access to the rear yard?
Well, they would have to come, Ms. Graham, they'd have to come out and then, walk along the side where the other building is, but they don't have there's no direct access. There's no rooftop deck, and there's no stairs out the back.
So the only units that have access to the rear deck directly currently are unit 1 and 2 in the basement.
Yes, you are correct.
And then who's gonna maintain the rear yard and let's call it a courtyard for,
Devis,
lack of a better term.
sure. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Ms. Graham. Devis, can you respond to that? I'm assuming you are, but you make the representation, please.
Yes, the front yard and the rear yard will maintain.
And then what's gonna be the surface treatment in that rear yard and in the breezeway between in the U? Is it
So-
paved? Is it, because
The U is gonna be, yeah, both the U and the rear yard is gonna be paved.
they're both paved? And then are any of your air handlers or any of your equipment going in the U itself?
Yes, they can go because it's 6 feet.
I didn't ask if they could. I asked, are you planning to put any
Yeah.
of the air handlers in the U? It's like your fans, your blowers, for your HVAC.
On the U here, no, we'll plant them in the rear yard and the roof.
No, you're out on the roof.
Because they'll impact window viewing.
Plus the
Got it.
noise.
Okay.
Any other questions to board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Just briefly, Mr. Clinton, we did receive your plans and proviso form. If the board decides to grant and then stamp those plans, we would only be able to stamp the one page of the zoning plans and not the floor plans. I realize you probably did the floor plans for the benefit of the community, I understand. But we would just need an updated proviso form then, just to reflect the one page of plans. So I just wanted to note that for
Understood.
the record.
All right, that's
Thank
fair.
you.
I understand, Ms. Emerson.
All right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing residential single-family RSA 5. We note for the board that absent participation in a state, city, or federal program, no city zoning initiative for affordability can be enforced by any city agency. The character of this block is almost exclusively single-family. The lot is 4,126 square feet, which is 2 to 3 times the size of most parcels here. The requested 8 units is not the least minimum. However, the density of 3 units will be in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for multifamily with proviso max 3 units.
Mr. Clinton, because of, we've heard some different views about the project. What I'd like to do is vote on this next Wednesday, and in the executive session, we'll discuss it and we'll vote at 9:30 a.m. next Wednesday.
Understood, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right,
Thank you.
thank you for your presentation. We
All right, thank you, sir.
Number 18, MI 2024-006-328, 1524 South 10th Street. Pasquale Calavita is the attorney. There's a letter of non-opposition from the RCO. And also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. In fact, the Passion Square says they're unanimous non-opposition.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Calvito. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Absolutely. Pasquale Colavita, Pasquale Colavita.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Or Juan Carlos Aparicio Torres.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning, counsel. Do you agree to waive the reading of the refusal or stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Have you emailed in all the required documents and exhibits that's needed to proceed with this case 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have, with the exception of about 10 to 15 additional petitions in support.
Well, I see that we still have not received the tax clearance. Did we receive that?
So with respect to the tax clearance, we finally, after about 2 weeks going back and forth, number one, the real estate taxes have been paid to date. The balance of the 2025 are not due until the 31st. What we learned was that there were some use and occupancy returns that were not filed. I assisted Mr. Torres yesterday. We filed all of them. He's probably going to get at least about $10,000 back as we filed amended returns when he was paying more than is required after residential deductions and the yearly exemption. So
We didn't receive everything, right? Is that what you're
we
saying?
can supplement it, but again, I've in the past, you've at the very least have allowed us due to the fact that real estate taxes for the
We'll
property.
proceed with the case, but we still need to make sure we see.
Yeah, I'll check on the taxes, while we go, and it is just the real estate taxes. So if I can pull something from the Philadelphia Tax Center, then we can vote. So I'll look at
And
that.
I believe that I submitted the updated that portion of it, and it's attached as one of my exhibits.
Thank you.
Okay,
Please proceed.
thank you. Pasquale Colavita, attorney on behalf of Juan Carlos Torres, owner of, and let me share this screen. Owner of 1524 South 10th Street. Mr. Juan Carlos lives in the property at this moment and on the second, third floor, as well as runs his BYOB El Chingon on the first floor. Just a little bit about Mr. Torres. He is a James Beard nominated chef for this location, is opening up a second location in Fishtown. The neighbor, we met with the RCO on December 10th of 2024, and as was stated earlier, a letter of support with certain provisos were submitted to you, which we intend on complying with, despite the fact that they probably are non-enforceable pursuant to the zoning versus a state-run function, which I think preempts this zoning board. But again, all of these documents, again, with the exception of certain petitions, were submitted earlier. Again, the real estate taxes in Exhibit 10 shows that there's zero balance. Mr. Torres has purchased his property back in 2019, opened up the first floor restaurant, and we've received a refusal. We're trying to, he has such a great following that there's constantly people waiting outside. And in order to alleviate that problem of congestion on the streets, you know, it saves the neighbors some headaches if there are any, and to have that overflow go to the second floor. The sole purpose of the second floor is to allow seating only. It's not for any plumbing and any cooking on the second floor, strictly seating to accommodate the first floor restaurant. And as you saw, we have the application for the appeal at Exhibit 3, Exhibit 4. If you want any descriptions as to this, or if you have any questions, Mr. Torres can probably answer them significantly better than I can. There's a separate entrance on Cross Street for the second floor apartment. There's a separate entrance for the second floor apartment. And as a matter of fact, the extension is solely for the front portion of the second floor, as far as changing it from residential to the commercial request for the variance there. Notice to the neighbors was submitted. We did meet with the community group on that date, as stated earlier. And here are some photographs of, if I can shrink this, of the posters were submitted on, posted on both sides of the property as required. I can continue to go through. So this is what the property looks like on the corner. Bedrooms, again, Mr. Torres's bedrooms, bathrooms, entrance to the second floor on the side. And I can keep on going, and that's it. And so that's what the inside second and third floor look like at this moment. Just to go through this, I'll go through the table of contents, and if you want me to go to the,
Pasquale, do me a favor, go back again. Show us how, like, the second floor, you're saying only the front portion of the second floor will be the restaurant?
yes, so let
Why
me
don't you
show you.
show that? So the side entrance will take him to part of the apartment he lives in now?
Yes, so I guess when you go up the side entrance, if we can have Mr. Torres on here too, because again,
Sure.
he understands the cutouts, and unfortunately, we do not have our architect on the call right now.
All right, so Mr. Torres?
Hello, hi.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer, sir?
Yes, Juan, Juan, Carlos, Carlos, Torres, Trrres.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Torres, you've been sworn in, and can you describe the entrance to the present? Let's do it this way: the present entrance to the second and third floor. Where is it?
Yes, it's on the sidewalk on Cross Street, and it takes you to the second floor from the street. There's a little step, like a step way to the second floor. And we intend to use the same entrance to exit the building, but the entrance is going to get built out to connect it to the same stairs through the existing bathroom, which we're going to build a second bathroom on the second floor as well.
And are you able to see the plans that are presently on? And it'll say 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the bottom where it says first floor. Are you referring to the interior portion where you'll be able to go from the inside of the restaurant to the second floor and up the set of stairs? Is that what you're indicating?
Correct. On the second picture on the middle, you're able to see the doorstep from across the street, and that's going to take you to the stairs to the second floor. And
You're
that's
not
gonna be,
removing the stairs that are on Cross Street, correct?
we're not. Correct. We're not. We're just
It's just going to
adding
be interior manipulation of the stairs.
to come up to the second floor. Correct.
Okay. Does the
that
board
your
have any other
presentation?
questions?
Okay, questions from the board?
Yes, so this will still be a shared stairway now between restaurant patrons and whoever's residing in the apartment upstairs.
Yes, it's gonna be myself. I'm gonna
It's
be
gonna-
living
yeah,
on the
well,
third floor.
Right now, but like, so, okay. And you're still gonna maintain the exterior stairwell and entrance, but restaurant patrons will not be using that one. They'll be coming through the restaurant.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Just a matter of note, the first floor plan says it's existing, and that's not true, that's proposed, so I would fix that before you submit it.
Other questions from the board?
Yes, how many more, well, let's start at the top. How many seats do you have now, and how many do you think you're going to have with this extension?
Currently, we have 32 seats inside, and I have a cafe license for outdoor seating for 12. And we're applying to try to get another 15, 20 more seats on the second floor.
So you're talking 32, you said, and 12 for exterior, you said?
Yes,
44, and you're trying to get another, how many did you say?
between 15 and 20 other seats to
Okay.
the second floor.
All right. And again, the access to this second floor is going to be through the existing restaurant? Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And there'll be no cooking up there or whatever?
No cooking, is mostly going to be seating, extra seating.
Okay. And then you said there will be a restroom you're going to put up there as well?
We're gonna build a restroom upstairs on the second floor as well.
All right. And have we given any thought to the idea of accessibility for patrons to this
The first
on the
floor
second
bathroom,
floor?
the first floor bathroom is ADA compliance, and it's gonna stay that way. We're not planning to change the existing bathroom on the first floor. Unfortunately, the second floor it's ADA compliance as well, and we're gonna maintain it that way.
How is it ADA compliant? I'm sorry.
Just if you see the plans, we are putting enough area for the second floor's bathroom to have enough space to comply with ADA.
But how they're gonna get up there to the second floor? How are people gonna get up there to the second floor?
We're planning to eventually put either like an electrical chair that is gonna go up and down.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but is that on the plans? That's not on there.
It's not on the plans yet.
And how many stairs are we talking about here? Are they very?
There's about 11 steps.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Mr. Colavidi, did you show the tax? I apologize if I missed it.
I did. So before I do that, I'm not going to go through every single one, but exhibits A, 7A through J are other similarly situated first, second floor restaurants within a couple of blocks this is right next to Passyunk Avenue. And these are 10 different locations that have a first and second floor restaurant. And let me get back to exhibit 10, which shows that the taxes for 2025, which is the top line, and I don't know why it doesn't have the years on it. I apologize for that. I mean, but
That's okay. No, you're fine. I did check on the tax center too, so you're fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing commercial mixed-use CMX1. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for expanding the sit-down restaurant to the second floor.
Thank you. MI 2024-006-328-1524 South 10th Street. I vote yes with proviso. No amplifying music on the second floor.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ishmael Shahid, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council. You have your votes.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay, I have one more of that. Yep. Go. Number 7, MI 2024-004-304, 2001 Kinsey, Attorney Louis Stevens.
Louis Stevens will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Right. Mr. Stevens? We see Mr. Stevens is coming on.
Yes, Chair.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
trying to promote
Thank
him
you.
to panelist. Chair, Louis Stevens declined to be panelist, and I have a hand up by the name of Winston Banks.
Okay, let's see what we have there.
They have been allowed to speak.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, is this Mr. Stevens?
No, Winston Banks, the owner.
Okay, Mr. Banks,
Oh,
we're
okay, you
looking
can hear
for.
me.
Yeah, we hear you. Could you state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Yeah, Winston Banks, Winston Banks, Banks.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Banks, is your counsel with you?
He had to step away. He'll be back at 12:15.
We're not going to be available at 12:15. I'm sorry.
Can I answer
Mr. Banks,
yes?
so we don't have a copy of the deed to the property and we don't have proof of posting for this property. So we can't,
Well-
until we have those, we cannot proceed with the hearing. And it also appears from our paperwork, but we don't have the deed to confirm that you may own the property under an entity. Is that correct?
Well, no. Mr. Attorney Stevens is going to address the deed. My name is physically on the deed, and in regards to the dating of the posting of the notices on the windows for the public, when I had called the ZBA office, and she confronted me about that, I said, well, if I go to the place where I always get my documents, DocuCenter at Broad and Poplar Street, I have a receipt with the date on it. Would that suffice? And she said yes. So what I did, I enlarged the receipt so it will be more readable, and I made a comment on it. This is the receipt to prove that this is the date that I had posted the window postings for the public. So as far as that's concerned, that should suffice.
Mr. Banks, are you able to show us any exhibits, including your
Yeah,
deed and the proof
yes.
of posting?
Yes.
And a proof of posting.
Are
Oh,
you comfortable proceeding without your attorney?
I am, but the deed, no. Yes, the Attorney Stevens has to address that.
All right, well,
But as far as the proof of posting, I can address that.
yeah. Mr. Banks, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to continue this matter if we can't see all of the required documents. Can you please reach out to the ZBA office and they will work with you and your attorney to reschedule this matter?
Okay, so MI 2024-004-304-2001 Kinsey Street. This case will be. I'm not. This case will be continued and the staff will work with him to get a new date. Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the virtual audience who their case has not been called from 9:30?
Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from the number ending in 3552. This may be Miss Adrian Fernandez. I will allow her to speak.
Adrian? Morning, Adrian.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Just for the
Hi.
record, state your name, please.
Adrian Fernandez. My last name is spelled Fernandez.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Adrian, did we miss your case?
I wanted to know if 2601 North 31st Street was called.
Yes, that was the first case that we heard today.
Yep.
Okay. It was voted on.
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to call. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience whose case has not been heard?
I do not see any further answers, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you, everybody. See everybody at 2 p.m. adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Ismail Shahid. You should
Present,
share-
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Our board member, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our board member, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
And our board member, Taya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is Hillary Emerson, our attorney, Ian Haggerty, our executive director, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Please be advised the meeting is being recorded, and your participation in this meeting indicates your consent to be recorded. The video will be posted on the ZBA website approximately 1 week following the meeting. The meeting is being held in person with remote capabilities, meaning that individuals can participate either in person at the hearing room on One Parkway Building or remotely over Zoom. When you are recognized to speak by the board, please state and spell your name so that the court reporter then wait to be sworn in. If you are in a hearing room, you must speak in the microphone so that everyone in attendance, including the court reporter, can hear you. If you're participating remotely, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself when you're recognized to speak. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying, whether you are in person or remote, so that the court reporter knows who is speaking. Please mute yourself or turn off the microphone when you are not speaking. If you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. If you're participating by phone, please call 267-270-5548. Register your appearance by the close of the business day after the hearing. You must provide an email address and the address of the property you're interested in. All others can either enter their appearance through the Zoom registration. For individuals participating in person, a QR code is available to register your appearance. For assistance, please see a staff member at the back of the hearing room. If you have any questions about how to enter your appearance, please contact rcozba@philip.gov. If you're in the hearing room, please refrain from talking or engaging in conversations while the hearings are proceeding. Please note that there is no eating or drinking in the hearing room. It's prohibited. In addition, verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. If you're participating remotely, remember the Q&A on the Zoom platform is not for testimony or comments. Any concerns related to the hearing operation should be directed to ZBA Executive Director at philip.gov. Before we begin, our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty, has an important safety announcement. Ian?
All right, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the ZBA hearing room. Safety of our meeting attendees is our highest priority. If there is an emergency, please pay attention to the announcements that come over the loudspeaker, which will provide detailed information. If there's no announcement, just listen for directions from the ZBA staff or from security personnel. Main exits through the double doors at the rear of the room where you came in. If an order is given to evacuate the room, please proceed to the nearest stairway. That's to the left outside those double doors. If an order is given to evacuate the building, the rally point is at Love Park, just across this Arch Street from the main entrance to the building. Please remain at the rally point so we can account for everyone. Restrooms are located just across from the elevators, and there's a water fountain just outside the double doors to the right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We're going to look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 5, MI 2024-005-72752, 4028 Westminster Avenue. Mr. Knockhamson, please. There's a request for continuance on his case, Mr. Goldberg. I know. Thank you.
Chair, this is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for this session. Mr. Goldberg has been allowed to speak.
Mr. Knockhamson's here. Mr. Knockhamson, on case number 5, MI 2024-005-752, 4028 Westminster Avenue, we have a request for continuance from the Belmont Alliance Civic Association. Is there anyone from the RCO present in the audience?
Chair, I have Cordelia Baffick with their hand raised. I will allow them to speak at this time.
Okay.
I believe Ms. Baffick is the block captain, but I don't know if she's also representing the RCO, but I know she is the block captain.
Hi. Could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Hi, sir.
I'll get to you in a minute.
Cordelia Baffick. Cordelia Baffick,
Yep.
Cordelia Baffic.
All right.
I also believe that the chair of the RCO is also present in this meeting,
All
Mr.
right,
Nasir.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to start with Mr. Nachumson. Mr. Nachumson, could you state your name, please, and spell for the stenographer?
Alan Nachumson, A-L-A-N, last name Nachumson, N-O-C-H-U-M-S-O-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The Belmont Alliance Civic Association is requesting a continuance on your case.
So we're going to object to that. We filed our appeal on or before September of 2024. Due to the unfortunate passing of Betty Ferguson, we, voluntarily delayed the last hearing, and it took some time for the RCO to schedule a community meeting, and which is fair. But we're already in March. It's over 6 months since we filed the zoning appeal. I think all of the issues were fleshed out in the community meeting. Most of them are non-zoning with regards to this matter, and we can address them at the community at this hearing. And if the board feels so inclined to hold it under advisement, so be it. But I think we can really address most of those issues at this hearing.
All right, Ms. Baffick?
Yes,
Cordelia?
sir. Yes, sir.
All
Who
right.
is here? What is the name of the head of the RCO?
Mr. Nasir is here as well.
Is he with you or is he on?
He is on, he's virtually on another location, but he is connected, if
Okay.
I understand correctly.
I do see Nasir N.
That's correct.
Okay, they have been allowed to speak.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nasir Noordin. First name is Nasir. Last name is spelled Noordin, or is Noordin spelled Nuriddin. And I'm the current chair of Belmont
Okay.
Alliance Civic
Do you
Association.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you give us your position on this, please?
Well, reasonably, we asked for a continuation primarily because of some significant safety hazards that have not been addressed that we felt could and should have been addressed and have gone long-standing for the past several months plus. And the community did have an opportunity to share these issues. We did have some photographs that were recent, the day of, that illustrated what those concerns were and are. And that is primarily the reason why we asked for a little bit more time, just so Mr. Malik, who's the property owner, can do what he needs to do to correct these issues and at least not pose any safety hazards to the neighbors or to the community at large. Thank you.
Mr. Nachumson.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I think our presentation will show that we addressed almost all those issues. There's one issue remaining that I'll have Mr. Boyd testify to that he's in the process of completing. At the very least, let us present, hold it under advisement, give us an opportunity to show that last item, that we completed that item, supplement the record, and then the board can vote.
Nasir, what we're going to do is we're going to go on with the case. We'll evaluate as we go through the case whether or not we vote today, but we will hear the case, and that will probably be in about a half hour from now. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Nachumson. Number one, is there any other request for continuance?
I'm not sure. I have a hand up from an Abhilash Reddy. I will allow them to speak at this time.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. They have put their hand down. Mr. Chair, you may proceed.
Okay, so case number one, MI 2024-004-714, 2109 to 11 Nedro Avenue. Nixon Lossier is the listed owner. This is the second listing. We still have no exhibits.
Chair, I have Harry Cook's hand raised. I will allow them to speak at this time.
Yeah, I got that.
Rather, they'll be coming back in as a panel shortly. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Harry Cook,
Mr. Cook, will you please spell your name for the court stenographer?
Harrycook.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Could you give us an update on this case?
Sure. I'm actually, you had asked if there were any other continuance requests, and we got a late continuance request in for 1454 South 28th Street. And I just wanted to make sure it didn't get lost on the continuance list.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah. We have that. We will take care of that, sir.
Thank you,
So-
sir.
So number 4, MI 2024-005-739, 1454 South 28th Street. That case is continued. Mark must be heard. It's continued to 7/23/25 at 2 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's go back to number 1, Nixon Lossier. Okay, so this case was continued on 12/4/24 because of medical issues. We will continue this one more time. MI 2024-004-714-2109 to 11 Nedrow Avenue. This case is continued to 7/23/25 at 2 p.m. We're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, 2024-006-217, 1907 East Seltzer Street. This case, the vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, March 12th at 2 p.m. Number 2, MI 2024-006-965, 514 East Cabot Street. The vote on this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, March 12th at 2 p.m. Number 3, MI 2024-006-920, 648 to 50 North 40th Street. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, March 12th at 2 p.m. Number 4, MI 2024-006-905, 12 East Cabot Street. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, March 12th at 2 p.m. And number 5. You just handle this one, right? Ishmael Shahid will handle this vote.
Yes, Chair. Number 5, MI 2024-006-099, 4210 Teasdale Street. My vote is yes, with a three-year variance expiring 4/1/2028. Moving on to number 6.
But the other members need to vote. 1
Oh.
minute.
Oh, I didn't.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Number 6, MI 2024-003-086, 7330 Ridge Avenue. My vote is yes.
And there's an
I believe
amended.
there's a proviso.
There's
there,
a
too.
amended refusal, yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Per amended refusal dated 10/11/2024.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
With proviso? Ms.
With
Gaston?
proviso, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Bill Bergman, I certify that I watched the February 26, 2025 video regarding of the hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes per proviso, per amended refusal dated 10/11/24.
Tanetta Graham, I certify I watched the October 30th, 2024 video recording of the hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes with proviso.
My name is Taya Nguyen. I certify that I watched the October 30th, 2024 video recording of this hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. Thank you, Ismail. Number 7, MI 2024-006, 154, 5326 Bayton Street. I vote yes with proviso. Temporary variance expires 4/1/2030. No fraternity, sorority, personal care home, group home, or temporary overnight shelter.
Cheryl Gaston, I abstain.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wood, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ishmael Shahid, my vote is yes with proviso.
And number 8, MI 2023-006, 888, 623 North 44th Street. The case has been withdrawn by the applicant. We're going to go to our regular list. Number 6, we do have a Spanish interpreter for number 6, which is MI 2024-005-763, 221 West Loudon Street. Would the interpreter please come on?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Aubain, Aubain, interpreter ID YM288.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability.
Yes, I do.
Could you ask both people who are sitting here to identify themselves and spell their names for the court stenographer?
Así que si se pueden identificar y deletrear su nombre para el estenógrafo.
Armando Vicente Belén.
The interpreter requires verification. Armando Vicente Belén, por favor, deletree su nombre.
B-C.
And this is the interpreter speaking. I'm just asking him to spell his name.
Okay, sure, thank you.
B E. Okay. B E C 7 N.
Sir, you can spell in Spanish, that's fine.
Sí, pues, señor, usted me lo puede deletrear en español, si está bien.
¿Está bien? B I C E N T E B E L E N.
The interpreter requires verification y el nombre, por favor.
Armando A R M A N E D O.
Okay.
All right, Armando. Yes, Armando is spelled A-R-M-A-N-D-O. Vicente is V-I-C-E-N-T-E. Second last name, Belen, B-E-L-E-N.
And interpreter, could you please ask them, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Jura y afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí, toda la verdad.
Yes, I do.
And could you ask them, does he waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy.
Y usted renuncia el leer de el rechazo y and this is the interpreter speaking, waive the reading of the refusal. And what was the last part?
We're actually going to read the refusal into the record because
Okay, all right,
he
we'll do-
is representing
okay,
himself.
all right, okay.
So,
All right. This application is for the legalization of an addition at the front of a semi-detached structure for use as a two-family household living. The proposed use, two-family household living, is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. Whereas the RSA 5 zoning district, the distance between the front facade and the front lot shall be no less than the distance between the front facade and the front lot line of the principal building on the immediate adjacent lot.
This is the interpreter.
As you do it, and I'll pick up where you might have missed that, okay?
Yes. Are you reading from the page?
yes, from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
document right in
Yeah,
front of you,
right.
under application 4 and then the 2 refusals.
Ok, así que esta aplicación es para legalizar la adición en la parte del frente semi sacada para el lado de una estructura de un domicilio o un hogar de 2 familias viviendo en esta ubicación y demostrado en los planes de la aplicación. El permiso de arriba está ubicado y que no puede ser dado porque la propuesta no cumple con las provisiones siguientes del código de zonas de Filadelfia. Ese código lo puede acceder en la página de web en la pantalla y que son los códigos sección 14-7012B5.A y notar la tabla de 147011 donde dice que el RSA 5 distrito, la distancia entre la parte de al frente del lote, al frente, la línea del lote del frente no puede ser más que la distancia entre medio de al frente y el lote y la línea del lote al frente con el edificio principal y el lote al lado inmediato. Y la tabla 146021, donde dice los usos permitidos de distritos residencial, dice que donde se propone el uso de el domicilio de 2 familias viviendo es expresamente prohibido a través de el distrito de zona residencial RSA 5.
Ok, yo nunca me he salido de la línea, simplemente estaba en la galería y subí la pared de misión de la galería. Subí y yo no me salí de la línea, simplemente cerré la galería, la parte de arriba, de donde uno se sienta. Eso fue lo que yo hice.
So the only thing that I didn't cross the line. I just raised it, and I closed the gallery and I just raised it up.
Okay, why don't we do this? Let's start making the presentation and we're going to show things we'll ask him questions through you and we'll try to figure out if we get through this, okay?
Así que le vamos a enseñar la presentación y le vamos a hacer preguntas. ¿Está bien?
Ok.
All right.
Okay, we have that. The posting, I see it. Yep. Is the greenhouse theirs?
¿Y la casa usted es la verde?
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
And, okay. Yep. We have more pictures of the inside of the property.
¿Y hay más imágenes de la parte de adentro de la propiedad?
Just asked him what it is that he wants us to do. Yeah, I mean, give us an idea where he's going.
Así que denos una idea de qué es lo que usted quiere hacer.
Yo saqué esa casa por el banco y era imposible yo seguirla pagando porque lo que me dan a mí de seguro social son $945 y estaba atrasada con el banco y la hija mía se mudó para allá para ayudarme a pagar la renta.
The interpreter requires verification. Así que usted dijo que le entregó la casa al banco o todavía se quedó con la
No,
casa.
no. Yo la estoy debiendo al banco.
Okay, so I still owe the bank the house. So it was impossible for me to make payments on it because through Social Security I only got $945 and I was delayed on the payments. So my daughter said that she was gonna move with me so that she could start paying, helping me pay.
Right, so he's in one apartment, she's in another.
Así que usted está en un apartamento y ella está en otro apartamento.
No, todavía como para en el caso, estamos viviendo en juntos, porque la otra parte no me he mudado porque no estaba terminada.
So we are currently living together because the other section is still not done.
Is what?
The interpreter will repeat. The other section still isn't finished.
Okay, all right. How long has it been a duplex?
¿Y por cuánto tiempo ha sido un duplex?
No, eso hace, desde que me pusieron la multa que los inspectores se tiraron de ahí para acá, hace un año.
The interpreter requires clarification. Así que la pregunta fue, ¿hace cuánto tiempo el apartamento ha sido un duplex?
No, ahora.
So now.
From now.
Así que desde ahora ha sido un
Sí.
duplex. Yes.
Sí, desde ahora.
Questions from the board?
Yes, what is going to be the use in the basement?
¿Y cuál va a ser el uso del sótano?
No, todavía, el sótano está a meter el reguero y
It's going to be used to store
a
things.
guardar.
Other questions?
Yeah, so the closed porch is providing more living room space on the first floor?
Así que la sala que está cerrada, ¿eso es para proveer más espacio?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you ask if there's any other properties on the block that have a closed-in porch?
¿Y hay otras propiedades en ese lote que tienen esas salas cerradas así?
Sí, la mayoría están todas cerradas.
Yes, the majority of them are closed.
Other questions from the board?
Both units will have the same entryway?
¿Y ambas unidades van a tener la misma entrada?
No.
No.
Oh, sí, la misma entrada, sí.
Yes, they will have the same entrance.
In the front. Any other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
¿Y alguna otra pregunta?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
¿Y preguntas de la audiencia virtual?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised for the matter.
Planning Commission.
¿Y el comité de planeo?
¿Puedo decir algo?
May I say something?
Sure.
Sí.
David? Oh, he wants to say something?
Yo quiero, si no se puede, yo quiero terminar con esto porque yo después que me ha citado aquí, yo hasta la presión se me ha subido. Entonces que yo hago lo que ellos me digan porque yo quiero salir de esto.
So I want to finish with all
No me
this
siento
issue.
bien.
I want to finish with all this issue because ever since I got cited to present myself here, my blood pressure has gone up. So I want to take care of everything that I need to take care of so that I could get out of this.
Okay, thank you. Planning. Another question?
Sí,
Thank you,
gracias.
Chairman. And
Could you ask him when he went to the RCO meeting? Tell me what happened.
Y cuando usted fue para la reunión de RCO, ¿qué fue lo que sucedió?
La que tuve por teléfono, faltaban unos papeles y se envió para estas fechas. A esta fecha se reenvió. Porque faltaban unos papeles que tenía que presentar.
There was some paperwork that was missing and they spoke to me through the phone and I sent them in.
I'm trying to figure it out. Right. So the RCO, when he went to the meeting, did he get a chance to give his side of the story?
Cuando usted fue para la reunión de RCO, ¿usted le dieron una oportunidad de dar su parte de la historia?
No, simplemente me dijeron que tenía que proponerla y me pusieron esta fecha.
So no, they simply told me that I needed to propose it and they gave me this date.
You can, so there's a petition for people who didn't want the project. We were just trying to figure out if they relayed that to him at the meeting, if they said why they didn't want him to do this or get permission to do this.
Así que hubo una petición firmada por personas que no quieren ese proyecto que está haciendo. Ellos tuvieron una reunión con usted dejándole saber por qué no querían ese proyecto.
No.
So no, I didn't have that meeting.
Sir, we received a letter from the new 42nd Ward RCO, and they said that they met with you and issued a letter in opposition. Can you talk about that meeting?
Así que recibimos una carta de el 42 RCO donde ellos nos entregaron una carta que no estaban de acuerdo con el proyecto. ¿Usted recibió esa carta o la hablaron usted?
Sí, yo la recibí.
So I did receive it.
La que mandó la carta, dividimos, pero ella tiene habitación en el Bellman, sacó algo atrás, sacó, y fue la que llamó aquí. A ver. Entonces, la que dividimos el pasillo.
So the person whom we share a hallway with, that is the person that was the one that complained about and had called for the meeting here.
Okay. Planning Commission.
thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto, FECTEAU with the City Planning Commission.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location.
Así que está hablando David Fecto del Comité de Planeo de la Ciudad y ellos nos recomiendan cambio a el plan residencial RCA 5.
The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1982.
La ciudad rezonificó esta vecindad en el 1982.
The front porch matches the character of several other homes on this block.
Así que el porche del frente es igual a diferentes porches en este bloque.
However, this is a primarily single-family block face.
Pero esto es primariamente un área de familias, de solamente una familia.
The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested dimensional variance for the front porch.
Así que el comité de planeo de la ciudad le pide eh, que den este permiso para estas variaciones,
but deny the request for a second dwelling unit.
pero negar el permiso para una segunda unidad de domicilio.
Thank you. MI 2024-005-763-221 West Loudon Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Tyoin, my vote is yes.
So we'll hold this to, good.
Yes, so since the votes are tied, we will have the other members of the board review the video and we will vote on this matter. I will currently schedule it for next week at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Thank
Next week at 2 p.m., we'll give you the results of the meeting, okay?
Así que como
He doesn't have to come, he can listen in.
Así que como el voto fue hubieron un empate en votos, tienen que ahora los otros miembros de la junta revisar el video para que ellos puedan hacer el voto. Ya para la semana que viene, nosotros le daremos los resultados a las 2 de la tarde. La semana que viene, y lo puede ver por el video, no tiene que presentarse en persona, pero puede verlo por el video.
Okay? Thank you.
¿Está
And
bien?
Interpreter, thank you very much for your help.
Así que gracias and thank you for using the
thank you.
service.
All right, we're going to move to number 8, MI 2024-006-101, 1912 East Cumberland Street. Jamie Gukas and Alexandra Vod Rieger are the owner applicants. Letter of support from East Kensington Neighbors Association. The vote was 18 in support, 4 opposed. A letter of opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Excuse me, Chair, I have a handout from an Anda Fadaregger. I'm going to allow them to speak briefly.
Sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ken, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Yes, Jamie Gukas, Jayme, last name Guokas.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you turn your video on, please?
I will have to promote him to panelist, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Please
thank
hold,
you.
Mr. Lucas.
And Mr. Chair, after we hear this case, if we could move to number 15, that would be great. Thank you.
He's back in as a panelist, Mr. Chair.
Well, I guess I'm over here. Okay. Hi.
Hi. Do you swear if you, did I swear you in? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I
truth?
think you did. I do.
Okay,
Yes.
sure, thank you. This application is for use as a visitor accommodation in an existing structure. The proposed use, visitor accommodation, is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. Is this for both units?
It is. Yes.
Okay, why don't you start your presentation and share your screen?
Okay. How do I share a screen? All right. My wife is helping me with this. Thank you.
Okay, you're coming up, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping you could see our presentation. This is a rental property that we've had for many years, 1912 East Cumberland Street. And we would like permission to use it as a visitor accommodation. And I'd like to show you some slides. There we go. This is the facade of the building. Rear yard. The interior. I renovated about 8 years ago. I live on the block, and we've been using this as a rental property, and like I said, would like to use it as a visitor accommodation. We have the support of our neighborhood and all of our neighbors. Here's the posted zoning notice, the deed, and I could return to these if you need. Tax clearance, reasons for our appeal, refusal notice, and a letter of support from our neighborhood association.
Have you
I'm
been
happy to
using it,
take
have you
questions.
been using it as a visitor accommodation?
We did previously until that was no longer allowed, so not for the past 2 or 3 years.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board?
Can you explain the delineation between the two units?
Sure. The first unit is the entire first floor of the building. There's a sort of entry vestibule. The second unit has a separate entrance. I can show you the facade. And that has stairs up to floors 2 and 3. So this is a entry hall that accesses both units.
Okay, so there's one, if I go up those stairs, there's a door to the right, and then there's a door that goes straight through.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And then for the structure in the backyard, what is that, a garage or a?
Sure. No, this is just the rear of the house.
That's just a
The building has a duplex variance that's historical. It's been used as a duplex legally since the 50s or 60s, I believe.
And then there's no access at the rear of your yard to a shared alleyway? Like we're
No.
standing at the property line, looking at the rear of the
Yes.
house in this image.
Well, there is an easement. There's a sort of easement that's kind of overgrown, but yeah, the yard is available to the first floor unit only.
Okay, and then the second floor unit looks like they have access to like a deck?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. There's a deck.
Okay.
All right.
And
Other questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands raised for this matter, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecta with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned East Kensington in 2016 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. The 2020 zoning ordinance passed by City Council, which regulated short-term rentals, did not change the basic rule prohibiting full-time use of a dwelling unit as a short-term rental. This type of absentee management, where the owner does not live in the unit, has been illegal since the first short-term rental zoning regulations became effective in 2015. What's changed since the passage of the 2020 ordinance is that there is now a licensing and enforcement mechanism. City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested use variance for visitor accommodation.
Thank you. MI 2024-006-101, 1912 East Cumberland Street. I vote yes with proviso. Temporary variance that'll expire 4/1/28.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ty Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You have your votes.
Oh, thank you.
Number 15, MI 2024-007-280, 2538 East Ontario Street. Alan Knockhamson is the attorney. Unanimous support from Port Richmond on patrol, 32 votes in support. Applicant also provided a petition of support, 13 signatures, 7 from the block. And also the applicant is providing 4 letters of support from the neighbors. Mr. Goldberg, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Alex Goldberg, ALEX GOLDBERG.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Do you agree to the waiving of the reading of the refusal, and do you agree with its accuracy?
I do.
Share your screen and start your presentation. Could you identify your client
Sure. My
and
client
the
is,
relationship to this property?
my client is Donna Ray Lee. She should be in the virtual audience.
Okay.
She's the owner of the property.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so this application seeks to legalize an existing duplex. This property has been in Donna Ray's family since the 1940s. Her grandparents purchased it around 1940 and operated it as a candy store on the first floor and an apartment above. In 1970, her grandfather passed away and the candy store was converted into an apartment. Since that time, it was passed down to her father, and it was then passed down to Donna Ray in 2022, at which point she inherited 2 residential tenants, both single older gentlemen that have been living there for 4 and 10 years respectively. You'll see that in the photos. They're happy to be there. They'd like to be able to stay. And Donna Ray, she inherited, or she acquired several properties from her father, and she's sort of going through the process of legalizing the ones that need to be legalized and sort of cleaning up the paperwork. We're not doing this in response to any violations. Our tenants are happy. We just like to get the sort of, the permitting and licensing all straightened out. As you said, we got unanimous support from Port Richmond on patrol. RCO is 32-0, I believe. And, they understood the situation. There's 2 front doors there. So it looks like a multifamily. They each have washers and dryers. There's trash storage for each of them, and nice units for them to be able to live in. We do have this one refusal for multifamily living because it is an RSA 5 property. Here's that letter of support from ProPac. You can see down here 32-0 in support. Donna Ray circulated a petition to her neighbors. She got, I believe, 9 signatures from the 2500 block of East Ontario, as well as some others. People, I think, mostly just, I think we're just a bit confused because for the majority of all of their, their time living there, even the long-term residents, this is operated as a 2-family dwelling. It's listed online as a multifamily property. It's recognized that way by PECO. She's paying multiple electric bills. The water is separated as well, and you'll see that in the photos. It's a zoning map of the property. It is RSA 5 across from CMX1. To one property across the street is a firehouse. We're catty-cornered from an 18-unit apartment building, so there's a mix of uses here. And again, we are the corner of this block. There's a Google Maps perspective. Here's some photographs. So this is the front. You can see the 2 doors. Here it is in 2007, as far back as I could go on Google Maps. Significant amount of time ago, really no change other than the color of the paint. Here it is from the side of the property. There's a rear yard back there where the trash for unit 1 is stored. Here it is again, 2007. Posting photos on each street frontage on Belgrade and East Ontario. 2 hot water heaters existing. Again, she got this property from her father in 22. So there's your hot water heaters and there's your 2 electric meters. There's only 2 because there's no common space for, needed for a 3rd meter because we have 2 entry points. There's no shared vestibule or anything like that. Here's East Ontario to the right and the left. there's the firehouse that you can see on the left side of the page. And then on Belgrade to the right, and there's your 18-unit apartment building that you can see on the left, and then a commercial unit use on the right, and then to the left of the property on Belgrade. Interior photographs, clearly, lived in units, 2 gentlemen, each separately in their own unit. Both 1-bed, 1-bath apartments. See that on the illustrated floor plans. So the upper unit is the yellowish one that enters on the left side on that left door, goes directly up the stairs, and you can see a bedroom, a bathroom, and a living space. And then the door on the right on the first floor gives access to the first floor unit, which does have access to the basement, which is unfinished. There's no living down there. No need for us to have a living down there, and we would agree to that. There's a washer and dryer down there and utilities as well. The upstairs unit has their own washer and dryer. Here's the RCO meeting notice. We met with the RCO on February 3rd at 6 p.m. It was an in-person meeting, Columbia Social Club. We emailed the notice out as required, and 114 properties were notified. Here's the list of addresses, the mailing certificates, application for appeal. Deed to the property, Rayner is Donna Ray's father. And the tax clearance, there is a balance, but that's not due until the end of the month. I'd like to, at this point, call my client to adopt my testimony.
Thank you.
They have been allowed to speak.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
My name is Donna Ray Lee, DonnaRaelee.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Could you please turn on your video?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I promoted them to parameters. They'll be back in shortly.
Okay.
Excuse me. Lee, if you're still available, please accept the invitation to become panelist.
Donna, you have an invitation to become a panelist. Donna?
Hold on, Mr. Chair.
Donna?
She should be back in shortly, Mr. Chair. I just messaged her.
Okay, I saw it. Yeah. Chase, do we think she's having a hard time getting on? Mr. Goldberg, you're an officer of the
Maybe.
court, will gladly accept your testimony, okay?
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Are there current rental licenses for the existing tenants?
There are not, no. And part of, the next steps would be for us to get a CO and a rental license for 2 units.
And then when was the last time the units had any construction updates, given the tenants have been there for so long?
I don't know the exact date. They're relatively modern, just going back to the renovation photo or
Yeah, the photos.
the unit photos. these are the condition of the property that she took it in.
Okay.
It's not exactly, modern by today's standards, but, relatively somewhat recently redone.
And when did she purchase this property? I'm sorry.
The property was passed to her from her father in
Forecast to her, I'm sorry.
2022.
Oh.
Mhm.
And these gentlemen had been in there for how many years?
So
before?
one of them had been in there for a year. He's been in there for 4 total. So 3 of those years have been under Donna Ray, and the other tenant's been in there for 10 years. So that individual was, long exceeded, her acquisition of the property from her father.
So they were like holdover tenants, but
Well, it's a family property, so I don't think they were holdover in the sense that they were asked to leave and didn't. But they remained in the property as the property went from Donna Ray's father to her. And I don't think she has any issue with that. And they're good tenants, so she'd like to keep them in there.
yeah, but without rental license.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017, and a community requested map change. This appears to be a long-term non-conforming duplex. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Thank you. MI 2024-007-280, 2538 East Ontario Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Oh,
We're fine. Thank you.
okay.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Tywin, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
You have your vote.
Thank you. If you can
All right,
hear
thank you.
me.
We can. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Number 11, MI 2024-006-985, 4182 to 90 City Line Avenue. Frederick Poindexter is the attorney. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Sure. It's Frederick Poindexter, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K. Last name Poindexter.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Philadelphia Urgent Care Management, Inc. They are the tenant in this property operating as Vibe Urgent Care.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. Could I ask the witness to please get just a little closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Sure.
Any better?
Yeah, it's better. Why don't you say that one more time for it, too, what you just said?
Sure. I am the attorney for Philadelphia Urgent Care Management, Inc., and they are operating in the space as tenant, as Vibe Urgent Care.
All right. Do you waive the reading of the refusal and do you agree with its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you share your screen and start your presentation?
Thank you. All right, thank you. As mentioned, I am here representing Philadelphia Urgent Care Management, Inc., operating as Vibe Urgent Care. This is an application for variance at 418290 City Avenue. And I will walk through the index of the exhibits that we submitted to the ZBA and would ask that they be entered into the record at the conclusion of the testimony. First is the lease agreement for the space, or the excerpt of the lease, I should say. over evidence of tax clearance, the original documentation from the zoning application, the project information form. Here's an aerial of the site. This sort of jutting out here is where the signage proposal is located. We'll get into detail of that later on in the presentation. There are evidence of the zoning postings on each of the windows that are fronting Kings Grant Drive and City Avenue. And in this picture, you can actually see the space where we are proposing the signage, and the remainder of the materials are here before I walk through the pictures. The refusal, the notices, the appeal, and the notices to the RCO.
Try to get closer to the mic. I think you're
Sorry.
starting to drift away. It's
Yeah.
not, just mics are a little sensitive.
Sure. These are the notice letters to the RCO for
Yep.
both looking to schedule the meeting and actually having a meeting scheduled. And the original packet, I should mention, did not have the RCO meeting summary and letters of support. We submitted those once we received them. I think it was Monday. Okay. So I will scroll back up to the pictures of the site just so that you get an idea of the proposal here. And this is essentially a visibility issue that we're trying to solve for. As you can see from the vantage point here coming out of the driveway looking towards City Ave and Kings Grant, there's a blank face on the side of the building, and there's no identification of the tenant in that space from this direction. There is an existing sign that you can see on City Avenue once you're further east, but you can see the obstructed views coming from the west on City Avenue that you're unable to see the signage that the tenant currently has in place. And I'll give you the plans here. So the current signage here on the left, you can see is fronting City Avenue, but you can see it coming from Kings Grant Drive. The blank space that was exhibited in the previous pictures is where the proposed signage is slated for. It's an identical sign. The square footage, the illumination, the materials are all the same as the existing sign. You can see here in the original site plan that the proposal is just for the space at the corner of Kings Grant and City Ave. And at this juncture, I'd like to invite the president and CEO of Vibe Urgent Care, Peter Holtz, to join.
Sure. Council, did you attend the RCO meetings?
I did.
Why don't you give us a little overview of the RCO meetings?
Sure. So I attended the RCO meeting. There was one RCO meeting with the coordinating RCO, Winfield Heights Civic Association, or Community Association now. And I attended that meeting with Brian Gould, the VP of Marketing and Patient Experience at Vibe. We had the meeting for, I want to say, 30 to 40 minutes or so. We talked about the plans. I showed them the exact plans and elevations that we have here today. And we addressed their concerns related to lighting, placement, durability, and we did not hear any complaints during the call. And in the meeting summary, you could see that they provided their support. We also have a letter of support from the City Ave Special Services District, which we got later after we submitted our materials.
All right.
But
All right.
yeah,
Why don't we bring your client on?
Sure.
Do we see him?
If you are in a virtual audience, please raise your virtual hand. We have Fred Poindexter with your hand raised. Is that them?
I'm Fred Poindexter. Was it Peter Holtz that we were looking for?
Personally, Fred Poindexter is the only one with their virtual
right.
hand raised.
Okay.
There's two of you. Okay.
Yeah. So it is him signed in under my name.
Okay.
unfortunately.
Sir? What's his name?
Peter Holtz.
They
Peter,
have no
could you-
right to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hear me now?
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Yes, it's Peter, Peter. Last name is Hotz, Hotz.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Peter, were you present for my testimony throughout, and did you hear all of it?
Yes, I did.
All right. And would you accept it as your own as true and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything else that you would like to add to the testimony?
Yeah, I think you called out the issue we have with the visibility of the site. We opened our locations to provide care to people that can't get care otherwise. And in that neighborhood, we serve a lot of patients that are driving down City Ave, and we've gotten complaints from them that they drive by the site without seeing it. And so we think it's important that we just put this signage up, and really it's as much a safety issue as anything else, so people can see it and pull in time. So we operate 10 centers in the city. We've been good long-term tenants at all of our locations, and hope that we can continue to improve this location's visibility so we can continue to serve patients there.
Peter, and how long have you been a tenant in this space?
We opened there in 2021.
Right, and can you describe your existing internal signage and when it was installed?
The signage that you showed on the outside of the building was installed when we right before we opened our operations. We use the same signage company throughout all of our locations, and we take a lot of pride in our buildings, so we try to install signage that's tasteful and durable.
And have you heard any complaints or issues regarding the durability of the signage?
No, we haven't.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
It says internally illuminated, so we're not talking this would be mainly at night when you would see this?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's small light bulbs on the inside to light it for visibility.
Other questions from the board?
How late is the urgent care open?
We're open 8 to 8 Monday through Friday, and 8 to 5 on the weekends.
And is the sign illuminated when the business is closed?
Yes, it is. They typically stay lit through the night.
Okay.
Questions or comments from our attorney? Hillary Emerson?
Just to clarify for the, on the lease, what is the lease term for the property?
It's a 10-year lease.
Is it 10-year lease? Okay. And it started in 2021?
Started in 2022, I believe is the effective date. I'm happy
Okay.
to share a copy. I know that we.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just wanted to verify the term. So thank you so much.
All right. Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
I do not see any further answers, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from CMX2 Commercial Mixed Use to SPINS Special Purpose Institutional. The proposed additional wall sign is in keeping with the character of the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine's campus and other large properties on City Avenue. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for an additional wall sign.
Thank you. Council, is there a specific suite you're in, or did we just going to have that location? Didn't you put that on there, Helen?
Yeah, no, I did make that note, but because this is only referring
Okay.
to the signage,
Sure.
I don't think we need to.
Thank you.
specify.
MI
Thank you.
2024 006 985 4182 to 90 City Avenue. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council. Number 14, MI 2024 007 236 5440 Lansdale Avenue. Brett Feldman is the attorney.
Chair, this should be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Council, while we're setting up here, could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Yes.
Is that on?
We're good now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brett Feldman, 1835 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19103. I represent the applicant and the property owner, Attain.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, Attain, they are owner of the property and the applicant in this matter.
Did you agree to the waiving of the reading of the refusal, and do you agree with its accuracy?
I do.
And I understand that you have a letter of support from Hestonville Civic Association and a letter of support from Councilman Jones.
Yes, we
Could
do.
you please share your screen and start your presentation?
Okay. I think we're sharing right now. And so I'll start right now. Again, Brett Feldman, I represent Attain. Attain is a national and local operator of centers that provide therapy and counseling for those with autism and those on the autism spectrum. And with me today is Fernando Vinagre, who is the Director of Compliance for Attain. So I'll go from there. Passed up exhibits 1 through 17, which I'd ask be incorporated into the record, and getting right to it. As you mentioned, we do have a letter of, I think it's unanimous support, non-opposition from the Hestonville Civic Association. Met with them and for about an hour and had a really good meeting. We also have a letter of support from the district council person, Curtis Jones Jr. at Exhibit Tab 2. Exhibit 3 is our referral. This is a special exception case. We are here today for a group practitioner, medical, dental, and health practitioner, because the therapy and care that they provide requires medical professionals. So that's why we're in that category. It's a special exception. We think, as we'll show, that we meet the standard for a special exception. Most of the special exception cases I hear are for restaurants, but this is for treatment of patients, which is a little bit different. But this is a location that was, let me just, so we all know what we're talking about as far as location. We're in West Philadelphia, Lansdowne Avenue, North 55th, in Conestoga. The property is right here. It's a CMX2 property. This was one of the Rite Aids that is closed recently, and I'll show you a picture. Convenience store, pharmacy. Here's the location. So we're essentially taking the building. We're not adding any additions to it. We're keeping the parking field. And you see across the street, there's a rec center. And then behind us is some residential, and across the street are some vacant lots. We think this will be beneficial to the neighborhood to clean up what's increasingly with trash dumping has become a problem in that area. We get to Exhibit Tab 6. And at this point, what I want to do is I'd like to ask Fernando, who is our real expert from Attain, to Fernando, if you can provide your name.
Why don't you state your name and spell for the court stenographer, sir?
First name Fernando Vinagre, Fernando. Last name Vinagre, Vinagre.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Sure. Mr. Vinagre, can you just provide your title and what capacity you work for Attain?
Yes, I serve as the Director of Compliance for Attain.
And can you describe what that position entails as far as day to day?
My particular position is regulatory. So we basically do a lot of the regulatory research across a variety of funders, insurance companies, and so forth, and also audits and overall compliance of quality services.
Great. Now, in this situation, Attain, as I mentioned briefly, provides counseling, therapy for those with autism and on the spectrum. Can you talk about how Attain came to this location here in Philadelphia to open up a new location?
Sure. So we typically do a variety of neighborhood analyses, just kind of identifying where the larger referral needs are, where there are vacancies and services overall. And this particular site or neighborhood, area of Philadelphia was certainly identified as having very limited services from a therapeutic standpoint. We thought it'd be a significant value add to be able to service this community.
Great, thank you. And just can you talk about a little bit about the services that would be provided here and Attain's direction as far as providing therapy and counseling to those with autism? and
Absolutely.
spectrum disorder? Yeah.
So Attain ABA, again, as was mentioned, is a national provider of behavioral health services. Specifically, we service autism spectrum disorder, intellectual and developmental disabilities, as well as some neurodevelopmental disabilities as well. We service children from birth to 21. This in particular would be a center, and we would be providing our primary discipline is applied behavior analysis, hence the ABA acronym. And basically, what we would be providing within this center, it really allows us the opportunity to expand our evaluation and assessments. A significant amount of research goes into, the earlier you diagnose and start treatment of children, the higher the success rate. And so we're really focusing on early intervention within this particular center site, with obviously direct treatment, but a lot of parent training groups and social skills groups.
Great. And we'll show the floor plan in a second, but just briefly, how different areas of the center would be used.
Sure. So because it's a early intervention focus, we tend to identify some very specific, we call them classrooms. It's not school-based, but they're identified as classrooms where we can have specific interventions per classroom running, or very specific focused interventions running per classroom. So I believe this space would have about 6 different classrooms. They would rotate throughout, just be, so some would be assessment focused, some would be observation based, different interventions would be running, discrete trials, different things like that. Be an open area where they could gather, have larger type of group events, circle time. It's also focused on training young kiddos before they go to school to increase their communication. As we know, autism has a variety of deficits, and those deficits are communication based and social based. So we're really increasing our ability to provide those classroom based areas to where they can extend their patience, their in-seat time, their instruction time, their compliance, and so forth, their communication of their needs and wants. So those are a lot of the different things that we're actively training and teaching on a regular basis.
Great, thanks, Fernando. And just as far as days and hours of operation, I understand there'll be some of the clients will be coming in the morning, staying for like a half day, and then another group of clients would be coming in around noon and staying till about 5 o'clock. Is that, but some will stay all day. If you could just give the board a quick understanding of kind of the days and hours of operation.
That's correct. The center will operate from basically 8 to 5, and you'll have a group of students that come in just for the morning, another group of students that come in just in the afternoon time, and a certain percentage that will actually be there the entire day. It's based on need of the child, acuity, deficit areas, and so forth.
And that's Monday to Friday,
That is correct.
closed on the weekends.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could conceivably
know.
use Saturdays, but right now
You're right.
we're looking at.
Okay.
Thanks, Fernando. So I just wanted to again return to the site itself. This is when it was the Rite Aid. We're keeping, the trash won't be there. This is some old pictures from Google Earth, but we'll be reusing the building. As you see here, here's some interior pictures that were requested by the board. Just briefly, the whole idea is to really kind of turn this into a building that's much more attractive for younger children. You see this as a proposed rendering that we showed the community, a lot of bright colors on the outside, some additional windows that aren't there now. We're looking at. This is a rendering of what we hope this would look like once we're open. And then Fernando was talking about the interior. Just 30 seconds on this because it's really kind of impressive what it looks like inside as far as making this warm and inviting to. But I know there's a therapy purpose for what we're seeing here.
There is, at the end of the day, it's for the children, right? So we're really looking to have it be inviting, fun, stimulating, so there's textures, there's colors, all of those things are therapeutically purposeful. Even the seating arrangements and different vocational types of things like daily living types of instructional areas. So you see a little supermarket there and so forth. So all of
That has an
those-
occupational purpose too. It's not just,
absolutely does.
yeah,
Correct.
kind of almost like the Police Touch Museum when you go inside and there's the supermarket that's in there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Here's the floor plan. We talked about that, the different spaces. But that's really, we've worked on a circulation pattern. Most of the drop-offs would be coming down Conestoga and then circling in, and the next thing on Lansdowne. There's mass transit here. There's plenty of parking. And we think in all respects, we meet the special exception standard. So with that, I'm going to stop.
Thank you.
And if there's any other
Yeah,
questions.
questions from the board?
Yes, real quick, while you have this drawing up. So the side windows that will be installed is going to be installed along where's that wall right there?
Right here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'd be looking to open that up and just.
Okay, thank you.
We're dealing with security, we're dealing with a lot of different, but yeah, we want to make this as light and as bright as possible within the constraints.
Okay.
I'll
So
stop.
you said there would be classrooms? You said you had 6 classrooms? Is that what I heard?
That is correct.
Okay. So how many children per classroom?
There should be between 8 to 10 at any particular time.
And then what age children are these?
So they'll be grouped. It's typically going to be your younger children. So we'll divide them up into, by age grouping. So you'll have your younger early intervention, anywhere from 1 to 5. You'll have another grouping between 6 to 10. It's entirely possible you can have some older children there, 12, 11, 12, 13. It's not typical in center environments. So we're really focusing on the younger group.
And you said you'd be open from like 8 to 5. So
Yes,
the
ma'am.
group that is more school age, how is that going to work for them?
They would typically come in the afternoon.
Okay. And then they'll be driven, a bus will drop them off. How's this going to work?
We do not provide transportation. The parent caregiver would be bringing their child to the center.
Okay. And are you going to have some sort of play area, or is this what I'm seeing in here is going to be the equivalent of a play area or what have you?
That's a good example of a play area on the bottom right. The left
The one
bottom
with
would be
the
more of
kind of
a
fake grass.
classroom based. I'm sorry.
The one with the fake grass?
That's right.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Artificial grass.
What is nice though is we're across the street from a rec center.
Okay.
Which I believe is one of the ones that's being renovated right now as we speak.
Mhm.
So this was one of you got great mass transit right there. It was also looking to create some maybe partnerships across the street with that rec center. So that was something we were looking at. Nothing definitive yet, but definitely something we're considering.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Any other questions for the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised for that matter.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed use zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2019 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. The appellant has shown that the proposed medical, dental, health practitioner, group practitioner will have no detrimental impacts on the neighborhood beyond what might be expected. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed special exception for a medical, dental, health practitioner, group practitioner.
Thank you. MI 2024-007-236-5440 Lansdale Avenue. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Iowa, my vote is yes.
Great. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay.
Be well.
Number 3, MI 2024-005-732, 15 to 17 South Second Street, TA 30461. William Kerr is the attorney. I understand that David Orphanides may also be part of this case. Mr. Kerr, there's a recommendation of support from Old City District and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Chair William Kerr and David Orphanides should be coming back in as a panelist shortly.
Thank you. Do we see Mr. Orphanides too?
Yep, I'm here. Yes, he's back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Orphanides. Let me get Mr. Kerr on first. Do we see Mr. Kerr?
I can text him if you need.
Okay, he'll be rejoining, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Please excuse the delay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Hi, Mr. Kerr. Could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Sure, William Kerr, K-E-R-R, 40 East Airy Street in Norristown. I apologize, I stepped away for a minute. I
Sure,
didn't think
that's
we were
fine.
that.
No, that's fine. Do you
If we
swear
were
or
that
affirm
close
to
to
tell,
my case.
you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is actually the owner of the property, and they acquired it in 2 acquisitions last fall.
Okay. Do you waive the reading of the refusal and do you agree with its accuracy?
I do waive the reading. There is one issue on the refusal. It indicates 15 to 17 South Second. The actual property address is 15 through 25 South Second Street, which encompasses both parcels that I just referenced.
Okay. Mr. Orphanides, could you state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Certainly. My name is David Orphanides. The last name is spelled Orphanides.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Orphanides, could you identify your client, the relationship to this?
Certainly. My client is Second and Trotter Owner LLC. They own 40 South Second Street. It's a property located across the street and a couple doors down.
Okay, and
And
they,
at this moment, we're an interested party. So, but we've
Okay,
had
thank
some, Mr. Kerr and I have had some discussions.
okay, thank you. Mr. Kerr, could you please start your presentation and share your screen?
Yes, let me find the screen share. Oh. Okay, here it is. Are you seeing that? It should say tab 8.
We do not see anything, sir.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's coming up. It's
How about
starting
now?
Wait a minute, it's starting to come up.
Okay.
Tab 8. I see tab 8.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm representing the Ton Legacy Foundation, Inc. here today. The Ton Legacy Foundation is a 501c3, and it's an entity that's looking to reestablish what was the historic Ton Tavern dating back a couple centuries. With me on today's call, there's Mr. Pat Daly, who's president of the Ton Legacy Foundation. We also have Keith Mock, our Director of Design and Construction, and Craig Bryson, who's our engineer with Benoni Engineers. I'm going to do most of the presentation initially. I'd like to just show you some photographs of the property to give you an orientation. So these are included at tab 8 of the exhibits that we had provided. This is a view of the property from across 2nd Street. It's currently a vacant parking lot. And then I have some additional photographs. Both of these are from 2nd Street. This photo is 2nd Street looking towards Chestnut Street. This is 2nd Street looking up 2nd Street towards Market Street. And then we have 2nd Street looking northwest towards Market. And then this is a view from inside the site looking out towards 2nd Street. And then we also have the historic Black Horse Alley, which abuts the property to the east. And then this is the site and the Black Horse Alley, again, looking east. Now I'm going to go back to my overall exhibit list. Just wanted to give you a sense for what we have here. We have our application. We have a copy of the referral. We have a copy of the deed for 15 to 17 at tab 3. Tab 4 is the deed for 19 to 25 South 2nd. We have our zoning plan at tab 5. We have our landscape plan at tab 6. Some project graphics that Mr. Mock may get into if the board desires to see those. Site photos I just showed you at tab 8. Tab 9 has the photos of the property with the zoning posters in place. Tab 10 is an aerial photo to give you a sense for what the neighborhood looks like from the sky. Then we had 3 RCO letters that went out because we had an earlier hearing which was continued based on some of the discussions with the neighbors. The latest RCO hearing letter went out on January 17th, so we've included that, and we've also included a certificate of mailing for that January 17th letter. That's page 1 of the certificate of mailing. There were numerous pages. I didn't want to bog down the exhibit package. Now, we do have an RCO letter of support from the Old City District, which is at tab 15, and then a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Squilla at tab 16, our tax clearance certificate at 17, and at 18 is our OPA property record. So at this point, I'm going to go to the plan. Okay, here we go. So this is our site plan. As I said, this is the extent of the property, both parcels. Again, currently a vacant lot. And what we're proposing is to build this three-story building. And then this will be an exterior courtyard, which we're going to refer to as the Ton Alley. So what I'd like to do is now the Ton Tavern, just to get into a little of the history, was originally constructed back in 1686, and it was in place for about 95 years until 1781 when it was destroyed. There's a lot of history with the Ton Tavern. It was originally the birthplace of Freemasonry in Pennsylvania, dating to 1731, and it was the first documented Freemason lodge in Pennsylvania, in North America. It was also the founding place of the United States Marine Corps in 1775, and the Ton Legacy Foundation is essentially a joint venture of a group of Marines, former Marines, and Freemasons, a group of Freemasons. Some other history. John Adams and the Naval Committee met there in 1775 and outlined the structure for what became the United States Navy. Benjamin Franklin was the first Grand Master of the Tun Tavern Freemason Lodge, and then George Washington was also a Freemason, and we have documentation that he visited the original foundation. So what we're looking to do is to recognize this history and reestablish a successor to the Tun Tavern here in Old City, which we think, based on the history of Old City, is an appropriate location. And once it's rebuilt, the Tun Legacy Foundation will donate all the proceeds from the operation in perpetuity to veterans charities and other charities that are associated with the other heritage organizations, including the Freemasons. Now, the property is CMX3 in the Center City Overlay District. The referral obviously indicates that we need a special exception. And we're looking to do a sit-down restaurant, which is what requires the referral. And the legal standard, as you're aware, basically for approval of a special exception is that any impacts from the proposed facility are in keeping with the impacts of a similar facility or a facility of a similar use, size, and scale. And we believe we do meet that standard. What we're proposing on the parking lot is the 3-story sit-down restaurant, be 170 seats. It will have a bar and tavern. We anticipate that the clientele will be locals and then also tourists and visitors who are drawn by the historic nature and the historic connection of the Tun. Most of the operation will be indoor. As I indicated, we will have that outdoor courtyard area, which will be designated as the Tun Alley. There will be some outdoor seating in that area. The City Tavern, the old City Tavern, is kind of the model for this facility. Now, the days and hour a week, it will be 7 days a week. We'll be doing lunch and dinner on weekdays and weekends, and also doing breakfast on the weekends. Now, one of the things we've agreed to with Mr. Orphanides' client and some of the other interested neighbors is there will be no outdoor music in the Tun Alley portion, where the outdoor seating will be located. I'm just going to run through our hours of operation. Weekdays, during our peak season, the maximum hours of opening will be 11:30 a.m. to midnight during the weekdays, and then outdoor, that would be indoor, and then outdoor we would close at 10 o'clock during those weekday hours. Fridays and Saturdays, our indoor hours will be 11:30 a.m. to midnight. Outdoors, we would close at 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. And then on Sundays, we would do indoors starting at 9 a.m. So we would have a Sunday brunch, Sunday breakfast, and then close at 11 p.m. And then Sundays, the outdoor area would start at 9 a.m. and close at 10 p.m. We'd have no dinner service after 10, so we would stop serving at 10. If folks wanted to sit until closing and finish their dinner, they can. But we will stop serving dinner at 10 every evening. Alcohol service will stop a half hour before closing on any particular evening, and that would be determined by the closing time. Again, we would stop serving alcohol a half hour before closing. A couple things that distinguish this and we think make it better than a similar restaurant type use is that we won't have any sidewalk dining. Our dining will occur in the Tun Alley, so it'll take it off the sidewalk and prevent the interference with sidewalk traffic and conflicts with what's happening on the street. Also, you'll see it if you look at the landscaping plan. We're proposing a significant landscape area that's about 9 foot wide. That's between the Tun Alley outdoor seating and the sidewalk. So there will be.
Mr. Kerr.
Sure.
Would probably be really helpful as you're talking if you start going through some of what you have. Like,
Okay, I can do that. I'm
talk about
sorry.
The landscape. I don't want you to then go back and tell us the landscape again. So as we're sitting here, why don't you show us some of the things you have?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm looking at my notes and I should have gone to, but anyway, this is,
No, that's
you
okay.
should be seeing a landscaping plan, which says L 1.0 in the lower right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Okay, again, this is 2nd Street. And the landscaping I'm referring to is this 9 foot area here between the Tun Alley and 2nd Street. And then there's also a significant landscaping area to the side and sort of perpendicular to 2nd Street, which will also act as a buffer for the Ton Alley from the street, okay? So we believe that that landscaping and the fact we don't have any on-street seating will actually result in fewer impacts to the neighborhood from this particular use than a standard restaurant would impose. Now our maximum number of employees at any time would be 20. As far as parking, there is no parking required, but we're anticipating using a municipal garage that has 400 spaces, which is just a short way down the block on 2nd Street. And then there's also a garage with 100 spaces, which is much closer, and it's only 2 properties away. So there's about 500 parking spaces available within very easy walking distance for patrons. As far as our trash, we'll have an indoor trash room, and we'll have daily pickup by a private trash hauler. In addition to the regular restaurant seating and the bar and the tavern, we would possibly do, the interior will be configured to allow us to do private parties of up to 60 people. We wouldn't do a private party of anything larger than that because we wouldn't be able to accommodate that. All of this, we believe, is standard and consistent with what you typically find in a standard sit-down bar and restaurant, and there's nothing unusual. Therefore, it's our position that we wouldn't have any extraordinary impacts, including because there's no sidewalk dining, and we do have that landscape buffering. So we believe we do meet the legal standard.
You have renderings, Mr. Kerr?
I do have renderings, and I'm going to have Mr. Mock actually go through those for you.
Mr. Kerr, how long do you think this presentation will be?
It should be another 5-8 minutes. It's
Okay,
quick.
thank you.
I'm basically done. I'm just going to have Mr. Daly adopt my testimony now.
Sure.
Okay, so if we could admit Mr. Pat Daly as a participant. Mr. Daly, if you could just raise your hand.
You see Mr. Daly? Do we see Mr. Daly's hand?
Yes, Mr. Chair, he has been allowed to speak.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi,
Hear me?
Mr. Daly, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Patrick, Patrick, Daly, D as in Delta, Ailey.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Okay, yes, good afternoon, Mr. Daly. Have you been on the Zoom for the duration of my presentation here this afternoon?
Yes, I have.
And do you agree with everything I said? Did I say anything that was inaccurate?
No, that's what you said is accurate.
Okay, and do you adopt my statements as your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's all that I have for Mr. Daly. If the board has any questions for him, otherwise we'll move to Mr. Mock, Keith Mock.
Okay, Mr. Mock.
Keith, raise your hand in the Zoom.
David, excuse me, Mr. Orphanides, do you have any questions for Mr. Daly?
No, I don't.
Thank
Not
you.
right now. But I
Hi,
reserve the
Mr. Mock.
They've been allowed to speak.
Hi, Mr. Mock, please state your name and spell for the stenographer. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mock.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. I am not hearing the witness.
Okay, they've been promoted to panelists. They should be allowed to speak now.
Hi,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Mock.
Keith, are you there?
Hi, Mr.
I am here.
Mr. Mock, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Keith Mock, Keithmock.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Okay, Mr. Mock, you've been on for the duration of today's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, on the screen, you see an image which shows a graphic of the ton with a label, Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. Is this an image of the historic ton as it existed back in the 1700s?
Yes, it is.
And were you involved in preparing this graphics package?
Yes, I was.
Okay, could you describe what I'm showing now on this second page of the graphics package.
So the image you're looking at is an aerial view down towards Second Street. You see the historic Tun Tavern as it was depicted in that historic photograph. To the left of it, you see Tun Alley. It is the brick pathway that leads you through, along with the landscaped area that was previously mentioned. And then in that courtyard is the seating, where we have approximately 44 dining seats.
And then the rest of the seating will be indoors, correct, Mr. Mock?
It will be indoors. We also have on the third floor, you can see there is a covered dining area that is only open into the Tun Alley courtyard.
I'm going to send this today, so I don't need to keep it on.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the next graphic, which is the location plan. And could you just describe for the board what this depicts?
Yes, so you'll see two stars. The star to the lower left is the original location of the historic Tun Tavern. If it were there today, it would be sitting in I-95. We were fortunate to find the Second Street site, which is the second star, and a perfect location given all of the historic museums and cultural activities in the area.
Okay, and then we have the project summary site plan. If you could just briefly describe this for the board.
Yes, again, Second Street to the left-hand side. You see the arrow depicting the entry into the Tun Alley courtyard with the dining area. And then there's a open porch where there's an access into the historic tavern building with the second entrance there into the restaurant. This is the basement level, which is primarily utilities and back of house, including restrooms. Next slide. As we move to the first floor, again, to the left is Second Street. You see in yellow, the Period Tavern, and then behind in orange, the sit-down restaurant area. The rest of the space is back of house. That includes restrooms, employee areas, as well as the enclosed trash room that is accessed then off Black Horse Alley. The trash room where you see the words back of house, it's just below the back of house area, that big room. Yep. Second floor, we have two restaurant areas. One, we will have a Period restaurant over the historic tavern. And then in the back, there will be a chef's kitchen type restaurant, which is where the functioning kitchen is to the right of it, as well all the other back of house areas from dishwash to dry storage, wet storage, toilet rooms, additional back house space. The third floor on the left-hand side in blue is the office space for TTLF. And then the outdoor covered dining area that I had mentioned looks down into the Tun Alley courtyard. The rest of the space is mechanical and back of house. Roof plan. Nothing really to say there. And then the building elevations, again, largely you see in the lower left, the tavern, and then the portions of the restaurant space in the back.
Mr. Curry, you done?
Yes, I don't have any questions for
All right,
Mr. Mock.
Mr. Orphanides, do you have any questions?
I do not. Yeah, real quickly. Sir, my name is David Orphanides, and I represent Second and Trader LLC. Just two quick questions. The is there a place for the staff to take breaks, indoors or outdoors on the premises?
Yes, yes, this is Keith Mock. Indoors, we have a staff area, which is on the second floor.
Okay. And have there been any sound studies that have been performed regarding the potential impact of the outdoor seating, both at grade and at the third floor? As I understand it, right now you are showing 44 units at grade in the kind of courtyard in the alley area, and 80 seats at the third floor, the open covered area that's 124 seats. Have there been any sound studies done?
We've done sound studies with regard to the existing decibel level.
Yes.
That's a requirement of the code, and we are not permitted to exceed that decibel level.
You know what that decibel level, did you take readings?
We did take readings. I do not recall exactly what those were.
Okay.
But we can make them available.
All right. And then in terms of the occupancy, the outdoor ground floor, you're showing 44, and then you're showing 80 at the third. In your opinion, is that the maximum lawful occupancy for those areas based upon the seating and the square footage of those areas?
Yeah, it is. It is the maximum number of seats that we can fit to properly have dining spaces.
Well, no, that wasn't my question. So my question was could there be, if I put in an application for those areas, would there be, given the square footage and given, I believe it's 15 square feet per seat,
right?
Could there be, and that's if it's only seating, if it's standing, we're talking about something, we're talking only 5 square feet per person. What would the maximum occupancy, lawful occupancy be for those two areas? Have you run those calculations?
I have not done those calculations, so I couldn't tell you.
And have you run the calculations for standing as to what they would be?
No, I have not.
Okay. As of right now, I have no further questions.
Mr. Courage, are you done your presentation?
Just a few points of clarification. Mr. Mock, you're a registered architect in Pennsylvania, correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you practiced architecture?
45 years plus.
Okay. And over the course of your career, you've done other restaurants, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard my statement that this restaurant is designed similarly to other restaurants of the same style, type, and use, correct?
Yes, Second Street is primarily a restaurant street. I've been to most, if not all of them, and this is very consistent with all of those restaurants.
And is it your position that the impacts resulting from this restaurant will be consistent with impacts of other similar restaurants in the area?
That is correct. Yep.
And with the exception of the fact we don't have sidewalk seating, correct?
That's correct. That's a huge benefit to not have the need for any sidewalk seating.
Okay, that's all that I have for Mr. Mock.
But my question is, are you done your presentation?
Yes, that's the end of my presentation as well.
Mr. Orphanides, do you have a presentation?
Well, I have a follow-up question for Mr. Mock. A couple follow-up questions. First of all, Mr. Mock, you said it's consistent with the other restaurants located on that block. I haven't been down that way in a little while, but can you tell me what other restaurants have open outdoor seating or serving?
I know that several of them do. I couldn't tell you the ones by name. Cuba Libre does actually have outdoor seating. They are right across the street, and their outdoor seating is a constructed temporary structure that sits on the sidewalk, and their restaurant is very much the same scale as this restaurant.
So a couple things. So it's a temporary seating on the sidewalk, or one that's in like the parklet, that's in the parking area?
Cuba Libre is the restaurant that has the temporary structure on the sidewalk.
on the sidewalk.
That's correct.
And that's a covered structure?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. And do you know how many seats it is?
I don't know, no.
Okay. And that's not on the property, that's on the sidewalk, correct?
Yeah, that is across the street from this site.
And that's subject to a license, correct? Not a zoning permit, correct?
I believe.
Sidewalk license?
I believe it does require a license, that's correct.
So it's something that could be revoked by the city, correct? Doesn't have that, let me rephrase that, it doesn't have the same rights as a use that's been granted by a zoning permit on a property, correct?
Yeah,
LG, just to the extent, I'm not sure,
that's
Mr. Mock.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right,
that's
all
true.
right.
I understand that's
Listen,
more of a-
listen, Mr.
So-
Orphanides, listen a minute. Could you get to the point where you want to
Sure.
make that?
So the point is this, is that Mr. Kerr, and we really didn't have an opportunity to discuss this at the beginning, and I have been in discussions regarding the conversations that my client and his client, Mr. Daly, I believe it is, have been having regarding the hours of operation and the nature of the operations that'll be outside, open to the outside. My client obviously has an interest regarding sound volumes and quality of life on the block, having just constructed a very large 42 unit, or no, it's actually a larger unit than that, 61 unit building, multi-story building, mixed use building down at 40 South 2nd Street. They've been having very pleasant conversations, as I understand. We have not had the ability, the time yet to reduce those to writing. And as you know, this approval runs with the land. So while the Ton and Mr. Daly may be amazing people and may abide by the hours and may abide by the noise and whatnot, if they sell to somebody else, they sell to David Orphanides.
We understand that, Mr.
So what I would ask at this point is, rather than dragging this on, is I would ask the board's courtesy and consideration of keeping the record open on the issue of the outdoor use and whether the standard or the burden has been met for special exceptions regarding that, for a resumption hearing to allow our clients to hopefully reduce their agreement to writing so that both properties and both owners are properly protected. And if that's the case, then we could present that at the next meeting, and there wouldn't be the need for this to drag on today or at the next meeting.
Mr. Kerr, what's your opinion?
Yeah, I think we're very close with Mr. Orphanides and his clients. There is some time pressure on us with regard to our proposal. Two of the things I didn't mention is there's a 250th anniversary of the United States Marine Corps this year. And so we're hoping to have this restaurant up and running so that we can have a substantial portion of the year where we can tie into that anniversary. And also next year we have the 250th anniversary of the United States, which we're hoping to market this restaurant as well. So if I may, so if we could just have a decision that's conditioned on our reaching a written agreement with Mr. Orphanides, I think that would work. Or we can approach it the way he suggested.
Hillary, can we get a date for a resumptive hearing?
I think you have a date there, so we
I
set a
I see
date for.
that, I see two possibilities on the 8th of April at 9:30 a.m., right?
Is there,
So-
and I don't want to hold Mr. Kerr up. Is there any chance? I mean, we could be extremely brief. If we can we set that? And if there's a chance we have an
Mr. Orphanides, I'm giving you what we have available.
Okay,
I mean,
thank you.
so.
I'm just not trying to hold Mr. Kerr up or his client. So
Yeah, is there anything sooner than that, Ms. Emerson?
No, I'll tell you what to do. Call the office.
Yeah, that's what
and
I'm
we'll work
saying.
it out,
Right.
All right, so we're going to continue this for a resumptive hearing that will be set in a short period of time. Not this hearing, but in a short period of time, we can set when that date's going to be, okay?
Fantastic.
And thank the both of you.
So we're not setting it for the 8th then?
You both just told me you didn't want the 8th, so I'm going to see if there's anything
Well,
else.
Okay, yeah, I'd like it to be at the
I know that.
outside
I get it.
gate.
Bill, we'll be fine.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
I take
Thank
you at
you.
your word, David.
Thank you. I'm with you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We
Number
appreciate
two, MI 2024-005-262, 1311 to 13 North 27th Street. Alan Knockhamson is the attorney. Knockhamson, you've already been sworn. Do you agree to waive the reading of the refusal? Do you agree with its accuracy?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is S2 Real Estate LLC, and to the left of me is Sharon Whitaker, one of its members.
Right, and just for a point of information, I have a letter of opposition from Brewery Town, from the council member, and several different people from the block. Okay, so why don't you start your presentation?
I just have to be admitted as a panelist.
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks. Yep. Hi, I'm here to present 1311 North 27th Street. This is an adaptive reuse project. It's actually 1311-13 North 27th Street. The size of the lot is 3132, so it's a rather large lot. We'll go through this, but the 2035 plan actually recommends that this lot be reclassified as an RM1 lot, which would allow 7 units as of right. During my presentation, I'll review the notice of refusal. We do have correspondence from the Brewery Town Charlotteswood Community Civic Association. It is technically a letter of opposition. It goes to the community vote, but there are 2 votes in that letter. There's one from the zoning committee itself, where they voted overwhelmingly in support of this project, and then the community did not. I will say that Brewery Town Charlotteswood Civic Association is a rather sophisticated board. They have been in existence for as long as I've been practicing zoning law in Philadelphia. And they have their own meetings, which are not attended by the public, where we have to provide our presentation materials well in advance, and they review it and they take it very seriously. So when their zoning committee supports a project, it's because it makes sense technically under the law. So we'll review that. The property history as well. Again, this is an adaptive reuse project. It looks like it was a former firehouse of some sort. And it's never had a single family use, and even though this is an RSA 5 property. Exhibit 4 shows that next door to us is a 6-unit building. Again, so it's not out of character for the property to have non-single family use, and it's in character for that block to have multifamily use. There's 6 units right next door, and many of the refusals that apply to us would also have applied to them, and they are occupied and built. Again, the Philadelphia 2035 Lower North District Plan recommends that this property should be an RM1 property. And again, based on the square footage of the lot, we would be allowed 7 units as of right. We are only asking for 5 units. And again, you'll see that with this property, it's a responsible use of the property. There is no basement use whatsoever. It's built on grade. There's access to the rear yard for everyone for trash storage. We would agree to commercial trash pickup as well. Aerial view of the property. One of our refusals, and we'll review that, has to do with occupied area. We're just extending a non-conforming use by building a story above. So again, not out of character for this property to have full lot coverage. Maps of the area, photographs of the property and surrounding area are other exhibits. Our plans and drawings. These plans and drawings are designed by 24/7 Design, a great, again, adaptive reuse of this property. Our RCO meeting notice, where we show proof of mailing that notice, or application for appeal that we filed on behalf of S2 Real Estate LLC, deed to the property showing that they own the property, and our certificate of tax clearance. Again, To my left is Sharon Whitaker, one of the owners of the LLC that owns the property. Notice of refusal. So again, we're a rather large lot of 3,132 square feet. There's an existing building structure there that's been vacant for a while, and we want to have an adaptive reuse of having 5 dwelling units. Again, not out of character because the property adjacent to us is 6 dwelling units. We have 3 refusals. First is the height of the building, where we're proposing to have 38 feet, and, again, we're in the overlay where we can only go based on the height of our adjacent building. The adjacent building is 36 feet high, but they also have a parapet wall of 3.5 feet on top of that. So really, from the outside, you're looking at it, it's 39.5 feet high. Here to the roof line, our property is 38 feet high and there is no parapet. So again, for the outside world, it looks like our building is actually shorter than the building to the right of us. Roof decks, again, what we're proposing is really not a roof deck. That's a technical refusal. You'll see that there's balconies throughout. Everyone has outdoor space. So it's not the quintessential roof deck that you would see like a pilot house and things like that. And within the spirit of the overlay prohibiting roof decks, I think they're looking at roof decks, not where you're walking out to a balcony area. And that's throughout the whole property. So I think that fits within the character of the neighborhood. Also, I think it fits within the spirit of the law that in that respect. The third is parking, where we're repurposing like a garage door, and we're proposing off-street parking there. The fourth refusal has to do with the amount of units. Again, the 2035 plan proposes that this should be an RM1 property, which will allow for 7 units, and we're only asking for 5 units. Again, not out of character, even though this is RSA 5, because this has a long history of non-single family use, and next door to us is 6 dwelling units. And then the rear yard depth, where 9 feet is required, 0 feet is proposed. It already has a rear yard depth of 0 feet because of the existing building structure. We're just extending a non-conforming use by having that addition on the 3rd story. Correspondence. So again, I know that it looks worse than it is in some ways. You just never know how a community is going to react. But if you look at the zoning committee, they overwhelmingly supported this project. And again, they're a professional, within the community. They're very sophisticated. They look on projects on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes you go into a community meeting and you just never know who's in the room. And why they're there. I will say that here, like the zoning committee heard what we tried to do, and they're in support of this project. And then for them, the discussion here was they felt that a 5-unit proposal did not align with the surrounding area. Well, there's a 6-unit right next to us. So as stated, there was mention about a community garden. So there's a community garden to the rear of us. They have had access to that community garden partially through the side yard that we are continuing to keep. We have no issue with giving them a permanent easement of some sort for that walkway. We never we proposed that. We never heard from anyone from the community garden. We are still ready, willing, and able to sign whatever documentation they need to effectuate that. But we're not interrupting their access to the community garden, and we are more than willing to put that in writing. Parking and traffic, again, this property is slated to be an RM1 property, where parking would not be required under the law, under the Philadelphia zoning code. We are providing parking because we're leveraging the current configuration of the property, as you will see. So we're providing parking where we can. And then they said lack of clarity. I don't understand what that means, but we would give access to the garden. It's pretty straightforward. There's a 6-foot walkway from the front to the back of our property on the right-hand side. We would be more than happy to give that access. And we reached out. No one's gotten back to us in that respect. And then this is a letter from, I don't know who, but when we get something, from the community, we put that in there. I believe that was delivered to the ZBA. But again, this is a single family zoning classification, which will be hopefully designated one day as RM1. This is not solely single family homes. Even the community group acknowledged that there are multifamilies on this block, and there is one to the right of us. So again, we are not violating the zoning regulations, or at least the spirit of the law, by coming here, because it's not out of character. The building height is not out of scale, because the property to the right of us has a building height to the roof line of 36 feet, but the parapet adding 3.5 feet on top of that to the outside world looks like 39.5 feet, while ours is a 38 feet height. And again, it's adaptive reuse. So it's not like we're starting from scratch either. We are like keeping a piece of the history of that neighborhood by repurposing that property, and that they have higher ceilings on those 2 floors. And, we have a 3-story structure, which is 38 feet high. But we wanted to be able to use that property. And the only way to actually be able to afford this property renovation is to add that 3rd story and to make it 5 units. But it's not out of scale. Parking and traffic concerns, again, the property next to us has no parking. We are providing the parking we can. No outdoor space for the tenants. I respectfully disagree with that. We'll show that each of the units have its own outdoor space. Plus, there's a side yard as well for outdoor use. Unclear property boundaries and impact on Brewerytown Garden. I don't think there's anything unclear about it. We have a 6-foot pathway from front to back of our property, and we'd be more than happy to give them access to that legally. Right now, they don't have anything
I think
legally.
you've said that a couple of times
Yeah.
about the pathway.
Yeah.
So
Well, I think because it gets frustrating
I got
when you try to reach out and try to make a deal with the community, and when they ask for something and they don't do it. So again, the property history, again, this is not multifamily in nature. Excuse me, not single family in nature. It's anything but that. This is what it's looked like in the past, and we want to preserve that. This does no longer exist, this more ornate function of it, but it's really pretty, but it doesn't exist. And then 1305-09 North 27th Street, I wanted to show you that it has been approved for 6 units by way of variance previously by the zoning board. And then I also gave the drawings just so you can see the height of the building. It's 36 feet high. But again, with that parapet, it makes it a little different. And then the lower North District Plan, again, this is slated to be an RM1 dwelling property. And then aerial view of the property. The reason why I show this is to show the full lot coverage of the property. So all we're doing is extending a non-conforming use. And by the way, here's the walkway here. And then maps of the area. Again, there's a mix of zoning all around this of this neighborhood, both commercial and multifamily and single family. And then this is a rather large lot too. So it's not like we're trying to squeeze 5 units into this small property. And then you can see here also shaded that this is full lot coverage here. So it goes to one of our variance requests. And then photographs of the property. This is what the property currently looks like. And it's been unoccupied for some time. And what we're trying to do is breathe life into it. And these are our orange notice posters. And then this is to the right on North 27th Street, to the left on North 27th Street, our plans and drawings. Again, what we also try to do with some interesting architecture is not put our roof line at the front completely in the front, is to kind of angle it off a little bit to kind of respect the height limitations that are required of us technically under the overlay. And as you see, there is no roof deck because the roof that they're claiming is a roof deck is right here. So it's, again, not the quintessential roof deck that you would think about. Again, falling within the spirit of the code and providing access to everyone. And then you can see here, this is the beginning of the walkway, some landscaping as well, but we would be able to give access to everyone. And then we have a 1-car parking right here. This is the only addition of the width of the building structure, but even in its smallest part, it's a 6-foot walkway from front to back. And then again, no basement use at all, built on grade because we're just repurposing this building structure. So you come in the front and, you could, unit number 1, which is open, and by the way, it has a mail room, right? It has a maintenance office. But unit number 1 is right here. That's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 900 square feet. Windows everywhere, here. Then the second floor, you go up a flight of steps. To the left is or I guess to the right is unit 2, which is also a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 900 square feet. To the left is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, which is also, 896 square feet. And then the third floor is units 3 and 4, 4 and 5, 4 is 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 900 square feet, and the unit 5 is 827 square feet. No roof deck. By the way, here's the outdoor space for unit 2. Here is outdoor space for unit 5, and then here's outdoor space for unit 4. RCO meeting notice, we met on November 21st at 6:30 p.m. Proof of mailing of that notice was sent out a few weeks before. We sent it to 158 addresses. These are the addresses we sent them to. Proof of mailing to those addresses. Our application for appeal that we filed with the ZBA on behalf of S2 Real Estate LLC. Our deed showing that S2 Real Estate LLC is the owner of the property. And our certificate of tax clearance showing that no taxes are owed. I'm going to unshare my screen. I would ask that Mr. Whitaker be sworn in, and I have a few questions for him.
Mr. Whitaker, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sharon Whitaker, SHEIR-RON, Whitaker, WHITTAKER.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Yes, Mr. Whitaker, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes,
And is it true and correct?
yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, do you have any type of diagram that depicts the proximity of the garden?
Yeah, we do.
to-
No.
to the-
It's actually a aerial view. I think it's one of the aerial views. So let me do that. So the garden is right behind us, a sliver of it. And I don't think there was any issue in terms of us like extending another story. I think it had more to do with just their access to the garden, because I think they were afraid that we're going to activate this property by using it, honestly. And they were concerned, okay, are you going to prevent us from having that access? And the answer is no. So I know I have a picture. Oh, right
And
here.
if I may, that's
The-
not the only access to the garden.
That's right. It's a
It's a
second.
shortcut that they've been used to using, which I have, no means of taking it away from them. I just told them, let's talk about it and figure out how we make it still accessible to them.
Yeah, so secondary access, but their garden area, there's a bigger portion over here, but this is where their garden is. And this is a walkway we currently have over here where there's no barrier of entry, and we don't have any intention to give them a barrier to enter the property. But again, we reached out to them.
Okay, and could you just tell me again, what are you offering for the gardeners to have access?
Well, this is a secondary means of egress. So we would give them what's called an easement over the property, where they would have the ability to go over this walkway legally. Right now, this is our property, right? So they've been using it it's a secondary form of egress. We have no issue with that, but we want to formalize that. I think it protects everyone. And, if this board, grants or variance requests, we'll continue reaching out to the community and trying to get like a more formal relationship with the garden.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Yeah, I guess two questions. So if you're willing to do an easement, you're not putting a rear fence at your property line?
No, well, what we would, yeah, we are, but they would have, well, the fence is right here. We would have a fence and there would be some type of entry, that they would be allowed to have.
Gate, like.
A gate, yeah. a
And
gate.
you'd allow, okay. And then my second question is, that addresses the garden, but for the Brewery Sharswood Community Civic Association, it's generally not comprised of a large group of people that have a lot to do with that garden. What were their main concerns? Because they also opposed.
Well, I think their first matter was about the overlay, about like the fact they don't want roof decks and they want to keep the height limitations. And again, it's nuanced. I think, especially when you're dealing with adaptive reuse and you're not starting from scratch, you have to take an honest view of that matter. So we only have a 3-story structure at 38 feet. We're not 4 stories at 38 feet where we're trying to cram it. Our 2 stories are rather high. By adding that 3rd story, we're exactly at 38 feet, but we're not because of how like 24/7 design actually did a good job of like, and I'm just going to go to trying to get the rendering here, but like they did a good job. Like this is the 38 feet right here, but really it's what I see as the roof line from a common person point of view is like here. You're not going to see here because it's set back and angled. And that's why we try to be creative in terms of working through that, respecting the overlay in that respect. And also the second part of the overlay has to do with no roof decks. Again, I don't consider this a roof deck. I would consider anything above where the gray is a roof deck, and that would be adding height. And I think people were upset, like you're adding this height over someone's roof line, which is intrusive. Here, it actually provides eyes on the street. It's architecturally interesting. It gives everyone outdoor space because that was one of their complaints, that there was no outdoor space for the unit occupants, and every unit has outdoor space of some sort through these roof structures or balconies, or in the first floor unit in the rear.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
Chair, I have a hand up from Sharon Hildebrand. I'm going to promote them to panelists right now.
Jason, how many hands do you have?
2 hands.
Thank you.
They've been allowed to speak. They're in the panelists now.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hi, are you speaking to me, Sharon Hildebrand?
I am, yes.
Okay,
Please
thank
state
you.
your
I'm
name
sorry.
and spell. Yeah, sure. State your name and spell for the stenographer.
Sharon Hildebrand, SharonHildebrand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am. I live on 29th Street at Master. I've lived in the neighborhood for 22 years.
Okay, please proceed.
I also am the chairperson of the steering committee for Brewerytown Garden, the garden that you've been talking about.
Yep.
No one has contacted us. Or if you have contacted someone, I'd like to have the name of the person you contacted, because no one from the community garden, to my knowledge, has been contacted to discuss this at all. You'll see in the slide that's on the screen right now, there's a gate restricting the access to the back of the property. And I believe the owner suggested that this is a shortcut we use. It is not a shortcut. This is our accessible entrance. So this would be the entrance that someone arriving to the garden in a wheelchair would use. The other entrance to the garden is up a hill that is covered in mulch and dirt because it's a garden. And that would be difficult for anyone with a mobile device to be able to enter the garden. They've also suggested that we had no issues in terms of the height. That's incorrect. We are opposed to the height of the building because of the shadow that it would cast on the garden. It would restrict our afternoon sun. He has stated that it's a substantially large property, and it is. And so I don't believe that the appeals for additional height, decking, and use change rise to the level of demonstrating undue hardship for this property. I would ask that the variances not be granted.
Thank you
Um,
very much. Mr.
Yeah.
Hopkinson, do you have questions?
So my understanding is that there was a representative from the garden at the meeting. I gave my contact information. I said, here's my contact information. No one contacted me. I can't know like who they are, those actual people. I'd be more than happy to talk to the person at the community garden, seeing about formalizing some type of arrangement regarding an easement for people, for emergency egress purposes for disabled individuals. And obviously for people who do need those accommodations, we would work with them in formalizing that as well.
Thank you. Do we have someone else up with their hand up in the audience?
Yes, the Carter Satterfield, I'm promoting them to panelists right now, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, Carter Satterfield, Carter Satterfield.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am. Yeah, I live at 1303 North 27th Street. I've lived here
Okay.
for 8 years.
Please proceed.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point out a couple of inaccuracies that were suggested earlier. And I will say, this is my third time at one of these. I voted in favor of the last two, both of which are connected to my house, including the 6-unit building that's been mentioned a couple of times at 1305 to 1309. It was stated earlier that that building does not have any parking, which is incorrect. One of the reasons I was for that building was because of the 6 units, each 5 of the units have a garage. So they're able to store their car under their units. We do not have any parking left on the block, and adding additional units with not enough parking is going to be a problem. And the other thing I want to mention is it was said an overwhelming amount of the zoning board approved. 4 of 7 is a majority, but I do not find that terribly overwhelming. What was overwhelming was the community against this property. And I don't believe that any, or if many, changes were made from the community meeting plan to where we are now. So I oppose the adjustments to zoning.
Right. Mr., do you have any?
So I
questions?
do apologize if there was parking. I did not see that as part of the other application. So I did not mean to misstate that. So if that's the case, that's on me.
Okay.
As far as the zoning board, 4 of the 6 members who did vote, there was 1 person who abstained, did vote in favor. That's 66%. I consider that overwhelming. And in terms of revisions to the plans, there was nothing asked of us. Again, there was more of we just don't want this in our neighborhood. If they would have said, hey, we wanted a reduction of the unit count or anything of that sort, we would have entertained it. But again, the height of the building is more because of an adaptive reuse. We really can't do anything about that. We'd be more than happy to meet with the neighborhood community garden to see if we can formalize an arrangement, and we would ask that the board maybe hold it under advisement. And again, I don't have, I think her name is Hildebrand, her information, but if you go on my website, knockupson.com, it has my email address and phone number. It's very easy to find me.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the virtual audience?
No further answer, Mr. Wait,
So-
I have a hand up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I have a hand up from Rachel Melinda. I will allow him to
Could you
speak
please
briefly.
state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hi there.
Right.
Yes, I'm
Hi.
looking for my video to turn it on.
Hold on, I have to promote you to panelist, Rachel.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Please stand by.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, my name is Rachel Molenda, Rachel Molenda. I live at 2738 West Master Street.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Is there, are you for or against this project?
I am against the project as it has been proposed.
You're not against it?
I am against this project.
Okay, all right. Is there anything you can offer that hasn't already been offered today?
I guess what I would say is the concern that I had, you know, in addition to everything else that has been said is that, I think that not, changing up these renderings, there's nothing different that was presented here today that was presented at the RCO meeting. Okay, that's my daughter Hazel, sorry. And so, if I believe it was requested that the owner of the building could come back with different plans that we might reconsider. And so I just want to add that to the record that,
Right.
you know, what we're seeing here today is the same thing we saw at the RCO meeting.
All right, thank
been
you. Thank you
referenced.
thank you very much for taking the time to call us. Planning, David, I'm gonna hold this. I'm gonna hold it for 2 weeks. I'm gonna close it other than what Mr. Jacobson or the community or the garden bring back to us. Everything else will be closed. Do you want to take a position or do you want to wait to see what comes back?
Sure, we'll take a position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, David Fecto with the City Planning Commission, Chairman and Board members. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location to RM1 residential multifamily. The city rezoned Brewerytown in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan, at which time this property remained RM1. In a 2016 map change requested by the Civic Association, this block face was rezoned to RSA5. The proposed height is de minimis and in keeping with the purpose and spirit of the zoning code. The proposed absence of a rear yard setback and the off-street interior parking are also existing conditions. However, the appellant has not demonstrated that 5 dwelling units is the minimum needed to afford relief. This lot is 3,225 square feet, which is twice the minimum lot size in RSA 5. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variances for height, off-street accessory parking, access from a primary street, and rear yard depth, deny the proposed use variance for a roof deck, and grant the proposed use variance for unit count with a maximum of 2 dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. Hillary, do we have to bring this back for resumptive?
No, not if, I think
No.
everything
Yeah, I
has
think we're
been
going
done
to close
unless.
everything except what you bring back and then your comments relative, right?
Yes, and all I would say is for the person who's online, please contact me. I
Right.
mean, I can't, like, I don't know that person's contact information.
Okay, so I'm going to bring this back in 2 weeks at 2
To
PM.
vote,
To vote.
just to vote, and
To
the,
vote.
the record is closed other than any
Yep.
changes to plans or negotiations as a result of further
Can
conversation.
I just make one comment on planning, just a comment and response?
Sure.
Yeah, again, this, as planning stated, that this should be an RM1 property, or at least that's their proposal. And given the size of the lot, you would, based on RM1's calculations, 7 units would be allowed as of right. So again, offering 5 units is the least modification possible under the Philadelphia zoning code under those circumstances. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then why don't you
I'll just stay here. All right.
Okay, we're back. So number 5, MI 2024 005-752 4028 Westminster Avenue. Mr. Knockhamson, just for the record, could you please state your name? Could you,
Alan Knockhamson.
could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is SW Play LLC, and to the left of me is Malik Boyd, its member.
Do you agree to the waiving the reading of the refusal, and you agree with its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why don't you share your screen and proceed?
All right, so 4028 Westminster Avenue. This is a legalization of a triplex. So during our presentation, we'll review the notice of refusal, and you'll see there that it does have three-family dwelling use referenced in the notes. And there was a building permit actually even issued as well, and you'll see that as part of my Exhibit 3. My client took over the property in the July 18th of 2024. The week that he took over the property, he hired my law firm to legalize the structure by first getting the zoning permit, then reactivating essentially the building permit. The individual who owned the property previous to this, who did the renovations, ran out of money, and the lender took over, and my client purchased it from the lender. So, you know, he's been diligently pursuing this. There are some aspects that he has, based on legal advice, not done, because we want to make sure first we get the zoning approved, then we do the work that's necessary to get the, you know, to get the building permit, then to confirm all the work was done correctly and modify as necessary based on city inspections. So we did meet with the Belmont Alliance Civic Association. Due to the unfortunate passing of Betty Ferguson, it's taken us a little longer than we wanted to, and we do apologize for that. And there was no ill intent for us to just leave the property in its current condition, but it was in its current condition for a while before we got there. And, you know, again, the renovation started because I believe there was even a fire before that. So I can sense the frustration of the community. I would be frustrated too, but we're trying to be a good actor here by doing the right thing, getting all the governmental permits and approvals before we do the work. We'll look at an aerial view of the property, maps of the area, photographs of the property inside and out. My client does have his dad staying there just because there's an issue throughout Philadelphia. When you have an empty property, you have squatters. The worst thing that can happen is that we get these governmental approvals. Someone moves into the property illegally, and then we have to go to the Court of Common Pleas and deal with that for 9 months in a year. So my client's dad is staying there just to stay there to make sure that no one stays in there. So you'll see some living there. It's more to protect the property from squatters. Our plans and drawings, and it's simple plans and drawings that we created based on a rough sketch out of what our client says are the existing conditions, but it shows it as a three-family dwelling, which is not out of character for that block. There are multiple instances of multifamily use on that block. Also, where we're situated in the neighborhood, we're near railroad tracks. So when you're around railroad tracks, typically you don't have single-family use. It's a little bit tough to have that type of use. We did have an RCO meeting, and we have proof of mailing of that meeting. There were issues that were discussed. Honestly, some of them were for the first time about issues with the property. There's one instance, and we'll talk about how we dealt with it beforehand, but some of those things we did not know about. I made sure my client addressed every single one regardless, and we have pictures to that effect. There's one item where he just needs to do like a little extra work, but because of the rain, he was unable to complete that work. So I leave it up to the board if they want to see pictures of that completion of work before they vote. Our application for appeal that we filed on behalf of SW Play LLC, the deed to the property showing that they purchased it in July of 2024. We have a refusal dated August of 2024. Our office immediately took upon itself to file the zoning permit application, got the notice of refusal, immediately filed the zoning appeal, but we've been delayed a little bit through no fault of our own. And our certificate of tax clearance. Again, at the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Malik be sworn in, and then I have a few questions for him. All right, so our notice of refusal. This is an RSA 3 property. We're asking for 3 units. And if you look in the notes section, This board granted in 2020 an addition plus 3 units, and it states in here that the zoning permit expired and there's no CO issued, and that's through no fault of our own. The individual, again, before us ran out of money, and we're trying to legalize this, go back to L&I, figure out what we need to do on top of that and get this building structure here. This is the greatest undue hardship, in that sense. To force us to now revert that property as single family use would make no sense. It would be out of character to the block. And, based on the vested rights argument, we have approvals from the city. There is a delay in time, but, based on the vested rights we have in this property as a 3-family dwelling, we would also make that argument as well. Correspondence, again, multiple issues, repair front sidewalk. Again, the reason why part of the front sidewalk was exposed, we did put like some protective measures there, but we haven't filled in and completed the sidewalk because we have to do we're probably going to have to do part of the plumbing over based on our investigation, or at least we don't know what the city has inspected. So we need to make sure that the city has full access to the sidewalk ultimately, hoping we get this approval from the board, again, getting a building permit. Address the rodent issue. Again, we did not know there was an issue in that respect. Again, other than my client's father staying there, it's unoccupied. Repair the rear fence. Again, my client didn't want to touch. Upon legal advice, I told him not to touch the property. I said, let's go through the zoning process. And because what happens is, even though you don't need a permit to do that work, like when things happen and people get a little bit nervous, especially with a property like this, where it's been probably a problem for the community for the last 5 years. So I told him not to do that. After the meeting, again, no permits are required under the Philadelphia Building Code or Administrative Code. I had him put the fence back up, as well as like a side fence, because what was concerning was there's a side yard, and they felt like people were coming in from the side yard into our backyard and being a nuisance to the neighboring property. So we also put a fence for the side yard as well to secure it. Again, no permits are required, and we immediately did it. We had our meeting last week. What was it? What day was that? Thursday. So it's Wednesday. He already has that up. So again, something about Malik, he manages 110 units in the Philadelphia region. He self-manages them. So it's not that he didn't want to do it. I recommended that, and he knows his responsibility as a homeowner or property owner. And that's why he immediately hired our firm pre-closing. He said, I'm purchasing this property. I need to legalize this. So pre-closing, he engaged our firm. And soon thereafter, we started this process. And then the last thing, remove trash from the yard. We removed whatever trash we had in the yard, and we did that as well. And, the objection from the community had more to say, like, where it's they're not acknowledging the elephant in the room. This has been approved already as a 3-family dwelling in 2020. All we're trying to do is, and not just did we have a zoning permit, or a former owner had a zoning permit, a former owner also had a building permit. Unfortunately, they never got the CO, and those permits have lapsed. But, the work has already been done to a degree. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be a good actor here. And then, so they showed a picture. This was the plywood that we put up for the sidewalk as a temporary measure. And again, Malik has been, in the neighborhood for some time, talking to the members of the community, keeping them up to date about what's going on here. I think they were frustrated because they thought we were just sitting on this. Again, we did not want to push for a community meeting because of the passing of Betty Ferguson. So we were patiently waiting for that to happen. But, again, our intent is to legalize this structure. And then this was where the fence was. Again, I told my clients that don't touch the fence. Let's get everything situated and we'll deal with it. Again, it's a fence for our property. It's not affecting anyone else. And, I thought, but, I can understand why they were upset. We removed, again, the trash, all this debris as well to make that look a lot nicer. And then I can't say what this is. It's too close of a shot, so I don't know what this is. Oh, so it's the fence. I don't know if this fence is on our property or their property, but obviously we'll deal with it. And then, they complain. They're like, oh, there's 4 meters here. How can you have 4 meters here if this is a single family use? Well, yeah, the zoning permit, yeah, the building permit. You have 3 meters for each, one for each of the units and 1 for the common element. This is not anything we put on the property. This was done based on approvals from this zoning board and LNI. And then this is just another angle of the fence. This is all from that community group. And they mentioned that there's some issues, and I can't speak to that. I know Malik will be dealing with that, hopefully at the building permit stage. But there's some obviously issues with the facade that we're going to have to address. So I can't speak to that. This is a picture apparently of the fire that happened many, many years ago. This is not an active photo. This is not during our ownership. This is not during the previous ownership. This is, or maybe it was, but maybe this what spurred the proposed 3-family dwelling. So I can sense the frustration with the community. I would be frustrated too. That's why we're trying to legalize this structure. And then again, this is not part of our ownership, but these are pictures that they presented to us and the ZBA as part of their letter. So I can sense their frustration, obviously. Again, not us, not us, not us. And so again, those are the pictures that they are showing. But again, we had a zoning permit, or this property had a zoning permit for 3-family use. And, again, most of that work was done. Like, it's really just to verify what hasn't been done. And then here's the building permit as well, which expired because obviously a CO wasn't granted in time. And then aerial views of the property. So again, this is how close we are to the railroad tracks. Again, not out of character to have multifamily on Westminster. 4030, 4034, 891, Westminster, 891, 905, 900, all on North 41st Street, which is right here. So all within close proximity. And then maps of the area. Again, we have a mix of zoning here. I mean, we are RSA 5, but you can see ICMX, RM1, even CMX 2, some industrial here with the railroad tracks. So again, not out of character from a zoning classification point of view either. And then photographs of the property. Again, it was set up already with 3 mailboxes. This is all on someone else's watch. This is the property in 2009. So it was multifamily in nature, even 2009, before the approval for 3 units. This is a recent photo. This was a photo taken the last couple of days of when, I asked Malik, I said, you know what, why don't you just do, I verified that no permits are necessary when the fence is 6 feet or less and is of a wood material. So that's what he did. And did same thing for the side yard as well. Again, we just didn't want to do any work on the property until we got the zoning approval. We just didn't want to have a situation where now we had to explain that this is allowed, but but because of the comments from the community, we obviously, did it very quickly. And then this is just a newer piece of plywood. Our hope is that we get approvals, we get the notice of decision, we get the zoning permit, we apply for the building permit, we get those inspections done, and we move on. And then this is our orange notice poster. This is Westminster to the right of the property, to the left of the property, interior photos. This is where his dad's staying. And then just simple floor plan, common vestibule area, make a left, you have a kitchen, dining room, living room, bedroom. This is unfinished, this basement. There's no living in this basement. It's just where the mechanicals and storage would be. Instead of making a left to go to the first floor unit, you go to the second floor unit, and then you have a bedroom, a bath, living room, kitchen, dining room, and then the same thing on the 3rd floor. All of this is existing. All of this is based on zoning and building permits that have been issued. This is our community meeting notice. This was, again, a long process for my client. We, we purchased it in July of 2024, immediately filed the zoning permit application, zoning appeal. And then this is our application for appeal, our deed to the property, and then finally our tax clearance certificate. Shows 2 years as owed, technically no, because this year is not owed because it's not owed to March 31st. And then my client just made sure he made payments for 2024 as well. With that being said, I would ask that Mr. Boyd be sworn in.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Malik Boyd. Yes, Malik Boyd, B-O-Y-D. last
Do you
name.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Proceed, counsel.
Yes, Malik, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
yes,
And is it true and correct?
yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes,
And then with regards to my testimony about not doing any of the work, it was your intention to complete that work upon approval of this zoning variance.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board? No? Questions from the board? Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, I do not see, wait a minute, hold on a second.
Yeah,
A hand up from Cordelia Baffick.
Yep.
Promoted to panelist right now.
Right.
They'll be rejoining shortly.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Cordelia Baffick, Cordelia Baffic.
Did I swear you in earlier today?
You sure did.
Okay, thank you. And you were a neighbor.
Yes, I am the neighbor and I'm also the block captain.
Okay, please proceed.
Sir, the community met last week and just as, in some ways, the lawyer has stated, the community did speak up, about our concerns. There are several things that he did not bring up to your attention. One is the sewage pipes are broken in that house and they continue to spill into the neighbors adjacent on the right and on the left. We, the neighbors, when we found out and met Mr. Malik, that he had purchased a house since August last year, we have been trying to be in contact with him, texting him and letting him know about the issues in the house, in particular, and more importantly, about the sewage that was spilling into the neighbors' houses on the right and on the left. Every time the sewage spills up because there's broken pipes in the house, we have to pay people to come and clean up the sewage. It is horrific. This has not happened once. It continues to happen. He still has not fixed that. He did not address it back since we made contact with him. There's the wood, the roof, whatever work they did before, sir. I don't know what inspection Mr. Malik did to the house, but there's pieces from the roof that are falling. The siding is falling. There is a school across the street from the house, and the children stand with the parents on the sidewalk in front of Mr. Malik's house. And pieces of wood, pieces of siding keep falling. So everything is insecure. We try to address that with him. He did not respond. Part of the front of the sidewalk that is ripped, there's a huge hole in there from clearly a previous owner who tried to address the problem of the leakage of the sewage and didn't take care of it. So they just put in a piece of plywood. Mr. Malik came back and yes, he addressed it this past weekend because we had a meeting with the community and the community said no, that we would not say yes to the change unless he addressed the issues that we've been asking him to address since he purchased the house. These are not issues that require for him to have a permit, sir. These are issues of quality of life for the neighbors. The smell that comes out of those pipes and out of that sewage is absolutely horrific. And he completely ignored the neighborhood, sir. There's holes in the lawyer actually presented some of the pictures in there. There's holes on the wall where nests of raccoons and rats have been made in there, a huge raccoon, sir. And there's children playing in the back, children playing in the front of this house. And we asked them to seal those because the raccoons and the rats are starting to come into the adjacent neighbors. And he ignored that as well, sir. We are not against Mr. Malik changing the zoning or request in his request to change the zoning into a 3 apartment, sir. We understand he has invested a lot of money, but we, the community, are concerned that he has not shown any concern whatsoever, or not until now, at least, that there was a vote from the community, from the RCO. Has he shown any desire to go and put the fence? That fence was down, not up. That fence, there was nothing there, sir. There were people coming in, drugs being sold in, the traffic from the back to the front was horrific constantly. And crime happening, people were running right through that property. So we asked him to address that, sir. And he just did it this weekend. He addressed the fence and he put up a new piece of plywood on the sidewalk. The hole's still there. And the wood, the piece of wood that he put is high, so anyone can trip on it. Once again, we desire to help Mr. Malik. We want him to succeed. We have no problem with him having 3 apartments there, sir. But the problem is that he has not shown any concern or care for our community. We have single homes. Yes, there are a few houses that have apartments. No problem with that. But the single homes and some of the people that live in that community, in our community, have been there forever. And this is absolutely a disrespect from his part to come in. He wants to make money in the community by purchasing this house, but he's not caring for us. We have flower pots. We have.
So
Anyways.
listen, I understand exactly where
Here
you're
it
coming
is.
from.
Okay.
I'm listening to everything you said. Alan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so two items. And I mentioned the fact that he was trying to address one item, but because of the rain, he couldn't address it. Can you explain what you're planning to do with that temporarily with that hole or the part of the sidewalk that's exposed?
Yeah, so my contractor and I finally agreed on pricing and also a solution of putting gravel and some dirt down to make it even, at least until we get the permit, so that way we can go back down in there to do our sprinkler systems.
So, and the reason why you couldn't do that by today was because of the weather.
Right, and the weather stopped them from working. That was one of the
Okay.
things.
And then the sewage, like, can you explain what you did address?
Oh, yeah, so when Cordy and also the other neighbor said that they were having some sewage issues, I had the entire building snaked camera, and they didn't find any issues until outside where that space is. And when they found that, we did a temporary boot to connect it to the lateral from the house until we get the permit, so that we can go back down there and put a more permanent solution down.
Okay, thank you. Do we have one more hand? Could that person come on?
Yeah, it's Nasir N. Nasir N. I'll allow them to speak.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
They'll be coming back in shortly, Mr. Chair.
Are they coming on? Okay. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA3 single-family zoning at this location. Proposed use is consistent with a use variance granted by the board in 2020, and the proposed multifamily use matches the character of this block face, which is primarily multifamily. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested use variance for 3 dwelling units.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I have that Nasir. He's been
Hold on a minute, please.
Yeah, I'm
But
sorry
it's
if
been
you
allowed to speak.
missed me and I didn't make comments. So we actually can't vote in this today because we do not have proof of tax compliance. There's still
we made the second, it's added to the back of our, of our presentation. We made that payment.
Oh, you did? Okay, I did
Yeah,
not
it's,
see that.
oh, yeah, I'll show it again.
Yeah, sorry, pull that.
Let me just
that was
show
one
him.
Note that I
Yeah.
got.
Yeah, I'll show that. That was, I think that's right.
That
here.
doesn't, okay,
All right.
all right,
Yeah,
thank
that
you.
was in there, right?
Thank you.
Do we have someone trying to get on? Someone trying to get on?
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, Mr. Chair. They were trying to get on, but looks like their hands are going down, so you
All
may
right,
proceed.
good. All right, thank you. So, Alan, I'm going to hold this.
Okay.
All right, and I'm going to hold it for a month.
Yeah.
And look, you had a neighbor say, I don't care about the 3 units. They just need a little relief.
I
So
agree.
I'm going to hold this for a month. Give me a date, somebody, what? We'll vote on this.
I think my client stated he can finish up the additional work in the front within 1 week.
I'm going to take a month, and
Right.
that way, I just don't want it like he finishes that up and then the neighbors, so I think you gotta, make that particular block captain,
Yes.
show exactly where you stand with this. Go ahead. The 8th. So we'll bring this back on 04/08/25 at 9:30 a.m. to vote.
So
And-
as I say, is this a vote only?
To vote only, and the only thing we would consider is additional information, and Alan has maybe from the neighbors too.
Yeah, no, I would say, yeah, additional information from Mr. Knockupson about repairs that have been made to the property in response to concerns.
That's right.
And then any response from the RCO and the block captain.
Right.
In regarding those repairs.
But everything else is closed.
Everything else is.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan, stay there for a while.
I think these next few are going to be a lot easier.
Alan,
and-
you normally say, you normally say that, Alan. Number 9, MI 2024-006-299, 1453 North Newkirk Street. Letter of support from Brewery Town, 17-1 vote. A letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young. Applicant also has a petition of support from 5 neighbors.
Alan Knockhamson.
All right. Mr. Knockhamson, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Amina Oliver, the
Do you
owner.
waive the reading of the refusal and agree with its accuracy?
I do.
Please start.
Oops, I raised my
We
hand.
got 3 more with you, so.
I know,
count. All right, so we got a lot of people in the back here a little.
I'll try to be quick on these. This is actually pretty straightforward. I say that a lot. 1453 North Newkirk Street. We have the notice of refusal. This is a single family use. We're just renovating the property. We're adding to the 3rd floor and a little bit in the rear as well. We do have correspondence from the Brewery Town Charlotte Woods Community Civic Association. Overwhelming support from the community. Again, a very sophisticated community group, as I stated before, with the North 27th Street project. But hey, petition in support nearby. So one of our variance requests is nearby roof decks. Because of the overlay, it's not out of character to have roof decks on this block. We have multiple examples. Aerial view of the property as well, because we're looking at maximum occupied area variance. Again, not out of character to have a slight variance of this sort. We have maps of the area, photographs of the property and the surrounding area, which kind of shows in terms of the height, because even though we're in the overlay, which requires a shorter height typically when you have neighboring properties, there are multiple properties of our height, which are 38 feet in nature. So we're in line with the spirit of the code. RCO meeting notice, we met with the community, application for appeal, deed to the property showing that Ms. Oliver owns the property, certificate of tax clearance. Again, at the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Amina raise her hand to be sworn in. And I also have Chris Johnson, architect's representative from 24/7 Design. Notice of refusal, again, we're not trying to increase density here. It's a single family use. It's currently a 2-story structure. We're looking to add a 3rd story on there, a little bit in the back as well. We have 3 refusals. First is maximum occupied area. Again, because it's such a small lot of 700 square feet, to have a functional floor plan, we just need slightly a little more occupied area to make the staircases work up throughout the property. Height of the property, we're in the overlay, and so it's crunching us down a little bit. Not out of character to have height on that block of what we're asking for of 38 feet. And actually our height is 33 feet 6 inches, so we're not even 38 feet. And then the roof decks, again, not out of character to have roof decks on this block. Again, the spirit of this overlay is where you have a block that does not have roof decks, you shouldn't introduce those roof decks to the block. Here, there are multiple structures on this property, on this block, that have roof decks. Again, unanimous support from the zoning committee, 14-1 by the community in support of these variance requests. Petition as well of some neighboring property owners. My client has lived in this neighborhood for her whole life. 1400 block of Newkirk shows, again, roof decks, I believe that's right. Roof decks for a number of properties on this block: 1439, 57, 1420, 1463, and the list goes on and on. Aerial view, again, where we are in the neighborhood, if you look down further down the block and up here, the occupied area exceeds the what's allowed under the Philadelphia zoning code and falls in line with what we're requesting. Maps of the area, again, we're not changing the zoning. This is a zoning map, like we're seeking single family use. Google map, kind of so you know where we are in the Brewery Town section of Philadelphia. Photographs of the property. This has been a vacant property for some time that needs some desperate TLC. This is our proof of posting for today's hearing. Newkirk Street to the right of the property. As you can see, some of these building structures are well above what we're asking for. Also, you can kind of sense that they have roof decks. This is Newkirk to the left of the property. This is our site plan showing our roof deck. This is showing our reuse of the property by adding that third story. Again, simple floor plan, open floor plan in the front, living room, dining room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a bath, a linen closet on the second floor, and a primary suite on the third floor with a roof deck. RCO meeting notice, well-attended meeting, February 20th. Proof of mailing of that notice is here as well. Our application for appeal that we filed on Amina's behalf, along with the deed to property showing that she owns the property. And then finally, our certificate of tax clearance showing that while she owes taxes for 2025, those are not due yet. I would ask that Amina virtually raise her hand to be sworn in.
Amina,
I'm sorry.
could you state your names and spell it for the court stenographer?
Amina, Amina, last name Oliver, Oliver.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed, counsel.
Yes, Amina, you heard everything I had to state today about your
Yes.
zoning matter. Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed use and dimensional variances.
Thank you. MI 2024-006-299, 1453 North Newkirk Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Iowan, my vote is yes.
Mr. Nachumson, MI 2024-006-883, 219 to 25 Cecil B. Moore Avenue. State your name for the record.
Alan Nachumson.
There's a letter of unanimous support from the South Kensington. Also, the applicant provided a letter of support from the next door neighbor and a letter of opposition from Frida Anderson. You waive the reading of the refusal and you agree with its accuracy.
Yes, but we do have a revised plan and a proviso form filled out, but yes.
Okay, and could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Millennium Philadelphia Development LLC, and to the left of me is Umar Sethi, one of his representatives.
All right, why don't you start your presentation?
All right. All right, so here we have 219-25 Cecil B. Moore Avenue. I think it's more appropriate to recognize this as a North American Street address because of where it is. It's the corner of Cecil B. Moore and North American. It's probably the largest growing part of Philadelphia from a residential apartment building perspective. To the left of us is the Lux, which this board granted by way of variance, which created 179 units with a height of the building of 77 feet high. So, what we're trying to do is mimic like what you would see on North American Street. And Gnome Architecture, who's handling this matter as the architecture firm, did a great job of trying to mimic that use on North American Street. Also, the zoning is partly industrial in use, so their use of materials was very interesting and in conformance to what you would expect on North American Street now. We have the notice of refusal, the proviso form, and revised plans. This is in the affordable housing overlay, where when you have more than 10 residential units, 20% of those units have to be at 40% AMI. So as part of our proviso plan, we indicate changes in the height of the building, but also the amount of units that we're reducing to. And then we would also need a proviso separate from the revised plans about the planning commission acknowledging a new form for the overlay, because we have to resubmit a form, and we've done that before. Our office has done that before, but the zoning board needs to have that proviso in there directing the planning commission to do that. Correspondence from South Kensington Community Partners, again, overwhelming support here. Letter of support from the nearby neighbor. Don't have the other letter that the chairman indicated, so I don't have the benefit of looking at that letter. Posting photos, presentation package that we got from Gnome, or RCO meeting notice. So South Kensington Community Partners, they have a pre-community meeting, and when the project is big enough, they have 2 community meetings, not 1 but 2. And again, just, they're a board of architects and other real estate professionals. So they really hold their developers accountable. And we made some major changes in terms of the height and the unit count that fell better in line with what you would see on North American Street.
Alan, the letter of opposition has to do with removal of trees.
Okay. I guess we're removing some trees. Is that okay? All right, our application for appeal or deed to the property and our certificate of tax clearance. Again, all I can say about removal of trees is it's a prominent corner. We'll work with the Fairmont, park to put trees around that as well. So I don't think that's an enforceable proviso, but I would definitely recommend that to my client. Notice of refusal, it looks worse than it is because we have mixed zoning. We have ICMX and RSA 5 zoning. Interesting. So multifamily use is not, so we're looking to do now 15 units with a commercial space. And we updated the refusal to make it so that the commercial space could be used for CMX 2.5 zoning. What they envision to have is really either some type of restaurant establishment or maybe coffee shop there, which would be allowed as a right for CMX 2.5 zoning. But anyway, that's what we're seeking. So multifamily is not allowed in RSA 5. Multifamily is not allowed in ICMX. The building height of their 85.5 feet is not allowed. We took a floor off. Now we're reducing to 73 feet, which is 4 feet less than the Lux, or maybe even 6 feet less than the Lux, which is next door to us. Building height for ICMX is, not allowed based on that. But again, we're mimicking what's to the left of us. We have no side yard, which we do because if you reorient the property, instead of thinking of it as a Cecil B. Moore address, you think of it as a North American Street address. We have a 10-foot side yard to the left of us where people have access to, where the garbage is actually stored in the back too. We have no parking, as part of our project. There's no way we'd be able to fit parking. It doesn't make sense. Plus, it's a corner property as well. And so those are two of our other refusals. Again, we, worked with the community, have, our revised plans here where we reduced the building height to 74 feet, 74.5 feet. We've reduced the amount of stories from 7 to 6. We've reduced the unit count from 18 to 15. Which, again, we'll have to do a revised acknowledgement form with the Planning Commission as it pertains to the affordable housing overlay. And we, slightly had reduced the affordable unit count from 4 to 3 based on the 20% requirement. So it always rounds up. So we're down to 3 affordable units as well. These are the revised plans. Again, this is the side yard with the entrance as well. And then this deals with the heights, the reduced height. And then again, we met with the community, unanimous support. They appreciated we made those changes. Letter of support from someone on Cecil B. Moore who would be directly impacted. I would also say the person to the right of us on Cecil B. Moore, there's also a garage there. So there's no living there. So we're not affecting their livability of their space with our building. Posting photos. Presentation packet kind of goes with what we have, but zoning, map, regular map, and then an aerial view of where we are in the neighborhood. You can see there's some massive structures nearby here. And what we're trying to do is mimic it because we believe we're more so a North American Street property. And you can see that here as well. And then this is what we're to the right of us is Cecil B. Moore. And this is the only thing left on Cecil B. Moore on our block. There's vacant lot here. There's a 2-story structure as well as a garage. And then you can see this is the Lux, 1705 North American Street, the Americana, which is 1740 North American Street, and so on are some significant building structures. And then again, no living in the basement. And we have like a gym for the building. We have a bike room, the commercial storage, some utility vaults. We have the commercial on the ground floor, which is facing North American Street. We have the lobby, multiple forms of egress, but we have a lobby here with elevator service. It's trash room, so trash is going to be stored inside. Again, everyone has access over here. There's also commercial dumpsters in the rear as well. And then, every floor is the same. Every floor has a 1-bedroom. Every floor has a 2-bedroom, and every floor has a studio. This is the same thing over and over again. Here's the studio, here's the 1-bedroom, and here's the 2-bedroom. And so that goes along 5 floors. And then there's our roof deck, which is a communal roof deck, so everyone has access to it. And then again, this is, our rendering of what we envision the property is going to look like. Everyone has a little outdoor space with these balconies. And then again, metal cladding, brick in some spots, more with the black, it makes it look more industrial, but this is an ICMX property. North American Street used to be very industrial in nature. So it has a cool hip look, but the color palette is to mimic also the traditional red brick that you would see in buildings here and just generally in Philadelphia, but having the metal for the industrial look. A lot of light too for the prominent commercial space that we hope to go there, either a restaurant establishment of some sort or maybe a coffee shop for the residents and the neighbors as well. RCO meeting notice. This was the last notice. Again, we had 2 community meetings and 1 pre-community meeting. Proof of mailing of that notice, our application for appeal that we filed on behalf of Millennium Philadelphia Development LLC. Our deed to the property showing that they own the property. And our certificate of tax clearance, where we're actually in the positive for this property. With that being said, I would ask that Umar be sworn in.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes. My name is Amar Sethi, Amar, last name Sethi.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed, counsel.
Yes, you heard everything I had to state today.
Correct.
And is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have one more thing to add, actually, during it for the commercial element, just to put it out there, it's actually gonna be my own personal restaurant that'll be taking place over there. That was a topic that came up with the RCO. They were worried that would be a blank, empty commercial space. That's not gonna be the case. My own personal restaurant will actually be there as well.
Questions from the board?
I guess I'm trying to figure out, okay, so this is split zone, so which one is,
I'm not sure that the refusal was written correctly. I think they're supposed to pick one and evaluate it based on one or whichever is stricter. And
Right.
so the examiner went with both in this case. So I
Yeah.
do not think that was correct. I don't think there are as many refusals on there as there truly are.
Well, I think that so for instance, the height refusal, either way, I mean, I think you would go basically RSA 5 for 38 feet
Right.
rather than 60 feet. Either way, we're being refused.
right, okay.
You know,
So they didn't do it like,
It doesn't look like they selected one district that they used it, or so they're supposed to select one district or select like the most
more restrictive
restrictive
one, which should
provisions.
have been the
of-
RSA 5.
Yeah, or the most restricted provisions of the zoning districts, something like that.
Yeah.
But
well, even the use of multifamily use, either zoning district is not allowed.
Right,
Yeah.
but it makes it confusing when it comes to the height. And it makes it, I don't see, the parking,
Mhm.
it makes it a little hard
right,
to
because if it
tell.
was evaluated under RSA
what-
5, there would be no parking requirement. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so it makes it so it's a little hard to say what you need the variances for because of the way that this was.
I mean, I can ask LNI to correct it or provide further explanation if
Yeah.
that would be helpful. I mean, I need to, because we got the revised plans today, I need a little bit more time to just look at them and figure out how many pages to stamp if the board approves it. So, I mean, if we just wait a week, I could get clarification on
That's
that.
fine. I thought our office submitted with the original materials.
Thought we just got them today. Maybe I'm wrong, but
So what we'll
Anyway.
do is we're going to hold this till next week.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
and I'll check.
Are
on the
we
refusal.
asking questions? Or are we holding it? Okay, all
Yeah,
right. So I just,
just holding the vote. I'll get clarification.
Just one more.
go ahead.
Okay, so what about the commercial use? I don't see where,
It's on the, you know what, mate, did I provide? Let me see
Yeah.
this. Hold on a
and
second.
there's,
Right.
Let me take a, no, it says, it's, yes, but there is I think the updated refusal says that it's for
The
CMX.
updated refusal says for CMX,
Two and a
the
half.
uses in CMX 2.5, but yeah, those are, refusing mistake.
okay.
I
all
did
right.
actually have a question about that because if you know what the use is already gonna be, do you want a proviso specifying that it's gonna be, I don't know if it's sit down, takeout, prepared food shop, like what?
This is the first time I've heard that we had a slotted use. That's why we, look, now,
Yeah, we gotta come back.
yeah. So, I think for CMX 2.5, we would not, wouldn't that be?
I don't remember off the top of my head because it varies which one's special exception, which is by right.
Okay, I mean, that's the
I don't
first
think
that
they're
we,
all by right. It's
yeah, that's the
CMX 2.5,
first we
yeah.
heard, I heard about any definitive use. That's why we wanted, open to deal with that. So, I can only tell you that if you give me a second, I can take a look to see what, if it was allowed.
Alan, if we're gonna hold this, if you just
Yeah.
want to talk to your client
Yeah.
and let us know what the use is in, and then we can just add it in. And, you know, either it can be that if it needs relief, we already have the CMX2 zoning in there as a request for relief.
Yeah.
Or if it's by right, then it just gets added in and it's
Yeah.
already done.
So what are the elements that are missing?
It's the fact is we had it as an open zoning use, just as commercial CMX 2.5, not your, I did not know you were having a restaurant in there. This is the first I heard about that. So if you're actually going to put the restaurant in there, you make that commitment, that will get approved if necessary, or at least documented, so we don't potentially have to do any more filings. So maybe that's something that we talk about, tomorrow.
Yes.
Because I have a couple more. Well, one more.
You do. I guess, okay, so I have a few, just for clarification, because there's been a lot of amendments. There are now 15 units, not 18, and it's 6 stories, not 7.
And it's 74 feet, not.
Okay, because it's different things, different, all right. And are there still any affordable units in the building?
3. We're required 20%.
Because you did do the bonus.
Yeah, we have, no, not the bonus.
Oh, this is
We're
the
in
min.
this is the min. This is the overlay. So we have no choice. Which
Alright.
even goes more so towards, the relief we're seeking for the variance.
Okay.
Yeah, we're the min. That's why I indicated that we have to
Okay.
do a proviso.
So I guess my question then is, for the affordable units, are they equally distributed across the unit types?
That's not on us. That's planning.
I
Planning
know, I can
gets,
still ask the question.
well,
It doesn't weigh into my decision, but I can't still ask. the
I
question.
can't speak for planning, but I know how planning would react to this situation. They have to be of equal quality, location, and
They do.
and use.
But I want to know what the developer's plan is.
And so I can't speak to that. I just can say that.
He's right
So I would think if you want to be fair, you're going to get one of each.
One of each, okay.
I would, but I know I'm not
Yeah.
planning, but I know what planning's going to do.
I mean, I know what I would have liked to hear, so.
Okay, any other questions?
Actually, can we just hold it, maybe the next application come in just to chat real quick outside or no?
No.
Can't do that.
No,
Okay.
we're gonna.
And then
One week.
my last question is, in the basement, it says Pico and it says electrical in 2 separate utility closets. Do we know which is going in which?
I do, we have Matt from Gnome Architecture. He can answer the question.
Okay.
If Matt's is still here,
Can you pull it
I
up?
can.
And then is the trash room that has access to both the street and the lobby gonna be vented? Because that's not notated on that plan.
I would. Hi, I'm here.
Well, are we gonna, you're gonna question Matt now?
No, I think there's
All right,
two
Matt,
questions.
please state your name and spell for the court stenographer.
Yes, Matthew Fromboludi, Mattthew, last name FrombolUti.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth? Go ahead, Alan.
Yes.
There were 2 questions. First about the vaults, like what's going to be in each of those rooms?
Well, just because electric and Pico are listed separately, and Pico is the electric utility, so.
Yeah, the Pico vault is probably where the transformer would go, and the electric room is often there's a separate electric room outside of the vault that we would need. So that's what the electric room is for.
Okay, and then for the trash room, is it planned to be vented? Because
Yes, it
there's
will be
doors to
vented.
both lobbies, or will the egress stairwell, the lobby and the street?
Yeah, the trash room would be vented, as is required per code.
Okay,
And are there lights on the corner for the side of the building? On the side of the building?
Yes, there'd be lights probably on the underside of the overhang, and also some lights at the entrance to the lobby. And as needed for the tenant space as well, there would be lights.
And while I understand the trash room was going to be vented per code, code does not necessarily address the actual transference of smell, which is what most neighbors and community members actually complain about. So I was actually asking more so understanding what the code requirements are, which is not that stringent. Is there plans to deal with, because there's so many units in this building, how to handle smell in that
Um,
space?
yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
No, go, man. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that because of the amount of units, obviously we'll have to have commercial trash pickup as well.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have, it's gonna be multiple times a
week,
day.
yeah.
I mean, a week, excuse me, a week.
Yeah. Okay.
Hillary, do we want to do this as a resumptive?
David, you didn't give your,
No, I'm,
okay, so you want to get the amended refusal. So then we'll, I think planning, it wants to defer on its testimony, so then we'll need to do a resumption.
we still have a date of 5/20. It's into May. Or we have two spots on the 8th, right? We use one.
Well, do we need, I thought it was more for you to look at the revised plans.
Yes, I mean, I don't know if planning got to see the revised plans. That's the problem is my legal assistant confirmed we got them today. So planning probably didn't see them either. So their recommendation is gonna be based on the prior plans.
Gotcha.
So, but maybe we'll put it in for May for now, then you can contact the office and call the office and see if we have, other dates
Yeah,
available.
it sounds like April 8th is available, right?
We used this 2 slots that we had in April 8th already today, but just call the office because things do change. So call
Right.
the office.
And is David going to take a position that Aries was going to wait?
No,
Okay.
planning is deferring.
All right, so you'll hear from us, Alan.
Okay.
All right, Alan, I want you have one last one. Give me a little bit of a break. Why don't you take a break, leave all your stuff there?
Yeah.
And let me handle a couple of ones. I still have 3 more before I get to 3:30.
Well, the problem is I'm looking at my watch. I have a 6:30 community meeting and I have to get back.
Okay, come on.
Let me do it. I'll do it quick.
Well, yeah, you said that before.
No, I'm gonna be.
I mean,
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
thank you, sir.
If you move.
No,
the-
one more, right?
If you move the exhibits, if you move the
Yeah,
exhibits
yes.
while you're
Yes.
going through the explanation of
Yeah.
the.
All right, so MI 2024-007-294, 4498 Livingston Street. Mr. State your name for the record.
Alan Knockhamson.
Could you identify your client and relationship to the property?
Yes, it's Robert Huttonlock, who's the owner of the property.
Do you waive the reading and the refusal, and do you agree with its accuracy?
I do.
Why don't you share your screen and start, sir? There's a letter of support from Bridesburg community. The vote was 16 in favor, 4 in opposition.
All right. Trying to get. All right, here's my screen. All right. All right, straight. All right, we have like we have 2 properties that have basically 3 building structures on it. And we're just trying to essentially legalize it in some way. We have an original refusal and amended refusal because we noticed that there was a mistake on the original refusal that omitted the duplex use in the corner property. That's 4498 and a half Livingston. So what we're trying to do here is make from 2 parcels to 3 parcels. There is 2 parcels that are 2-story structures. And there is a warehouse where we're doing an adaptive reuse with shaving a portion of the top of that structure and making that into a single family use. So we have 3 refusals. There's lot C, D, and E. Lot D is a single family structure, which we're just trying to change none of the buildings we're changing. We're just changing the lot, we're reconfiguring the size of the lots. So again, because of making it into 3 parcels rather than 2, we have a refusal for 886.5 square feet. Lot D is, I'm sorry, Lot C is the actual, I'm sorry, duplex. Lot D is the actual single-family structure, which is 1,197.7 square feet. And Lot E is the warehouse, which we're making into single-family use, which is now 974.1 square feet. We're also, again, not changing the building footprints, but because we're making that from 3 lots to 2 lots, we have some issues with the existing structures in terms of lot depth, where Lot C, again, is the the duplex will have no lot rear yard, as well as Lot E. And then finally, we're in RSA 5 zoning. So the duplex that's currently there, that's been there forever since my clients own that property, which we're legalizing, there's a variance because it's RSA 5 zoning. So we met with the community. The board voted unanimously in support. The community voted, 14-4 in support of this proposed change in use. And again, this is just to give you an idea. Here's the two-story structures. This is the duplex, which is on the corner of Lefevre and Livingston. This is the single-family use right here to the left of it. This is one Livingston Street address. This is another Livingston Street address. Behind it, somehow a warehouse was built that spans both of those properties in the rear. So all we're trying to do is cut this, where now the warehouse is its own parcel, which will now be a single family parcel. The duplex will stay as a duplex and the single family will stay as a single family. The only thing that's getting renovations is the warehouse to make it into a single family structure. And it kind of shows, like, again, what we're dealing with here is kind of strange and interesting at the same time. So this is one building structure, this is another building structure, and then this is the warehouse that connects us to that duplex in the rear. Maps of the area, this is RSA 5 zoning. Photographs of the property, this is from Livingston Street. These are the 2 structures. This is the multifamily structure, and you'll see there are multiple entrances. This is the single family structure. This is the actual warehouse, which we're looking to shave basically a floor off and then add to it and make that a single family structure. And again, this is the existing conditions as far back as Google Earth goes in 2008 about this. And then you can see here, this is something historical, like in 1930, you can see this warehouse existed. And then there was no rear yard setback for 4498.5 Livingston. So this has been existing for as far as back as you can see. This is Livingston Street from the rear of the property from Belgrade Street. These are all the hearing notice posters. This is Livingston to the right of the property, left of the property, Lefevre to the right and left, Belgrade to the right and left. The exterior conditions, this is of the warehouse, which we're going to shave off a floor and then add a building add a floor to the building structure and make that single family use. We do not have any interior photos of the other structures because they're being lived in. They've been lived in forever. The tenants didn't want us to invade their privacy. Our plans and drawings. So this is the old warehouse that you saw, and now we're making that into a single family house. This is the single family and the duplex as well. And again, what you're seeing here is C, which is multifamily, 2-story structure, D, which is single family, and this is going to be the adaptive reuse of the warehouse to single family. And then that's the elevation for that single family use. And then that's, again, living room, dining room, kitchen. Then upstairs, second floor, you have a primary suite. And then above that, you have 2 bedrooms and a flex area with a roof deck. And then this is just the single family use here. Again, open floor plan. You have 2 bedrooms and then 1 bathroom. And then this is the duplex, as you can see from the pictures, which I quickly went through. There's 2 separate entrances. There's one here, and then there's one here for another unit. So if you go to the unit here, where it's on Livingston, you have a living room, kitchen, dining, but and then bathroom, and then the bedroom. Both the Livingston properties that are currently being occupied as residential units, the basements are unfinished where the mechanicals are. Instead of going to unit number one, you go to unit number two, where there's a separate door. You have the living room, and then you go up a flight of steps, and it's 2 bedrooms, and then an open floor plan for the living area. And then this is just a survey showing how we're redividing the properties. RCO meeting notice, we met February 5th. Proof of mailing of that notice, our application for appeal, deed to the property showing that Robert owns the property and has been owning it since 2004. And finally, certificate of tax clearance. No taxes are currently owed, well, at least until March 31st. With that being said, I would ask that Robert be sworn in.
Robert, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Robert Huttenlock, Huttenlock.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. Please proceed, counsel.
Yes, Robert, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter. Is it true and correct? Do you adopt this as your own testimony? Yes. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yep, could you just explain where the trash is gonna go for each unit?
We're gonna build a enclosure on the side, on the Belgrade Street side of the property.
Can you show me that?
Oh, sure. Pictures. All right, so this is not obviously in greatest conditions here, but you would be doing it along the side here on Belgrade.
Correct.
So again, he doesn't plan, he rents these units out. So he's planning to keep all those units. And then, again, there's more than enough space, like, for, each of, in the units themselves as well.
Other questions?
Okay, so just for clarity, Lot C is getting a new structure?
Let me just confirm
It's the
with,
duplex.
no, the duplex is an existing
They're
duplex.
going- It's an existing duplex.
Yeah, with multiple, like, yeah, let me see if I have,
Can you go back to the lot subdivision plan? That might help,
yeah.
because that was the one that you went through really quickly.
So this is Lot C, which is a corner property. From the pictures, you would see a door facing Livingston for one of the units. And then for the upper unit, you would have a door, there's a door existing right here. Lot D is here. What happened what's the current condition is basically just think about the line going straight down to the back, where, you have 4498 Livingston is premises D. 4498 Livingston, 98 and a half Livingston is C. Somehow a warehouse was put in the back that spans both properties. So what we're trying to do is basically,
Cut it into 3.
yeah, kind of to 3.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up from a number ending in 4500. I have allowed them to speak.
Okay. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, Greg Palmier, Gregtaulmier.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Greg, are you a neighbor?
I'm here for the Midvale Avenue
No,
zoning issue.
Greg, we're not there yet. We're still in this one case.
Okay.
You'll hear it when I get to that case, okay? But thank you, and we'll get to you shortly. Any other questions or comments?
I do not see any
Planning
further answers, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city last rezoned Bridesburg in 1970. The appellant received a letter of map amendment from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, removing the property from the special flood hazard area. The appellant requests dimensional variances for 3 proposed lots. The appellant proposes a lot adjustment that would result in 3 non-conforming lots. The proposed lot adjustment would not have a negative impact on surrounding properties, and the duplex is legally non-conforming. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use and dimensional variances.
MI 2024-007-294-4498 Livingston Street. I vote yes. Proviso per amended refusal dated 2/25/25.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malcolmson. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry you were here so long. Number 12, MI 2024-007-038, 1000 to 32 Chestnut Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney. There's unanimous non-opposition from Washington Square, letter of non-opposition from Council Member Squilla.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Yeah,
Council.
good evening. You're right.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Sure. It's Rachel, Rachael, Pritzker, Pritzker.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You agree to the waiving of the reading of the refusal, and do you agree with its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you share your screen and proceed? Could you identify your client also?
Yeah, my client is John Betts. His entity is the licensee for Starbucks, which is the tenant of this property, which is owned by Jefferson.
And this is the case you had a couple months ago, am I right?
No, this is the signage.
No, I said, but then you do the Starbucks inside the
I
place?
did,
Yeah,
and this is
all right,
for the
right,
sign.
yeah, okay,
Yes,
good,
yeah,
right,
exactly
all
right. And I'm going to keep this very, very brief. Okay, can you see my screen?
Oh, I know.
Okay, awesome. So this is a CMX5 property, 1000 to 32 Chestnut Street. As mentioned, this is just for one sign on the property. It's a blade sign or a projecting sign on the 11th Street side of the property. This, because of the location in the center city commercial area, as you can see on the refusal, this sign is prohibited except on properties facing Market Street between Front and 5th Street. This has been already approved by the Art Commission pending Zoning Board of Adjustment approval. So we do have Art Commission approval for this, as well as the other by right signs. This basically, and as you can see just on the refusal, this board has approved other signs that have been needing a variance as well. So it's not out of character, and there's plenty of other signs on this block. Like at the Taco Bell across the street that have a projecting or a blade sign. I'm going to skip down to page 98. Most of this packet includes the lease, which takes up the majority of the documents, but just to give you a feel, this is CMX5. This is a Jefferson building, takes up the entire city block, and where the Starbucks is located is basically on the corner of Chestnut Street. Here's a sort of front view of the building with the zoning posters. It's the Gibbon building. And the need for the blade sign is really because given the size and scale of this, the other signage kind of all over the building, and they want to help pedestrian traffic to locate the Starbucks, given the long apron on the 11th Street side, a small blade sign with the Starbucks logo emblem, just helps identify the location of it, and is also in character for every Starbucks you see around the country. So we were amenable with the Art Commission to not put one on Chestnut Street, but they were supportive of one on 11th Street. And here's just the part in the code that says you can't have these signs without a variance. Where we located them. We met with the Washington Square Civic Association back in January 28th, and they issued us a letter of non-opposition. There were 12 votes not opposed to the sign. They also supported our application when we went for the variance for the Starbucks. This is also Councilman Mark Squilla's letter of non-opposition as well. I have our sign designer, Max Major, on. If we can have him go through the signs, or I can show these and bring him on if the board has questions, whatever you prefer.
Why don't you show us, and then if we have questions, we'll bring
Okay.
it on.
So this is just, again, the sign. This is on the 11th Street side. It's the C, where you see just the Starbucks emblem. If you've been to any Starbuckses in the country, they have just this small blade sign. Again, on the 11th Street side, it's just where the apron is for the back side of the building. So it just makes it more easily identifiable. The other Starbucks signs are by right, and they've already been approved. So literally just that sign. It's just showing the location of it. Just again, it's a very large building. So, and on 11th Street is where we wanted to just have some additional signage to make it easy for pedestrians, people in the building, anybody passing by, employees to be able to see. And here's just the, if you can see on the right here, is just where the sign's going to be in comparison to the 11th Street sign and Chestnut Street. And this is just a closer up version of what that sign looks like and the dimensions of it. This is the interior. So we're getting started on that. Other than that, I have nothing else to add. And we didn't have any opposition for this project. I'm happy to bring John Betts on, who's the tenant for this.
Why don't you bring him on and he'll.
Got my testimony.
Yep.
Is there a John Betts in the audience? There we go.
They're coming back in as a panelist now.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Betts, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, sir. John Betts, JOHN-BETZ.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Please proceed, counsel.
John, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes, Rachel.
That's all, Chairman.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney? Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX-5 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The proposed projecting sign is in keeping with the character of the other buildings on this block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for a projecting sign.
Thank you. MI 2024-007-038, 1,000 to 32 Chestnut Street. I vote yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay,
Have a great
thank you,
night.
sir. Thank you. Number 7, MI 2024-005-790, 3625 North 16th Street. Olak Sokoloff is the attorney. Unanimous opposition, 7 votes over 2 meetings from the 13th Ward RCO. Our RCO would be okay with 2 units.
They're coming back in as a panelist now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board.
Sorry,
Oleg.
Mr. Sokoloff, we got to you so late. Could you just state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Sure, Oleg, O-L-E-G, Sokolov, S-O-K-O-L-O-V.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You agree to the waiving of the refusal, reading of the refusal, and also do you agree with its accuracy?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, my client is Dion Hart. I know he got kicked off of the call, Mr. Hand. I don't know if you're seeing anyone come back on, but I would like, he was trying to re-register and then it was only letting him re-register for the 12th for some reason. So I asked him to call in. I'm not 100% certain if he'll be able to
Okay,
make
so
it.
why don't you start, sir?
Yeah, this is gonna be really long. I'm just kidding. At 6 o'clock, I wanted to make,
Probably not a funny joke.
I apologize.
Funny.
Okay, if I may address.
A lot of
the-
people in the audience don't see it as funny either, but
I apologize. I tried to bring a little levity. It was misguided. All right, Mr. Bergman, I'll go through my whole exhibit packet and I will be as fast as possible. You hear me speaking quickly. I want to address the letter of opposition over 2 meetings. Firstly, let me start here. We scheduled a meeting that was held in November. Mr. Karn, who runs the 13th Democratic Ward, asked us to reschedule that meeting because there weren't enough participants. We said, of course, no problem. We managed to reschedule the meeting for February. And what I want to do is just show the board, if you can see that these are our certificates of mailing. And if you can see, there's an October date. So let me just flip that for the board here. So we sent out the 139 notices for October. We showed up, we were asked to continue because there weren't enough participants. We continued the meeting until February, where we once again were asked to continue because there were not enough participants. And my communication during the meeting with Mr. Karn was that, you know, we obviously kind of object to another continuance. We saw this as an issue in November, and we asked what would happen when we come back and we still don't have enough participants. Mr. Karn was going to reach out to Mr. Richardson from the councilperson's office to just get some advice as to how to proceed. He was supposed to CC me on an email. That never happened. So I eventually wrote an email to Mr. Karn saying, after attempting for the second time to hold the RCO and your insistence that we need to continue the meeting, not enough participants, you indicated that you would reach out to Mr. Richardson. I didn't see any emails. You know, please send either the email to Mr. Richardson to myself, or, you know, this will serve as that email as I'm copying Mr. Richardson, and everyone from the ZBA, including Ms. Emerson, was copied here. You know, just to give a little background, my client purchased this property in July of 2024. We filed this appeal in August of 2024 because Mr. Hart, who resides at the property, is not a real estate professional, bought this property to live in it, and only after attempting to get rental licenses for the property understood that it was non-conforming. So Mr. Hart himself is living in a non-conforming property, and this was obviously of grave concern. So, you know, we wanted to get before the board to not continue it again, as this has been going on since August. There were only 2 people at the February meeting. And then we received this letter of opposition after an email from Mr. Karn, you know, basically discussing that we didn't hold the hearing and some other issues. And then apparently our packet was presented to 7 members of the RCO offline, and they voted offline. I represent to the board that I did not present a single package other than what the submission that we made prior to the RCO. No presentations were given to the board, and our original intent was to have, you know, appear before the ZBA today, and we assumed that you would perhaps hold the vote until we were able to meet with the RCO at subsequent time. So that's kind of the background of the RCO situation. So just to cap that all off, we certainly did not present to 7 people, and whatever 7 people voted on was offline without a presentation and just the packet that we had sent them. The other thing I would like to point out, per the letter from the RCO, so again, this is a legalization of use. Mr. Hart purchased this property in this renovated 3-unit condition. Mr. Hart lives on the 3rd floor of the property, which is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. The 1st floor is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath. and the second floor is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. Apparently, the RCO, would support a 2-unit, so the multifam issue is not one. I'll also say that this property has been this way since 2020 in my research. And there were no problems with density. There are no complaints, no L&I violations issued on the property from any neighbors complaining. So I'm a bit remiss by the unanimous opposition after there was no RCO held. And I hope that makes sense. I tried to speak very fast to get that before you guys. And at this point, I'll go through my packet. So as I stated, July 3rd, 2024 is when Mr. Hart purchased the property. It was in completely renovated condition. I also just want to show the board, if I may, the listing for the property, which you will see here again, sold in July of 2024 and represented. This is from, I believe I pulled this from Redfin or Zillow. I can't recall, but you'll see rehabbed ultra modern triplex that can be yours. So Mr. Hart is a postal worker. He is by no means a real estate professional, as the board knows and has seen these cases many times. Unfortunately, consumers sometimes purchase things based on a Zillow listing and don't have the knowledge base to do due diligence to understand that the property may not be conforming. Okay, our tax clearance certificate, pictures of the property. I'm sure the board has questions about trash and where it's been stored. Everyone on this block basically stores their cans out on their porches, as you can see here, and you can see from some other Google images, and then brings them to the street and then sometimes brings them back. These are, offset properties from the street, so there's plenty of room in the property line on the porch to store trash cans. And again, there's never been a complaint, any kind of trash violation on this property whatsoever.
You have pictures of the inside of the property?
Yep. Just pictures of the street quickly. And here we go to pictures of the property itself. So you can see the renovation was done very well. Mr. Hart had no reason to suspect that there were any issues related to zoning when he purchased the property, probably because of how well done and nice the renovations were. What I do want to particularly direct the board's attention to is, in just a brief search that we conducted, we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 6 properties that have been granted multifam variances just within a 2-block radius. And then in some other searching, we found a few more on Westmoreland, including this one, which is not too far. This is 32 to 21 to 47, which is a 48 dwelling building, but numerous 5-unit, 2-unit, 3-unit variances have been granted in the neighborhood. Also, what I'd like to point out to the board is this, and I'll go through it quickly, but this is the previous rental license, which has since expired, but pulled in 2009. This property had a historical variance for a 6-unit. And in fact, as recently as 2019, and I guess up to 2020, if they didn't renew this license, there was a 6-unit rental license available on this property. Zoning map. And then here I just briefly put in the zoning history. You can see, I believe this is, I don't even want to try to figure out this date. I think this is from the 50s, that it was a 6-unit, and the property itself has not changed, has not been rebuilt. It's the same structure. Our application for appeal, project information form. This is our community notice letter for the second meeting on February 20th. And then our letters of support, which we've mapped out here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 19 letters of support. certificates of mailing for the February meeting. And our notice posters for today's hearing. That's it. Happy to answer any questions. Again, board, my
Is
apologies.
your
for
client
the
here? Could you
Stupid joke.
verify it? Mr. Sokoloff, is your client
Yes.
here?
Mr. Hart, are you on the phone? Are you on the line here?
Council, I don't see anyone with that name in the virtual audience.
Okay, so Mr.
Is there
Sokoloff,
anyone on a phone call?
No.
as an officer of the court, we will take your testimony.
Okay,
Questions
I
from the
appreciate
board?
it. And again, my apologies, board.
No, sure.
Is there, could you tell us what's going on in the basement?
I don't believe there is a basement. I know there's no, oh, I apologize, but there is a basement with backyard. I honestly do not know what is going on in the basement, and I only know about the basement from this listing here.
Other questions from the board?
When did you say your client purchased this property?
He purchased it in July of 2024.
And it was in the condition that we saw?
It was
when
absolutely
you
in
purchased it?
in this condition. I obviously cannot tell because there were no building permits pulled for this, so that's obviously another concern. We have to go through this process in order to be able to rectify the building permit issue. But from looking at the historical Google images, there's an image from 2019 that has no door in it and some vacant windows. So it looks like sometime between 2019 and 2024, when my client purchased it, was when the construction was done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaston.
Is your client the first occupant in the building that we know of?
Meaning, was it rented prior to
Yes,
him?
exactly.
I believe he purchased it and then rented the properties.
Okay. And are there currently tenants in all three units?
There are he is living on the third floor, and there are tenants in the lower two units.
Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, we have Charles Richardson, and I will
Ooh.
be promoting him to panelist.
You know, Mr. Richardson, I was wondering if you were going to still be around. Mr. Richardson?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and
Oh,
Board.
boy, I'll tell you, I was wondering if I was going to hear your voice.
Yes,
Please
at
state
least
your
2 more
name and
times
spell-
today.
State your name and spell for the stenographer.
Charles Richardson, RICHARDSON, Office of Councilwoman Cindy Bass, Room 508, City Hall.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Certainly do.
Please proceed.
Okay, so what we're looking at here is what's a situation. It's going to start the video. Hold on. Do I look good enough to put the video on? Is the
Yeah,
question.
you're fine.
They made a mailing to 130 some odd households living within that specific area that on the planning commission list. There were 7 people that were at that last meeting. The 7 people were actually of the RCO committee. There were no near neighbors that were available that came on to the meeting. The 19 letters of support that they have only actually have 7, because I of course, you know, I love to have petitions circulated and, you know, everything, so I can at least vet them. There are only 7 people that actually live within that prescribed area. So it really was something that, you know, it's kind of disingenuous, because the people that where he put in that were mapped out are nowhere near the property, and actually some of them are even farther than what he's even reporting. With regard to the RCO, their main thing right now is they've been inundated, overindulged with over 3 units and more within that area of the ward. And they're trying their best to try to hold that in place so that they're only like 2. And that's why they're approving the 2. The councilwoman is going to be supporting the RCO with regard to the request for the 2 units. If Mr. Sokolov would like to come back, that would, with the RCO and the council office would definitely welcome that, so that there can be further discussion with regard to what this actually will look like at the end of the day. So if it's going to go forward with 3, then we're going to oppose. We're going to stand with the RCO. If it can be done with 2 as a proviso, then that would be fine too. Also with no basement living as well. So that's where we stand with that.
All right, thank you very much.
If I may, Chair.
Go ahead, Oleg.
Mr. Richardson, I'm sorry. You were not at the meeting, correct?
No, but I got the
Okay.
reports. I got the
Okay.
reports.
And when you say there were 7 people at the meeting, you mean that there were 7 people logged into the Zoom along with me? Because that's I apologize. I don't mean to disagree with you, but
The RCO, you're not listening. The RCO committee.
meaning they
look
met
at the-
afterwards.
And that's what they do.
Okay, but there were not 7 people at the meeting. None of the RCO members of the committee were at that meeting, correct?
They were on after you got off.
And is it correct that I stated that we were asked to continue that February meeting as well?
Yes, you were asked to continue the February meeting. I don't see anything wrong with that either.
And no presentation was given, correct?
Not that I know. As far as I know, they went
Okay.
by what you gave them, sir.
No, I just want to be clear
So
that.
Olag, listen, I mean, you started this presentation off by saying you wanted to go back to the RCO. Of course, you said you never had a chance to make a presentation.
Well, they have made a determination on our.
I know, what I'm saying
proposal.
is, Mr. Richardson just said the same thing, why don't you go back? So I'm gonna hold this vote on this. I'm gonna check with our attorney here. I'm gonna hold the vote. I want to close it. Close everything down other than the information that we get from the RCO, okay?
I would also just like to add
And you'll
that-
have a chance to respond to that.
Okay, I would like to add that as the board can see from the grouping, perhaps there are some people outside of the 250-foot radius on the letters of support, but certainly affected neighbors. I mean.
I see that.
Yeah,
I
this
see
is
what
not,
you're
we
saying.
didn't, these are the addresses. We did not map out fake addresses or anything to that extent. And I was not even informed that a
Listen to me,
committee
listen to
meeting
me,
was held.
listen to me a minute. You started the meeting off by saying you wanted to go back to the RCO. That's what your exact words. You said, I wanted to go back because I didn't get a chance to make a presentation. I want to go
No, I
back and
said
tell
what I
them.
believe. We
So-
will go,
so that's
certainly
what we're
go
gonna
back. Yeah, we will certainly go back to the RCO, of course, at
Okay,
the.
all right, that's what we're gonna do. Why don't we hold this for a month, Hillary?
Does the chair wish to have a resumption hearing or just hold the vote?
No, I want to hold the vote.
Because then we need to have planning give their recommendation.
Go ahead, Laney.
Thank you, Chairman and board members, and good evening, David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA3 residential single-family zoning at this location. This property has a documented history as multifamily household living. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested use variance for 3 dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. So we're
And
gonna hold
I'm
this.
sorry, or just since we're closed, I would like to, for the record, to just state my client's hardship in this matter. If the board does not approve this, my client has to do an entire gut renovation of a newly purchased property that he is
understand. I
neither in a
understand.
position to do nor can afford to do. So I would just like that to be on the record, please.
But, right, so I'm thinking of a month, Hillary, to bring this back for a vote.
Yeah, let's bring it back for a vote on April 9th, Wednesday, April 9th.
Okay.
And the record is closed except for an updated letter from the RCO and any response from the
And-
applicant and the council office.
Right, and Oleg, you'll have a chance to respond to that, okay?
Okay, I will just, Ms. Emerson, I apologize. We have had issues scheduling These
that's why I took the
RCO,
floor.
so if we need a continuance of the vote, can we reach out to request that still, or is it a set
Yes.
date?
Sure.
Yes,
sure,
you,
sure.
you can.
All
Thank
right,
you very
members of the
much.
board, thank you. Good evening.
All right, thank you. Yes, now what time? 2. Okay. That's right. Well, we got them all here. We're doing good now. MI 2024-007-229, 761 South A Street. David Orphanides is the attorney. Unanimous non-opposition from Bella Vista and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. The applicant also provided petition of support with 14 signatures. Mr. Orphanides.
And he's coming in now as a panelist, Chair.
Mr. Orphanides, you've already been sworn in. Could you just state your name for the record?
Certainly. My name is David Orphanides. Last name is spelled Orphanides.
Do you waive the reading of the refusal, and do you agree with their accuracy?
Waive the reading. I do not agree with its accuracy.
Okay, thank you. And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Certainly. My client is the owner of the property, Mr. John's Music LLC.
Why don't you share your screen and make your presentation?
Certainly. Can all see?
We can.
Great. So again, my name is David Orphanides. I'm representing Mr. John's Music LLC, the owner of this property. You may recall you probably won't, because there's been you had so many cases today, let alone how many cases there have been since 2023. But I was before you previously for this address, and on behalf of my client. They're a music school. Their original storefront it's in the Italian market. And back in 23, after they had purchased this property, they had secured a by right zoning permit to use the ground floor for the music school. But because the property was zoned CMX1, they needed a variance to use the second floor for the music school. The third floor was then and still is my client's, the owner of Mr. John's Music School, Mr. John. It's his dwelling unit. So we were secured a variance back at that time, and they proceeded with the construction of the building. You can see at the bottom picture, that's how it looked back in 23. You can see at the upper picture how it looks now. They've done a tremendous job of renovating the building, both inside and out. You can see here, here's what the inside looks like now. I mean, I could show you what it looked like before when they were doing the work. You can see here. But my client has an amazing taste, and he has amazing music school. When we went in 23, I mean, it was the room, the Palumbo Rec Center was packed with people in support. Almost anybody who has a kid in Center City that plays music has at one time or another been involved in being taught by Mr. John and his wonderful staff. And here's what they did. They did a really incredible job. This is the second floor, so originally it was the first floor. This is, and I'll show you in a second, there at the back of the second floor, when I say the back, heading towards the east, because we front on the east side of South 8th Street, along the north side of Fulton Street. For the staff, there's a kitchen, and then off of that, there's a deck that was approved previously. It's a roof deck above a one-story portion that's still being built. And you can see the rest of the second floor here. And then there's a door that goes up to my client's unit, his dwelling unit up on the third floor. You can see here, this is the third floor. Beyond that, this application involves a deck that's beyond the third floor to the rear of the third floor, and then a roof deck above the third floor. You can see here on the plans that were submitted. So here's the deck that I was kind of showing you from the inside. Is off the back of the third floor. It's above the previously permitted roof deck. And then above the one-story portion. And then there's a third floor roof deck above That's for the use of John, his personal use with a pilot house. Part of this application also involves a really cool sign. Right now, there's no signage on the building. There's some cool lights that they light up at different times of the year, different holiday colors and whatnot along the Fulton Street side. And by the way, Fulton Street is, although it's called Fulton Street and has a street sign, like I will show you in a minute, is not actually a city street. And that, as a result, initially there was a refusal that was issued about requiring a setback from Fulton Street for the roof deck, for any of the decks, and that wasn't necessary because Fulton Street's not an actual street. But it does result in one of the concerns I have or issues I have with the notice of refusal. But you can see here, the application involves not only the deck off the back of the third, which garnered a refusal, the roof deck with the pilot house, which did not result in a refusal, and then this flat wall sign, statically illuminated sign I should know this, a treble clef, I believe. And here you can see a rendering of what it'll look like. These are the drawings that were submitted to LNI. So the property is located, as I mentioned, it fronts on South 8th Street. It's on the north side of Fulton Street. You can see right here, Fulton Street is not on the city plan. And here's the street cards, PSD, Philadelphia Streets Department card for the property. And you can see here that the property, as I mentioned, is on CMX1. Back to the aerials, it's interesting. There is a 10-foot alley. So this is before, I think even the deck at the first floor was started under construction. The property extends at 17 feet 2 inches wide. It's 77 feet 6 inches deep. And then behind it is a 10-foot wide alley. There's a single family dwelling to the east of us. And then there's a rental property or a property to the north of us, 759. I believe the owner of that property may be still on the call. We were having discussions. I contacted my client right before the hearing this morning to talk about a couple things. Looks like there's a 3-unit rental license on Atlas for that property. But if that owner's here, he can speak to what his use is of that property. But here you can see the aerial, and these are all taken before the renovations were done, because you can see the boarded up windows at the ground floor as you move around here. Historically, street view images going back, you can see during the construction back into, during 23 and then back into 20s. There are no zoning records back to that point, so I'm assuming by the looks of it, even though it was in CMX1, that it was utilized for a single family dwelling. I'm not going to go into great detail because it's getting late. I did include in my exhibit book some information about Mr. John's Music School, much of which I presented back in 23, both regarding their mission, their vision, their core values, some screenshots from their website. They give lessons all around the area. This is one of their permanent locations. They're also now located in Atlanta, where my client is presently. He is actually teaching a class right now, so if he may be able to come in and adopt my statements when we're finished. But again, here are the current images of the property as they exist right now. I did show you the zoning plans and the renderings, the notice of refusal. There are 3 refusals. One has to do with the deck, this deck at the 3rd floor. It can't be located, now they said, within the rear yard. There is no rear yard, so there's a question as to whether that's legitimate, but measuring 9 feet from the rear yard depth from where the rear property line is, that deck is located within that area. It's a question of whether, if the building already extends at the ground floor all the way to the rear, whether there is a rear yard or not. Be that as it may, again, there's a 10, here's we're showing, you can't see it, this is another view, the rear elevation, and showing the deck at the the existing deck at the 2nd floor, and the deck at the 3rd floor. And you can see here, but there is that 10-foot alley, as I mentioned, it's shown here on the site plan beyond our property. And then to the east of us, as you can see in the exterior photos that I have here, it's just the wall of the property. As I swing around, and you just see right here, There's a wall of the property that's to the east of us. I think the woman that actually lives in the building to the east of us on the other side of the alley parks in the alley. So it's not like that the deck off the back of the third floor is going to be looking in anybody's window. There is I would call it an illegal window, small window up in the west facing wall of that building to the east of us, but it's on the property line, and that's why I say it's not legal, but it is what it is. It's a very small window, and there shouldn't be any impact upon that property owner in terms of the deck being located, the deck in question at issue with the notice of refusal impacting that property. The other refusals, this is the other one that I have an issue with. In CMX 1, and I have a copy of the zoning code provision right here, you're allowed 1 square feet for every linear foot of street frontage. LNI interpreted the fact that Fulton Street is not a street. They said that we get 0 signage, even though it's functions as a street, that we're allowed 0 signage facing Fulton Street. The zoning code provisions do not say that that applies only to that frontage. It just says you get that much signage. Granted, at 17.2 square feet, and given the number of square feet for that sign, we would still not be in compliance with the maximum area sign area requirements for this sign. However, we believe that they got it wrong as far as how far we're off. We don't believe that it's 0. We believe that it's 17 point, I think 1.667 square feet, which again, we do exceed, but it's not 0. The other thing is that we would receive a refusal because for the location of the sign, all signs are not permitted to be located above the 2nd floor windowsill. And here you can see, here you have the 2nd floor, and we're located up here. 8th Street there's a lot of commercial businesses up and down the block. There's a lot of signage. Again, this is not it's not an overbearing sign. The illumination is it's very classic and it's very subdued. It's not a digital sign. It's not flashing. It's static. And we believe that it looks more almost like a mural, like artwork, than like a sign. But it does help to identify what the use of the property is, which is as a music school. Included in my exhibits are a copy of our deed at tab 6 that shows my client owns the property. Again, in this deed is a legal description that does show that we do have that 10-foot wide alley to the east of us, buffering us and acting as a buffer. That's greater than the required rear yard depth for CMX 1 for the property to the east of us. We have our tax clearance certificate, a copy of the notice for today's hearing, and that it was posted on both frontages. Again, Fulton Street technically isn't a street, so technically we wouldn't need to post Fulton Street, but out of an abundance of caution, we did post Fulton Street, as you can see here. And then the 14303 notice, here's the email from the Planning Commission identifying Bella Vista Neighbors Association as a coordinating RCO for the project, the list of addresses to which we mailed the notice for the hearing, and I highlighted 759 South 8th Street, our abutting neighbor to the north, because I think there was a question from him earlier today that he didn't receive that notice, but here's a copy of the notice and the list of the certificate of mailing showing that we mailed to all 255 addresses that showed up on with the list of addresses that we secured from the Planning Commission. So in terms of the refusals, we challenged the first refusal as to whether or not it's actually in the rear yard. But even if it is in the rear yard, it's above a by right deck at the ground floor or above the 1-story portion. So to say that that deck, even though it's a roof deck, it's in that sense that it's a different type of deck, but it has the same type of impact. It's at the 3rd floor. There is that 10-foot wide alley to the east of us. The property to the north of us has the upper floor set back. You can see here in the aerial. As I get in a little closer, you can see they have a 1-story portion here, and then their upper floor. If we go swing around here, you can see it's set back a little bit from the rear of our building, so it's actually a little bit behind. So somebody from this deck would actually have to look around to intentionally look into the back windows of that building. We did have discussions with that property owner, and he could, if he's still on, he can speak to that. We've agreed that for along the side of both already the permitted deck and the proposed deck, we're going to come back. We're not come back to the zoning board, but because we can do it as a matter of right, the zoning code allows a 60-inch privacy screen, 60 inches tall, no more than 50% opaque as a matter of right. And we'll go back after the fact and we'll submit for that, because again, that is permitted as a matter of right to address any privacy concerns that he has there. But again, so we questioned the first one, we questioned the second one in terms of the degree. But again, we feel that given the nature of the sign, given if you take a look at the exterior photos that I provided up and down the street, the other businesses that are located, the other types of signs, you have projecting signs, you can see right here, right across the street. And then going up and down the street, you have other actual projecting signs that are located above the second floor, some of which are of similar size, some of which are not. And you can see here, flat wall signs, larger flat wall signs, and extending down 8th Street. We believe that and then the third one that has to do being above the windowsill I just addressed. For those reasons, we believe that there is a hardship here, given the other commercial uses and commercial nature of 8th Street, given the other existing signs, given the subdued, the nature of the sign that is being proposed, having a minimal impact. There's not going to be a lot of glare. It's not going to cause any issues for the properties across the street. That light will be turned off when the business closes at the end of the day. So it's probably only going to be on for a limited number of hours in the wintertime. They generally close around 10 o'clock. The decks, again, the roof deck does not require any variances, and the third floor deck really doesn't have any more impact than the second floor deck. And for the reasons and with the modifications that we're going to come back and do for the screening, we believe that any impact that there is, and even with the by right deck, is going to be mitigated with those actions by my client. And with that, I would ask that my exhibit book be moved into the record. And I am not sure, he said he was in his class, but he had his earpiece in, was kind of listening.
Okay, so Mr. Orphanides, you're a officer of the court. We will take your testimony.
Yeah, and I also have the architect, but I'm not sure if he's on, and same thing, if you would accept my statements.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
We can just move on
Questions
from
the
there.
board. Questions from the board.
Yeah, could you tell me the height of the building where the third deck?
Sure, let me take a look at that. Do not know that off the top of my
Tried to make it out, I couldn't see.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think we have that on the plans. I will say, well, let's put it to you this way. So the bottom of the sign is at 18.3. The middle of, so what is it? It's 12 feet. So that kind of cuts almost through the middle. So I would probably say it's around 23 feet. It's a little bit lower than that.
So that will put the total building height at the deck at what?
No, which are you talking about, the roof deck or so the roof deck is by right.
The
That's
roof
not,
deck.
yeah, the roof deck is by right. That's not an issue in this notice of refusal. So the height of the roof is 33 feet, 3 inches. I'm sorry. I just assumed you were talking about the deck this is the deck that's.
Yeah,
at
that's the
issue.
third floor deck. I'm sorry, the third floor deck.
Yeah, the third floor deck is right here. So not the roof deck. So
Okay.
there's a deck off the rear of the third floor, which is what one of the variances for. There's a roof deck that we're also applying for, but that's a matter of right. So
Yeah, I
this
think she's
one that you asked
asking
me
about the
about.
third floor deck that you keep pointing to that's on the
Here.
back of the third.
Yeah, I
floor.
would say I would approximate that's at about 24 feet.
Okay.
Can you scroll to the white and close out the X on your bookmarks? Because
Oh,
I think
sure.
it's on the drawing. I think it's covered.
I didn't see that I don't know that we actually have the height of it. We had the third floor marked, but we don't have the dimension of it. We have the height of the building, but we didn't put the heights of the floors. And again, it's, the third floor deck is for its own private use as well as, as is the roof deck.
All right, other questions?
Okay, I guess I have two questions. One, for the illuminated sign, what is the second floor all music school?
Yep.
Okay. So what time?
That was the variance from the last case. Mhm.
I understand that. I'm clarifying things because I was not here for the last case.
No
Okay,
worries.
So for this sign,
Mhm.
is it gonna be illuminated at night?
It is going to be illuminated at night, but only until the school closes, which I said
What
is
time does
around
the school close?
10 o'clock, maybe
10
sometimes
p.m.
11.
Okay, so at 10 p.m. they're shutting this sign down.
Yeah, when they're closed for business, the sign is being turned off, and it'll probably be on a timer.
Okay, and then was there any light studies done to look at potential light pollution both into the business and into the existing residential window across the street, even
We
though
did
it's
not.
might
We
be
did not.
illegal?
We did not do a light study, but actually, John is actually a lighting expert. He does lighting installations as well, and he says he can. He just texted me and say he could jump in, and he can tell you the exact type of bulb, the type of light. He basically equated them to Christmas lights. But if John, if you can hear me, if you can jump
Nope, that was
in,
good
you can
enough.
answer the question.
No, we,
And
yeah,
then
please.
my other question is, given you got a use refusal for the deck at the third floor, what is the like need for this third floor deck, given there's a roof deck and a second floor and he owns the whole building?
I mean, it gives some additional, I mean, the reality is that having the roof deck above they're generally not as accessible or utilized as much as one that just is right off of the living space and right off of the kitchen. It's a lot more difficult to just, people want roof decks, but the reality is they don't use them that much. So
I
this
mean, I
is
get it,
more.
but he designed it, so that's what I was asking. He
I,
built it.
I, no, I'm just telling you why there's a need or desire to have this off of the third floor. Again, there's already a deck below at the second floor that's used for the business. The deck that's utilized off the third floor, again, there's decks up and down the block, up and down like the backs of buildings up and down and everywhere in this neighborhood. And again, when you take
get
into
you.
when you
I
take into
understand.
account that you have the alley there, any impact is eliminated.
You know, I understand. I was just, it was a one-story apartment with a lot of decks, and I was like, it's not Mardi Gras here, so I was trying to figure out what they were.
And he's not treating it as Mardi Gras either. It's just it provides a little more outdoor space, and this is actually more functional and more usable than actually the roof deck.
Okay.
All right, other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from AJ Town. Go ahead and build them over the panelists right now.
Okay. Jace, do you have any other hands?
No, that's the only hand, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Well-
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? AJ?
Actually, AJ is my company name, sir. I own the company.
Okay,
I didn't
so-
know my
so-
registration is with
so
AJ.
Hold on. Could
Yes,
you
sir.
state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, sir. Bulent Yavas, Bulent. Last name is Yav as in Victor AS.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am exactly the next door neighbor attached to their building, sir. Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Orphanage mentioned 14 support signature for this project. They got 14 signatures. However, I did not know about this. They did not reach out to me. In the previous zoning hearing, I supported his music school, project and stuff like that. I did not oppose to it because I am the only one directly be impacted by this project because noise and everything. When I go to the building, I hear the noise, music practices and things like that. That's besides. Initially, before we had 2 decks on the second floor, both of us, have decks and we are, but now I'm decked out. Everywhere is decked. Rooftop is decked, third floor is decked. And when I looked at the third floor deck, it is like looking at it can see the windows of the bedroom or your kitchen in the, like it is. And I reached out to the owner of this project earlier, prior to this zoning hearing. And I left a message. He finally returned my call and he called me. I said, hey, I expressed my concerns and I did about the mailing that Mr. Orphan has mentioned. I did not receive any mailing in that address or in my mailing address in regards to this hearing. Previous hearing I did, but this one I did not. But I happened to see the sign and I took a note and I'm here now. I had concerns about the third, like I said, wall sign for music school. We approved it. Sign, I have no opposition. Roof deck, access structure, it's fine. But third floor residential deck is intruding our privacy in the second floor deck and, our windows and everything. And I asked Mr. John, what is his proposal? What can we do? And another thing, between our second floor decks joint, there's a wall joint, wall in between us, and two of his air conditioner condensers are attached onto the wall. That's causing noise and also vibration. And I also mentioned that when
Sir,
we
is
spoke
that
with him
the
today.
second floor deck or the third floor deck with the
Second
noise?
floor deck, sir. Existing deck. Existing
Okay,
deck.
but you don't like the third floor deck, am I right?
Yes, I have opposition to it, sir. I don't want to be the only one opposing to it if he has some desire to have that. However, he has to give me privacy and, protect my, like, I don't know, like it's going to devalue my property and also intrude our privacy by adding third floor deck. However, he agreed that he's going to remove those two condensers up to the roof and he's going to try to put some privacy screening on the second and third floor decks, and that way he will remedy the problem. I mean, as long as the board is okay with that, I am okay. I don't want to be the bad neighbor or somebody is just. But my building is affected enough with this project, with the noise and everything else.
Let me go back. In other
Yes,
words,
sir.
you're talking to him yourself and he's promising you things, right?
Yes, sir. So
Okay,
yeah.
all right, thank you.
Yeah,
But I want this to be on the record, so at least we have a common, ground here.
Okay, all right, so what you want to go on the record, you're not against the project and he's promised you he's gonna take care of this.
Yes,
Is that
sir. That's
you
what
want
he
on the
said. He
record?
said he's a man of his word, and he will take care of whatever is the issue to rectify, our inconvenience here.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you very much.
I had a discussion, my client had a discussion, and what I represented to you tonight is what, this is a little kind of went one way and then back the other, because there was an agreement that we would apply for the by right privacy screens,
Right.
following the hearing and,
Okay, is there anyone else in the,
and move the air conditioners, that's fine, yeah.
planning commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX1 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. There is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed variance for a rear deck and the variances for accessory wall sign area, location, and height.
Thank you. MI 2024-007-229, 761 South A Street. I vote yes with proviso, per refusal dated 10/17/24.
Cheryl Gaston, I vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Saya Wade, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, have a good evening, hope you get home at a decent time.
So we're gonna move right in. Is there anyone in the audience whose 2 o'clock case was not called?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're gonna move right into this. 3:30. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing the meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board. With me is our board member Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our board member Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our board member Taya Wynn.
Present.
Also present is Hillary Emerson, our attorney, Ian Haggerty, our executive director, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Please be advised that the meeting is being recorded and your participation in this meeting indicates your consent to be recorded. The video will be posted on the ZBA website approximately 1 week following the meeting. This meeting is being held in person with remote capabilities, meaning that the individuals can participate either in person at the hearing room in One Parkway Building or remotely over Zoom. When you are recognized to speak by the board, please state and spell your name for the court reporter and then wait to be sworn in. If you're in the hearing room, you must speak into a microphone so that everyone in attendance, including the court reporter, can hear. If you are participating remotely, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself when you are recognized to speak. Once you have been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying, whether you are in person or remote, so that the court reporter knows who is speaking. Please mute yourself or turn off the microphone when you are not speaking. If you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. If you're participating by phone, please call 267-270-5548 to register your appearance by the close of the business day, the day after the hearing. You must provide an email address and the address of the property you're interested in. All others can enter their appearance through the Zoom registration. For individuals participating in person, a QR code is available to register your appearance. For assistance, please see a staff member at the back of the hearing room. If you have any questions about how to enter your appearance, please contact rcozba@phil.gov. If you're in the hearing room, please refrain from talking or engaging in conversations while the hearings are proceeding. Please note that eating or drinking in the hearing room is prohibited. In addition, verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. If you are participating remotely, remember the Q&A on the Zoom platform is not for testimony. Any concerns related to the hearing operation should be directed to ZBA Executive Director at phil.gov. Our Executive Director has an important safety announcement for everyone in the room.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Safety is our highest priority. If there's an emergency, there will be directions over the loudspeaker or from staff. Main exits through the double doors at the rear of the room. And if we have to evacuate, the nearest stairway is at to the left outside the double doors. If we do evacuate, the rally point is at Love Park, and restrooms are across from the elevators, and there's a water fountain just outside the doors to the right.
Okay, thank you. And let's look at our schedule. So MI 2023-003-524, 5618 to 22 Chew Avenue. That case is continued to 8/27/25 at 3:30. Also, case number 6, MI 2024-006-477, 1800 South 4th Street. That case has been withdrawn. Are there any other requests for continuances? We're going to move to number 3, MI 2024-006-468, 1824 South 5th Street. Sean Whalen is the attorney. Mr. Whalen, could you state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Certainly. Good night. Sean, S-E-A-N, Whalen, W-H-A-L-E-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Yes, I represent the owner, 1824, that's 1824 Philly LLC.
Right. Do you waive the reading of the refusal, and do you agree with its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you proceed and share your screen?
Thank you very much.
And I will also note that Dickinson Square West Civic Association has a letter of support, and the council member school has a non-opposition letter.
Sorry, it just kicked me out of the Zoom. Open it. I had it on the entire time back there, and of course, when I come up here, it kicks me off. My apologies. So it looks like it's only allowing me to come back in on the 12th.
We're here late on that.
Yeah.
It was 7:45.
Let me see if. Here's this, I pulled up the old email. Let me see if this lets me back in. Thank you.
Are you in, Sean?
Yes.
Okay.
Turn off my video. All right. Or try.
You've been here, what, since 2:30?
Yes, about. Although I can't really complain, right? You guys have been here a lot longer than me. All right, now we're up. All right, so without joking or being facetious, I will be extremely quick, given how.
It doesn't matter at this point. It no longer matters.
All right. In that case, 1824 South Fifth Street. You see in front of you a zoomed out atlas map. This is an 1,143 square foot corner lot in an RSA 5 zoning district. It is about halfway between Moore and Mifflin Street to sort of give you an idea of where we're at. This is zoomed in so you can see it's a 100% lot coverage existing two-story building. It has historically for decades been a duplex, and actually most recently going back to the early 2000s was approved as a church on the first floor with a unit in the rear and a unit on the upstairs. So I'll skip over that. So you can see this is it right on the corner here. It is in a dilapidated state, so as soon as we get these approvals, we'll be moving forward to fix that. That was one of the things the community was looking forward to. Here's the zoning map. You can see, like a lot of neighborhoods, we have CMX1 on a lot of adjacent corners, and we have RM1 right across the street with RSA 5 on our side of the street. By way of context, this block is about 50-50 single-family homes and multiple units, mostly 3s and 4s in multifamily. So we have one refusal. We originally applied for to turn this into a 3-family dwelling. We then, you do have a proviso plan. We were going to include a 3rd unit as an affordable housing unit. Much to our surprise, the RCO said, no, thank you. So they unanimously supported us as legalizing the existing duplex, but did not want that 3rd unit if we agreed to make it affordable. So that's why our original application was for a triplex, and now what you have before you is it's reduced to a duplex because that's what we agreed with the community to have. So that's what you can see right in front of you now. Again, we have a RCO letter of unanimous support. They very much appreciated us working with them, and my understanding is all of this, the letter was turned in, so happy to go into it, but again, trying to keep this brief. So here are some of the site photos. You can see it's the front, it's the main one right here. It has an existing bump out. This is seeing it from the rear. It is 100% built out on the first floor, and it has a rear deck on the second floor. The iron fence that you see there is a deeded alleyway. And then you can see just the subject street views. Now, as I scroll down, you're seeing this is the existing state inside. I will represent my client is on and can adopt my testimony. The inside is in a dilapidated state as well, and will be completely, not gutted but completely repainted. What you'll see as I scroll down here is this has not been in great shape. So the kitchens will be replaced and all that kind of stuff. We're not seeking to rent out what you see in front of you now. There is no basement living. You can see the basement here. The basement will be cleaned and waterproofed, but it will remain open storage in the state that you have it there. And then again, here's just the upper unit on the second floor. Again, as I said, just by looking at the zoning archive, you can see actually by zoning that this is about a 50-50 neighborhood of multi-units, 2s, 3s, and some 4s at the top, and single family. If you actually walk the block, you'll see even more evidence of additional units that may not be legalized in the zoning archive. And then the last page I have for you is simply a floor plan if we want to dive into it very quickly. The hardship standard here is relatively easily met, which isn't usually the case. You have to have an unnecessary hardship. You have to have no detriment to the public health, safety, or welfare, and you have to be seeking the least minimum variance to afford the relief that is necessary. Here, we certainly have a hardship. We have an existing building. It would be at prohibitive cost to try to demolish what's already there and recreate a single-family home, which would be required by an RSA 5 zoning district. And again, this has been in place for at least 50 years that I could go back in the archives. No detriment to the health, safety, and welfare. Easiest way to understand that is we're putting in a second unit that already existed and that the community was fully in favor and unanimously supported. And the least minimum variances, we're only asking to legalize what's there since we limited it to a duplex. Again, we did think that a triplex was appropriate given the size and space of the building, and the third unit would have been a deeded affordable housing unit with the city's programs, but the RCO chose not to support that. So we're here today just asking to legalize the existing duplex and move forward. And I'm happy to have my client.
Is your client here?
Yes, Adam Singer should be online.
Do we see him? Thank you.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Singer, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
it's Adam Singer, ADAMSINGER.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Singer, you're here on behalf of the owner 1824 Philly LLC, correct?
Correct.
And you heard all the testimony that I already presented in this case?
I have.
And you believe that to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Absolutely.
And would you adopt that testimony as your own?
I do.
Questions from the board?
Yes, are you keeping the side entrance for the
Yes.
first floor?
Yes, so that is an existing entrance to the rear. So what you'll have is the second story unit. I can zoom in if you need. The second story apartment will be accessed from the front and go right up the steps and then directly up. The rear unit, which is existing, had its own access because the church space was accessed from the front. And so the rear unit, which was in the rear on the first floor, had its own separate side entrance, and that will remain.
That's currently not what's depicted in these plans.
No, these are what the plans will be. These are not existing floor plans. I apologize. These are what the floor plans will be.
Right, so that door is missing.
Should be there.
The side door is not there.
I apologize.
You're showing new entrance having both apartments entering from the front on.
Yes, so there will be access to the first floor apartment from the front, as you can see in the lower left. And if you don't mind, Mr. Singer. Is he still there? It is my understanding that that side entrance will remain. I recognize Board Member Nguyen that I do not see it here either. I thought it was there.
Another question, just the difference between the two is that this also shows a fully built out second floor, whereas the current conditions show a rear, it looked like a rear deck or a roof, like,
It's a deck.
yeah, but that's not what's there. So are you building, because that wouldn't
No,
that
we
be-
are not. That would require another variance.
It would, but that's what the plan shows. It
Yes.
shows a bedroom where that deck would be.
Yes, so that is not occurring.
Okay.
I
So this is gonna
apologize.
be a one bedroom?
The second floor will be a one bedroom. The first floor will be a two
Two.
bedroom.
Okay, any other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time,
Questions
Mr.
or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience? Planning Commission.
So Ron Bednar, City Planning, first name Ron, R-O-N, last name Bednar, B-E-D-N-A-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you.
The property is indicated for residential on the city plan. Given the documented history of the site, we recommend the request for variance be granted.
MI 2024-006-468-1824 South Fifth Street. I vote yes with proviso, maximum 2 units.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
I win, my vote is yes with proviso.
Mr. Whalen, MI 2024-006-471, 2031 to 33 Palthorpe Street. Just for the record, could you state your name?
Certainly. Sean Whalen, W-H-A-L-E-N.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
I almost just told you it was the same owner.
Oh,
It's getting
okay,
late
that's
for
okay.
everybody.
At this stage, we'd probably say okay.
It is not. My apologies. The owner is M&T Property
Right.
LLC.
Do you agree to the waiving of the reading of the refusal? And do you agree with its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
And I would say there's a letter of no position received from Norris Square Action Network. The RCO stated the meeting ended in a tie, and after that, the meeting, they received a letter of opposition signed by neighbors. There's a letter of deferral from Councilmember Lozada. The council office supports the RSO position of no position.
All right. So 2031 to 33 Palethorpe Street. This is a mid-block, 1,216 square foot property. I already have it pulled up here for you. You can see it outlined. It is a 100% built-out existing one-story commercial warehouse. I'll show the maps in a second. This has been in place since at least the 1930s. It shows up, all of these commercial warehouses that you see on this side of the block, which is actually the east side of the block, date back to prior to the 1942 land use maps in the historical maps. So what you can see here, left-hand side is more traditional Philadelphia row home housing. That's the western side. The eastern side of this block was, again, commercial warehouses dating back to almost 100 years ago. So we actually had a good meeting with the RCO. The only issue raised and actually there were only two nearby neighbors who attended that meeting, but the only issue that they raised was parking. I certainly understand that and commiserate with everyone who's trying to find parking. The interesting thing for this street is there is no legal parking on either side of this street. So the complaints of seeking to protect illegal parking, I don't think can proceed before you. We did have one refusal for use. My client originally applied for, they were going to do 4 one-bedroom units over this building. And well before going to the RCO meeting, they made their own determination that 2 units would be better. So we are only seeking 2 units. That was not done in agreement with the RCO, but they certainly liked 2 units better than 4 units when we appeared. And there was some comments that there would not have been yes votes at 4 units, but we had proceeded already to do larger. These will be two-bedroom units. One will be on the 2nd floor, one will be on the 3rd floor of a 2-story addition. So as I said, quickly, you can see here, this is the 1942 land use map. It's already showing, again, on the western side, you have single-family homes. On the eastern side, you have already commercial activity. So you do have before you a proviso plan where we are reducing the number of dwelling units from 4 units down to 2 units, no change in the actual plans themselves. So this is probably the most colorful zoning map I've ever seen for a project that I've presented. It is a veritable smorgasbord of zoning districts in this area. You can see ICMX, RMX. You can see right in the middle, the highlighted in blue, we are in a row of RSA 5. Interestingly, most of the middle of that RSA 5 are all existing garages that I'll show you in just a second. The homes on the left, on the western side, are RSA 5. Everything surrounding us in all directions is RM1 and CMX 2.5. If this were CMX 2 or CMX 2.5, the duplex above the existing garage would be by right. If this were RM1, a triplex would actually be by right. As it is, we have an existing commercial use and a prior non-conforming building. So we have a prior non-conforming use and a prior non-conforming building. Zoom in on this for you. So as you can see, there's the line, the dashed line right behind our property, designating the distinction between RM1 and RSA 5. We have a very narrow, small, almost box-like property. It's 32 feet wide, but only 38 feet deep. And Palethorpe Street, which we are on, is only 14 feet wide, curb to curb. So as you can see here, start getting to the site photos, the entire block up and down the block, except for in front of the garage doors, is existing illegal parking. Everybody parks on the sidewalks, otherwise nobody could get around it. And again, so here, right here on the right with the 2 white garage doors, that is the building that we're talking about today. These are photos that I took, and the entirety of this block was fully parked. Again, now we're getting up to the top. Up at the top of the block, everything is multifamily, and there's actually a very large 18-unit building with a child care on this block. So again, it's a very big mix of uses up and down the block, everything in an existing condition. Again, you can see some of the properties are well maintained, some are not, but you have still these existing garage warehouses on one side. And then, like I said, you can see this new construction on the left here. That's an 18-unit building with a child care on the ground floor. Again, just up and down the block, giving you the same kind of evidence. So here's what exists in the zoning archive, and I don't want to belabor the point and go through the archive, but you have our property right here in the middle. You have 2 commercial garages immediately to the south of us, and then you have a commercial garage with a duplex above it. You have a very large commercial warehouse and multifamily down at the southern end of this block, and then at the top you have auto repair and vehicle storage, and then you have multiple unit buildings all up as you get closer to Diamond Street, as well as the childcare center, an 18-unit building that goes all the way from North Second Street through to Palethorpe. These are the site plans, and what you have here is we will actually be providing 2 parking spaces. So we'll be the only residential units on the entire block that have legal parking. What you can see here in the bottom left is the existing first floor layout. There is no basement, and what you have is you have one small commercial bay here, which will be all of the commercial use is currently being activated for the owner runs an electrical company. So he's doing some light storage of his electrical materials there. Unfortunately, as I'll get into in just a second, this, as you've probably guessed from Palethorpe Street, this property is no longer viable for commercial use, certainly for a commercial warehouse use. So you can see at the top the existing floor. There is an existing door in between the 2 bays. What you'll do is walk in that front door down here. You'll walk upstairs. There will be 1 unit, 700 square foot, 2-bedroom unit on the second floor, and then 1 identical 700 square foot unit on the 3rd floor for 2 units. In this proposed addition, we meet every dimensional requirement. So we will still remain below 38 feet. We're actually only about 35 feet. And we are, as you can see at the top of this page, we're pulling back the building actually 9.5 feet from the rear of our property, which is a fully built out lot line condition. And so again, what you'll see right here in this bay will be 1 parking spot, and in this bay will be a 2nd parking spot. The light commercial storage use for the owner will actually remain in the rear. But as you saw in some of the site photos, the only trucks, commercial trucks can't get down this street. It's so tight. There are only small commercial vans and the like that can get up and down the block. I can go back to them, but they are captured in the photos. And then actually, I'll call Mr. Hernandez here, the project architect, in a second. But I thought this was a particularly useful slide for you to see. You can see Palethorpe Street in the middle. It's essentially fully built out, no vacant lots. I think there is 1, maybe 2 on the western side, none on the eastern side. And you can see our area of work. We are the shortest depth lot on either side. And what you have is, if you look at the top, you can see kind of the entire middle of this block are 1-story existing commercial garages. There's housing at both ends, but we are right in the middle. So
You went from 4 units to 2.
yes, we're down to 2 units, only 2 units, and both units will have a dedicated parking space. Again, will be actually the only parking space, the only legal parking on the entire block. I understand the RCO took no position. If you look at the vote in the letter, the RCO board actually voted unanimously in support, and the neighbors who were surrounding voted no. Again, the only issue that was raised, there are no issues of light and air or anything of the sort, was simply that I talked about that 18-unit building, that there have been a lot of similarly sized buildings around, and I understand that there are difficulties with parking. And again, that's why we're actually providing parking here. We'll be the only ones providing parking. So again, as I had just said, and I think in this case, it actually needs to be stated, for a variance, you go either to 14.303.8E, or it's actually the 14 requirements under the zoning code are boiled down to Marshall v. City of Philadelphia, which is a Pennsylvania State Supreme Court case from 2014. We need an unnecessary hardship. Here we have numerous grounds for an unnecessary hardship. The most obvious one is we have a 100% lot coverage existing building that even if we wanted to make it RSA compliant, it would be at prohibitive cost. We'd have to demolish the entire property, which can't be required. We do have that existing non-conforming use, and those physical features prohibit us from doing anything there. So the street also factors into our hardship. We have 14-foot wide street. As I mentioned before, we can't get commercial vehicles up and down this block. It is a one-way. They don't have the turning radius in order to get anything larger than a small van. The bay heights are also only 10 feet, so you can't get any, full-size commercial truck into those bays. You would also, any single-family house could also only be 31 feet deep, because we'd be required to have, if we were to be required to try to meet code, which is not appropriate under the case law. But even if we were to try to do that, you would have two houses side by side, 16 feet wide by only 31 feet deep. As Mr. Hernandez will testify, that doesn't create a viable RSA 5 lot. And what you actually see across the street where you do have existing single-family homes, all of those lots are 44, 45, 46, 48 feet deep. So they're an additional 10 to 15 feet deeper than our lot. And actually, the two lots immediately adjacent to ours on both sides are 46 and 48 feet deep. Again, we just have this existing condition that precludes us from moving. So the next issue for a hardship is just the sea change in the neighborhood. I'm sure some of the members of this board know better than I even, but dating back to the Valley View case from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court in '83, followed up by the Wilson, Pennsylvania Supreme Court case in 2007, and then stated more succinctly in Chosen 300 Ministries before the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court in 2016, a sea change in the neighborhood where, here you had a commercial use, and now the whole neighborhood is different. The whole neighborhood is now a residential neighborhood. These garages are being converted. They're no longer, modern commercial uses, have much greater requirements than their predecessors. And so in this instance, we cannot do that. So with that, I would simply say there is no detriment to the health, safety, or welfare of the neighborhood. Again, the only objection even raised at any point was parking. We're offering the only legal parking. There is no legal parking on the street, and we're only seeking, the least minimum variance is 2 units as opposed to, any additional units that could be supported here.
Why don't you have is this the owner here you have, or?
No, I actually have, you should see Tom Wysocki.
Okay.
Online.
Do we see him?
He texted me that he was on.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
It's Thomas Wysocki, Wysocki.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki, you're here on behalf of MNT Property LLC, the owner, correct?
Yes.
And did you hear all the testimony I already presented in this case?
Yes.
And did you believe it to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
And would you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Do you have anything pertinent that would be separate and apart from what I've already testified to that the board should hear?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
What questions from the board?
Could I just ask my architect to adopt my testimony? As well?
What's he going to adopt your testimony to?
Yeah,
Sure,
just adopt my
sure.
testimony. Thank you very much. Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. Hayden, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Hernandez.
H-E-R-N-A-N-D-E-Z. Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please proceed.
I'm sorry, this is the court reporter. Could I ask the witness to put the microphone?
Yep.
Thank you.
Jose Hernandez, Hernandez.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hernandez, you're the project architect for this project, correct?
Correct.
And did you hear the testimony that was already presented in this case?
I have.
Do you believe it to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes,
Would you adopt it as your own?
I would.
And similarly, separate and apart from anything that's already been testified to, do you have anything else pertinent and relevant for the board to examine?
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, a question, with the parking on both sides of the street like that, are you gonna have the kind of turning radius that you need to even have cars get into these legal parking spaces?
I would certainly say yes, but I would allow Mr. Hernandez to testify more distinctly.
So with the units that have the garage doors, there's less parking there that are not currently residential units. So the sidewalk is wide enough where you can make the turn and come into those units to that the western side of the
Okay.
property.
Is there a curb cut?
Yes, there's
already there?
There's currently curb cuts in front of each of the garage doors.
Okay, and you're building up, correct?
Two-story addition on top of the existing one-story.
Okay.
So
All right.
Board Member Gaston, if you would, I just pulled back up the photo.
Yeah.
You can see, again, the two white doors are our doors. There's no parking in front of those doors. And so that allows for the turning radius across the sidewalk
All right.
to
Yeah,
get
but
in now.
You can see from the way that car is parked, I mean, how you people park like that, it's gonna be a little difficult, I would think, to make that turn, and you can't control how illegally people are gonna park, right? So,
Correct.
Yeah,
You can make the call, but
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I guess, my question is, given that the side of the street that this is on is the RSA 5 single family side, and there's not that many properties on that side of the street that are more than 2 stories, could you walk me through the justification and the decision to include the parking and not do a 2-story, 2-unit building?
I'm sorry, so let me just restate that to make sure I understand your question. So why would we add 2 stories here to have a unit on the second floor and a unit on the third floor as opposed to?
A unit on the first floor and a unit on the second floor.
Put as one floor, one with no parking.
Certainly. So multi-factored on that, and it was considered. First of all, we would, in order to get to that situation, we would have to demolish the entire first floor. There are party wall conditions, there's excavation concerns. This is an existing condition, which is fully built out. Secondly, my client works here, and he already adopted my testimony. He can speak further to this if need be. There are parking concerns in this area, and again, if we did seek to just put 2 units in, there would be no parking. If we sought to put in one very large single-family house, it would not be sellable in this area because it would be 6,000 square feet. We would need far more parking than 2 individual apartment units, and there would be no parking because that parking wouldn't be allowed. Similarly, if we put 2 single family houses that would be commensurate with this area, if we had enough depth, we would first of all be back here asking for an extension in the rear yard, but they would also then require more parking than 2 individual apartment units. So that was the primary factor, was trying to be contextual to the neighborhood, also maintaining, there will be maintained a limited commercial use in the rear. So if I went to the floor plan, and I think I got sidetracked here.
The storage.
So there is commercial storage in the rear. and that commercial storage in the rear is going to remain. So this bay is separate and apart. That will be one of the parking spaces. Another parking space will be on this side. That's a much larger, wider side. So Mr. Wysocki will be going around that that existing car when it's parked there and having his materials stored in the rear. And I would assume there is not now, but there may be a condition where they put up some demising wall just to keep the commercial use from the parking use.
Okay. And then my second question is, the height of your third floor, do you know how that compares to the other structures on that street?
The elevations.
Actually, in the later.
In the RCO package, I have the RCO presentation. What page?
I say this, and I'll say this for the record and for the rest of the board, like, this is gonna be the first of a series of warehouses on this block. So what happens here is gonna set the precedent and be the case for anything else that comes behind it.
Yeah, so we are 34.8
or 34.8, yes.
that we are 34.8. So we purposely stayed below the height limits in this zoning district.
I didn't ask about the height limits, I asked about the existing
So
buildings.
if you.
No, exactly. So I just wanted to say, I pulled up the rendering in context
Okay,
while we were talking. I was stalling so I could get it up for you.
got it, okay.
Try not to stall too.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
say I'm
oh,
looking for the rendering.
Only in order to answer a question. So what you can see here is an up and down the block. And again, if I go back to the outline page that I was on before, you can see the heights vary. So on both sides of the street, actually on the RSA 5 side of the street, the heights are significantly taller than anything that we'd be building. It's actually just our side of the street that still remains low in the middle, and at the ends goes up to.
Thought your side of the street was the RSA 5 street and the side across was the multifamily.
So it's actually both. I apologize. I was trying to go fast and then I always.
Yeah, I'm
end up going
just
too
going
quick.
off what you told me.
So it's actually there are pockets on both sides. Here we go. So our property is right here in the middle, this highlighted blue. I'm not sure how or why this side, the eastern side, was made RSA 5. Again, that has all the existing commercial uses. And then there's also the RSA 5, which is actually mostly single-family houses, although there are definitely multifamily there. In the pocket on the other side, and then kind of surrounding us, like we're the middle of the donut, and then surrounding us entirely on all sides is RM1, CMX 2.5, or CMX 2. So I apologize if I misstated and said that this RSA 5 was only on the other side of the street. Frankly, if the RSA 5 was only on the western side of the street, we wouldn't have to be here because we'd be by right.
Yeah.
Make your night just a little bit shorter.
All right, other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Just one quick thing, with the parking spaces, they're not referenced on the refusal, and I understand you said the curb cuts were existing. I'm just a little bit concerned that they aren't on the refusal because there weren't, if it was a warehouse use before, there wasn't necessarily like accessory parking as part of that application, and I could find no zoning history for the property, so I wasn't sure if it might be better to, I don't know if it could be corrected or amended. I'd have to ask LNI about that to include 2 accessory parking spaces because if the board was inclined to grant, because I'm just concerned that it's not in the description.
I mean, I'm happy to proceed however it would make you feel most comfortable. I believe it is covered by the existing prior non-conforming commercial use because there is, I mean, if you had cars there that were the part of the commercial use, you would be accessing that
Right.
as is.
It wouldn't necessarily be like accessory parking spaces, like if it was just a warehousing
Right,
use
right,
or like pulling in and
right,
out, it
right.
wouldn't be designated parking. So I mean, if you don't mind waiting a week, I can ask Alan if, you know, if this needs to be noted on here. Because I do see you went to streets and got the streets permit and everything. I just am concerned it's not listed on the refusal, so I just don't want to cause problems later.
Absolutely. We're happy to proceed however you.
Yeah, just a week. I just need to ask.
Next week at 3:30?
Yep, or 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
2 o'clock?
Yep.
And is the,
Oh, wait a minute, planning? 2 hands? Okay. Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer? What's his name? Daniel Butler? Trubman, Daniel? We still got 2 cases. We still got. What's the second hand? Oh, I know, yeah. Mr.
When
Carlo?
do I get to speak? Patricia DiCarlo.
Okay, right now. Could you?
Right
please-
now?
Yeah, but do me a favor, please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
Sure. Patricia DiCarlo, capital Patricia, capital DE, capital CARLO.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Carlo, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
Please
Not only
proceed.
am I a neighbor, but I'm also the chair of the RCO for NSCA Phila.
All right, thank you. Please
Um,
proceed.
I was at the meeting, at the hearing,
Mm-hmm.
and with all due respect, the presentation that was made was for the 4 apartments, not 2. The parking was not offered. It was made clear that the electrician owner would have the commercial and have his truck there also. At the end of the meeting, so what they presented, the architectural design was 4 apartments, not 2, as the gentleman has said. Number 3, I noticed that when I came into the meeting, there was a gentleman who lives on that block, and he was upset that he had not received, the block had not received the notice on a timely basis, and that more people needed to have been there and weren't. So at the meeting, there were only 2 residents from the block, and both were absolutely against this project. I then, because I live there and I'm the chair of the other RCO, not the one that coordinated,
Yep.
I went to the block to talk to people and realized that there was a lot of opposition to it from the residents of that block. The large buildings that have been shown are at the end of each block, which faces Diamond Street and Burke Street, which are large streets. So it makes sense that the end buildings are large buildings. Most of that block, like he said, it's a very narrow street. Most of them have 2-story, old-fashioned, original houses. Then there's some that are 3-story. And then it's been invaded by, 2nd Street is on one side of Palethorpe, and Hancock is on the other side. 2nd Street is a large, mostly commercial, and that's where those multi-family humongous buildings are. But then the back of them faces Palethorpe. So that's just to give you a context of what the block really looks like, as opposed to what's been described. When I talked to the neighbors on that particular block and realized how much they were opposed to what was being presented, I wrote up a petition for them that has been included in the package. We, the undersigned residents of the 2000 block of Palethorpe Street, hereby sign this petition to oppose the building of anything other than single-family homes as required by the zoning code. This is a narrow street with two-story single-family homes, recently affected by multifamily buildings starting on Second Street to Palethorpe. They don't need more of that exaggerated building. So we have, and you should have it in your package, we have the signature for 23 residents of the block and 14 different addresses. So it's not like it's just a few. It's quite a bit of people who were signed the petition and are opposed to this project. And for me right now, I'm even more disturbed by the lack of what do I call it? Clarity, actual facts that the gentleman here has presented as having been something that they did at the RCO meeting. The RCO and the plans that were presented by the architect were the 4 apartments, not 2. At the end, they said, "Oh well, we could look at 2 apartments," but that's not that's not a legal definition or response to what they presented.
Okay, Mr. Carlo, we appreciate, do you have any questions for Mr. Carlo?
I do not know, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Carlo, we appreciate your comments and thank you. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
But do you have the copy of the petition with you?
I do.
Okay, good.
I do. I saw your name on it, right?
Okay.
Thank you. No, okay.
If I may respond briefly.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would simply, again, thrust, and Mr. Hernandez was there, Mr. Wysocki was there. We very clearly presented only 2 units. We said up front that the refusal was 4 units because we didn't want any confusion, but that we were only moving forward with 2 units. And, you know, I can show, we did the mailing as required, and actually, what I've only shown a couple of pages from, because I didn't want to waste your time going through the whole thing, is this document that we've scrolled through is actually the JKRP architect's RCO presentation. So the floor plans we showed that only show 2 units, the heights that we showed that only show 2 units, everything comports back to only 2 units. That's all we presented to the RCO. And there certainly was a petition that appears to have been done. Almost none of those residents were at the meeting, so I don't know what they thought or heard or were told about the project. And by my count, I believe there were 8 separate homes. There are 23 signatures, but you know, multiple people from each home on that petition.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission.
So Ron Bednar, City Planning. Properties indicated for residential use on the city plan or district plan recommends no change to existing zoning at that location. Therefore, we recommend the request for variance not be granted.
Okay, Hillary, we're holding this for questions to be answered, and then we'll take it to
We're
exec.
holding it for 1 week to see if a corrected or amended refusal needs to be
That's right.
issued.
And then we'll take it to the board in an executive
Yes.
session and figure out what.
We can vote on it
Okay.
2 p.m.
All
next
right.
week, the
Thank-
12th.
Thank you both, and I'm sorry you've been here so long. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Number 2, MI 2024-006-331, 498 Midvale Avenue. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
Mr. Chair, can we go to number 5 quickly first? That would be a short case. And
Okay.
number 2 may take a little bit longer.
Sure, but, all right. MI 2024-006-475, 917 South 9th Street. Stephen Henchek is the owner applicant. Letter of non-opposition from Council Member Squilla, letter of non-opposition support with a proviso from Bella Vista neighbors.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Hope you get home tonight.
Oh, soon, yeah. All right, Stephen Hencheck. He's there? Hi, Mr. Hencheck. Could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer? Mr. Hencheck? Mr. Hencheck? Mr. Hencheck, can you speak? Mr. Hencheck, we're having a hard time hearing you. Mr. Hencheck. Should he go out and come back in? Oh, no, that's the voice is bad. This is a problem. All right, we'll go to the next one. We'll come back to you, sir. MI 2024-006-331-498 Midvale Avenue. Henry Clinton is the attorney. So a letter of opposition from the 12th Ward Democratic Committee. Henry? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good evening, Henry. I'm sorry we had to keep you waiting this long. Just for the record, could you please state your name?
Sure, Henry Clinton, Henry, Clinton, Clinton.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Sure, my client is Anat, A-N-A-T, Madar, M-A-D-A-R.
You agree to waive the reading of the refusal and you agree with its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, why don't you start your presentation?
Sure, just at the outset, I'd like to make a mention of the letter. The letter may be termed an opposition letter, but the vote was 5-4 in favor. So I find that curious, but we can address that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is, thank you.
All right, so good evening, everyone. Appreciate you taking the time to hear us tonight. I'm here on behalf of Anat Madar, the owner of Owner Advanced LLC, concerning 498 Midvale Avenue. So just by way of background, this is a vacant, narrow parcel of land which previously used as a thoroughfare or access road to the railroad, which sits behind the properties in this neighborhood on Midvale and Coulter Street. It's never been built on, no structure whatsoever, and it's surrounded by multifamily houses of 2 and 4 units, but it's actually in an RSA 5 zoning district. So that's the brief overview. Table of contents, A1 through A10, as well as the addresses of the other multifamily within either side of the subject property. Refusal, RSA 5 zoning district, as I indicated at the outset, and we're proposing 2-family household living. Again, the RCO letter, I mean, I was at the meeting, it was a Zoom meeting, 5 in support, 4 oppose. Why the RCO took a position of opposition when the community voted in favor is beyond me. This is their letter of opposition. I just want to walk through a couple things. Again, one of the longtime residents did indicate that he's lived there for 60 years and the lot has always been vacant, and it was an excavation for the railroad that runs, an excavation area for the railroad that runs directly behind the properties. There was reference here that they're against a roof deck. The property doesn't have a roof deck and it doesn't have a basement. It's rather a unique application of a 2-family dwelling. Instead of having top and bottom, we have back to back, as I'll show you with the plans. So again, the vote was 5-4 to support the project, but the 12th ward opposed the building. So here are photographs. So this is Midvale Avenue where my cursor is. This is a row of nice homes with nice elevations. And this is the vacant lot, which again served as an access area to get to the railroad in the rear. There are multifamily on both sides of the subject property. Directly across the street is a garden. The homes down here, which I'll show you the elevation, are brick facades. This is leading Coulter Street. It turns a little bit and becomes Midvale. Our project is right here where on the other side of the white fence. We're getting closer to where the lot is. It's right here. And this is where there's actually a community garden there now where my cursor is. Again, this is the area where the lot will be, just trying to give you a contextual view. This is looking down Midvale South. If you're going the opposite direction and you'd make a turn right here onto Coulter. The lot is here. A home next door is multifamily. The home to the left is multifamily. This is not our driveway area. This belongs to someone else. And I'll show you when I get to the plans. It's kind of a pie-shaped lot next to us. So these are the homes that are to the right of our vacant lot. These are very nice elevations, very stylish. I'll bring the architect on to explain why we can't replicate this or can't duplicate this. So the way these homes are constructed is you walk into the front door and there's 2 units on the left, 2 units on the right. And the architect explained to the RCO, we could not duplicate this design because the second floor porches are not permitted by the code, and we can't have one entrance for serving 2 individual apartment buildings. And you have the same situation here and the same situation here. These are just indication that our notices were posted. And the property, again, the lot is here under the tree, and these are the single family brick homes that are down the street, which we've tried to duplicate because we cannot duplicate the Doric columns that you see here. The lot, first of all, is not wide enough, and zoning and building wise, we're just not permitted to do that. So what we try to do is mimic something that would accommodate the lot that we have, which is narrow and deep. So here are the brick facades that are right down the street. If you go down here, you can see where it turns, where that white car is. Our lot is on the other side of that. So here's the plans. The subject lot is right here on Midvale Avenue. And what I said, that the client has taken kind of a unique approach to have 2-family dwelling. Instead of having top and bottom, maybe first and second floor, 1 unit, third or fourth floor, another unit, she decided to do units back to back, which give you a feel of a single family home because you have 2 separate entrances. You both have access to a rear yard because there's a nice walkway along the side of the property with trash enclosures on the back side. It's not an overwhelmingly high building. It's not 4 stories. There's no basement. There's no rooftop deck. And again, we have brick facades to mimic what's down the block. Here is the floor plan for both the front and the back. Again, no basement. First floor, you would enter in the front, the living room, a kitchen. You would go to the second floor with 1 bedroom. Excuse me, second floor is here, 2 bedrooms, and the third floor would be your 3rd bedroom. So it's a modest home, 1,800 square feet, 3 stories, no roof deck, no foundation. And then the property back to back would be the same layout, just reversed from what is on the front. Living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms on the second floor and a bedroom on the 3rd floor. Again, this is the brick look that we've tried to mimic the homes down the block. It's going to be brick on the side, brick in the front, nice double hung windows, kind of a classic look with the row lock brick above each window, and a decent cornice area on the front, excuse me, at the top. This is the rear elevation. Again, it's really just a duplicate of what we're doing on the front. So I just want to go back again and just try to emphasize what we're doing. So you'd have a yard, you would come off Midvale Avenue, your entrance to the first home. It's actually mimicking a single family home, would be in the front. And I gave you the layout of the property, first, second, and third floor. The other tenant would walk to the back and then enter unit B from the rear of the property, but again, in the front, and the same floor plan replays over again with unit B. So this is our application for appeal. Our tax clearance, zoning map. Again, this is an historical map. I tried to pull something from 1996 showing 498 Midvale. You can see how long and narrow the lot is. Again, instead of bunching a two-family dwelling with 3 or 4 stories with a basement, we just thought it would be a novel approach to have a front and back. We don't have any issues with height, rear yard, or open space. And it does, as I say, mimic a single family look. And I grant you, it doesn't match the elevations of the home to the right, which are, beautiful Doric columns, but we just don't have the width to do that. And so we looked close by, we saw the brick homes right here, further south on Midvale, and that's why we came up with the brick design. Just showing you the zoning map. Again, it is all RSA 5, but as I'll indicate at the end with the zoning historical records, there's multifamily on both sides of the property. And the other thing is, it's never been built upon, and I think there's a reason for that. I mean, the single family home, as my client will testify, is just not going to work based on the values of the brick homes that are further down the block. It's going to cost almost double in construction cost to do a single family home than the sale price, because the sale prices of the homes in this neighborhood are under $275,000. Cost to build is probably going to be around $425 to $450. So I know economics is not necessarily a reason for granting a variance, but there's a reason that nothing has been built, and my client is actually taking a risk to come into the neighborhood and try to build, a duplex back to back. This is a deed indicating ownership. Notice letter to everyone. And these are all the properties on either side. So our property is 498, 500 Midvale is 2-family, 502, 504, 508, 510. And then when you go the other way on Coulter Street, 424, 422, 420, and 418. I can go through each of the records if you want, Mr. Chairman, but they're certainly there for
Thank you.
for review. Do you want me to go through each one?
No, that would be fine.
Okay. So, we're looking for more housing units in Philadelphia. I think this is something that taking a long vacant, narrow lot, never been built on, I think that'd be supported by members of the community, and putting 2 modest apartments front and back. We're not affecting anyone's light or air or the development of any adjacent property. We are generally in harmony with the code because it is a residential area. The square footage is adequate for a family. And I think, again, my client looked at what could be done here. And again, rather than going to a 4th floor and having probably less construction cost rather than, 2 houses side by side, we came up with this proposal. It was supported by the people that attended the meeting. So again, I was a little bit I don't want to use the word flabbergasted, but taken aback that, the RCO then went against whatever the community had to say. So with that, I would like to conclude my testimony, ask my client to unmute herself, ask her a
Sure,
few
thank you.
questions, and then have her adopt my testimony.
Sure, thank you.
Questions, and then have her adopt my testimony. 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 And then have her a
What's your client's name?
Ms. Madar, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, thank you.
Annette, can you unmute yourself?
Good evening.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the court stenographer?
Yes, sir. My name is Anat Madar, A-N-A-T, Madar, M-A-D-A-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I am.
Proceed, counsel.
Ms. Madar, were you on the call when I presented your project?
Yes,
Okay, and you heard me mention the single-family brick homes that are down the block. Do you have an understanding of what the general what the general market assessed values are for those homes?
yes, I did search it on OPA and search it on Zillow, and they was selling around the 250 to approx $270,000, not more than that.
Okay, and if on this lot, someone elected to build a single-family home, in your experience, what would the typical construction cost come to?
Roughly to build on this size of lot, single family will cost around the 440,000.
Okay. And if you had the opportunity to testify after hearing what I said about the project, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Ms. Madar.
All right,
Mr. Chairman,
questions from
the architect is on the call. I just want to bring him on to explain why we can't duplicate what is here, if you would find that helpful.
I think we understand that. I think you spent a great time designing that, but once we get some questions from the board,
Okay.
if they want to bring the architect, we'll bring them on. Questions from the
Understood.
board?
Yes, could you tell me tell me the width of the walkway, going to that you would have going to the back unit, rear unit? Like, what's the width of that walkway?
Sure. Let me see if I can blow that up, Ms. Graham. And Mike Cole, can you unmute yourself just in case I can't get this large enough to actually see? Mr. Cole?
Hi, Mr. Cole, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Certainly. Michael Cole, last name is spelled C-O-L-E.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Cole, Mr. Clinton, you want to talk to your witness?
Yeah, Mr. Cole, is that 5'1" to answer Ms. Graham's question, the walkway?
That is correct. That's a
Okay.
side yard.
Yep.
Okay, and will there be lighting on the side of the buildings?
Yes, we're going to put lighting probably midway down on both buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Mr. Chair, am I being heard?
Mr. Richardson, you didn't leave yet.
No, they brought me back in. I'm still here.
Just
Believe
for
it or
the
not.
record, state your name.
Charles Richardson, Office of Councilwoman Cindy Bass.
Please proceed.
I really want to let the community speak first, but I do want to make everybody aware that Solo Germantown, the other RCO in the area that represents, sent a letter of opposition today as well. I don't know whether anybody received it. I know that I did. I don't know if they had put it into the portal as they were supposed to or anything along those lines, but there is a long letter of opposition to this project. And while I'm just speaking, the councilwoman is opposed to it. It's like they're trying to shoehorn something into a space that is really inappropriate for them to be trying to put something there. It's already very dense in that area, and the traffic and everything is very heavy and very quick, very speedy. And I just don't think that is the proper location for just trying to put something there for the sake of putting something there.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, Mr. Clinton?
Yeah, I would just like to say, I mean, if you build a single family home with 4 bedrooms, you'd have the same situation. So here, what we have here are 2 units providing the ability for 2 families to have their own place.
Okay.
It's within walking distance of the train station. I
The
respect.
Hank, the unfortunate thing is that we know that this developer tends to try to shoehorn stuff into this community. She has a lot of a lot of properties in the community, and the neighbors are not, are generally not in favor of them. So, you know, that is something to look at.
Thank
Well,
you
Mr.
both.
Richardson, I mean, all due respect, what's happened in the past or what someone's feeling is really should have no bearing today. I mean, we had a meeting, the community said yes, and I respect you
That's
and the
not what,
council.
that is not what the letter from Solo says as well. So, you know, if you have received that, you need to look at that.
Okay, so why
But
don't, do we have
you
someone
can-
else in the audience? Mr. Richardson, thank you. Who's left in the audience? Who? How many
Hello?
hands? Hi, Cheryl, could you please state your name and spell for the court stock?
Hi, my name is Cheryl Smith, and I represent 12th Ward RCO, and I wrote the letter in opposition.
All right, hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you wrote the letter of opposition,
Yes, from the 12th Ward.
okay? Mr. Clinton, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Miss Smith, how are you doing tonight?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I did get your letter, and I note in your letter, the vote was 5-4 from the community, correct?
Correct.
In favor.
Yes.
Thank you. I had no questions.
Ms. Smith, thank you for taking the time to call us. Who's next? I could, Cynthia? Okay. Hi,
Hi, my name is Zakia
hi,
Jenkins.
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Z-A-K, Zakia Jenkins, I'm sorry, Z-A-K-E-Y-A.
You're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little bit. I have a hard time hearing you. Start over again.
Okay. Zakia Jenkins, Z as in zebra, I-K-E-Y-A, Jenkins, Jenkins.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I was at the community meeting, and the proposal that we're getting today, we didn't seem to get at the community meeting. They did have provisions, but it was not a flat out, no, don't build this here. They did ask for a single family home. They were told that they're going to be side by side. It's not going to be duplexy like the other properties on the block. Being a near neighbor, traffic is it's parking. It's a lot of parking on that block. A lot of people actually use the train station. It's really good, a good area for commuters, which is what Philadelphia is
So
basing
Zakia, let me
everything.
ask you this. Are you in favor of the project or against?
Yes, I'm in favor of it.
All right. Thank you so
I'm
much.
tired of that lot being empty.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to call us. Who's next?
Hello?
Hi. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Edon Shlomo, E-D-O-N, Shlomo, S-H-L-O-M-O.
Right. Do you
Yeah.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are
And
you in
just like,
favor, or listen to me, are you in favor of this project or against?
I'm in favor. And-
Thank you so
and I
much
just-
for taking time to call us. We appreciate it.
I've been on the call for a few hours. I just want to, again, I was mentioned with the RCO, I attended the RCO, and it was a couple hours long. It was voted in favor, so I don't understand what's the point of having those meetings if they can change their opinion based off of what they feel like, because it was 5-4 at least in favor, and more neighbors that said yes to no, and to have an empty lot is unsightly as opposed to having a nice property that can have two house families or whoever wants to move in there. I'm greatly in favor of this project.
All right, thank you so much for taking the time to call us. Anyone else? How many more hands you have?
Can I talk?
Hi, Mr. Riley, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
John Riley, J-H-O-D-O-H-N, Riley, R-E-I-L-Y.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
Yes, I am.
Now, are you in favor or against?
In favor. I live in the neighborhood. I'm actually living in one of the apartments nearby on Coulter. I love this neighborhood, and I think we actually do need more apartments, less the single family homes, because this is a very wide streets over there, a lot of parking, a lot of young people like me who actually do not have the opportunity to rent like a single family home. We're looking for apartments, and I think it's perfect for this neighborhood.
Mr. Riley, thank you for taking the time to call. So you have one more
Thank
left?
you.
Hi, could you please state your name and
Hello?
spell for the stenographer?
Oh, yes, Manuel, Manuel, last name Adam, Adam.
Right, hold on
I
one
am in
minute.
favor,
Hold on 1 minute. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Are you in
Could I-
favor or
excuse
against the
Chair,
project?
I'm sorry, I did not catch the spelling of the witness's.
Okay, John, we'll get him to do it again. Could you please spell your name one more time?
First name is Manuel, Manuel. Last name is Adam, Adam.
Okay, are you in favor of this project or against?
I'm in favor of it.
And you a neighbor?
Yes, I live in the area. I also attended the last community meeting, which we heard all the information, and we voted in favor of it. I don't want to reiterate what the other people say, but like I said, it's very disheartening that we're spending time of improving our community and listening to all this information, and then have to go through it again because we're having people hurt their feelings or personally don't want to get this project involved. I think it's better to have some type of structure there that complements the neighborhood than an empty lot that could be harmful to play in or whatever. And also it raises our property value. So,
Thank
go to
you
the
very
train station,
much.
plenty of parking.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We appreciate it. One more. Okay. Hi, could you please state your name and spell
Angie Acevedo, Acevedo, Angie.
it? Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
I am in favor.
Are you a neighbor?
I am from the community advocate of building and communities and the housing of the community. I was not in the past meeting, but I was, it was very important for me to hear this case. I understand the hardship and the vacant lot bringing crimes, drugs. I'm very advocate for bringing more families, helping more families and helping, the community grow. Being so that you can bring in more families in here, we could keep growing, we could keep doing what we need to do for the community and,
Okay.
keep the
All right.
crime, the drugs away.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to call us. We appreciate it. Is that
You're
it?
welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
So Ron Bednar, City Planning. While this property is currently indicated for RSA 5, our adopted comprehensive plan recommended RTA 1, where this existing two-family use would be allowed by right. Therefore, we recommend granting of the requested variance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clinton?
Yes.
Mr. Clinton, I'm gonna take this to the executive session. We'll bring this back next Wednesday at 2:00, and we're gonna vote at 2:00 Wednesday.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very much.
Have a great night. Good
Oh,
night.
yeah. I think the night's over. Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. All right. MI 2024-006-475, Stephen Henchek. Steve. He's not. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's perfect. So MI 2024-006-475, 917 South 9th Street. That case is continued. Is there anyone in the virtual audience whose case has not been called? For what? All right, one. Hi.
Hello,
Hi. What's your name, sir?
my name is Greg Palmier. I've been waiting for this last case that was called, and I did not get an opportunity to communicate. I'm not
Okay,
sure why I was not called upon.
Okay, so you were not on the, I remember you called earlier today, but as we went through
Yes,
the
and I've
list.
been waiting. Yes,
Pardon
I've
me?
been waiting for a couple
Well,
hours or so.
well, I'm gonna, we closed the case.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may
That was
recommend, if the board,
inappropriate.
excuse me, sir, the attorney for the case has already left, so we can't permit you to testify without him here. However, I can recommend that the board reopen the record because we're not voting till next week, for the limited purpose of receiving a written letter from you that can also be shared with the attorney.
Mr.
I think
Palmieri?
it's completely inappropriate that I was not called upon. I've been waiting. I had my hand up. I've been
You didn't
waiting
have your
ever
hand
since
up.
Yep, I had my hand up and I've
Well,
been waiting.
Mr. Palmieri, I think you're wrong, and I'm sorry you feel that way, but we're gonna move
I've
on.
lived in the
You know, obviously, I want to thank the people in this room who stayed here. And I want to thank, is Mr. Kelly still here?
Yes, of course, Chair.
Mr. Kelly, we don't always thank you, but tonight I have to thank you because you hang in there and we really appreciate it. So thanks, everyone.
You're very welcome, Chair, and I appreciate all the work that all you and your staff put into making this such a smooth operation.
I can't think of a better way to spend 11 hours and 38 minutes.